Why aren't you masked? Who are these people? You? Why aren't you masked? Who are these people?
I don't know.
What the hell is that? What are you doing?
Tearing of the middle meningeal artery.
What's your degree in?
Jai Jagannath. We welcome to TODACON 2025. Good afternoon, esteemed guests, respected doctors and friends. A very warm welcome to the third annual Telangana Odisha Doctors Association Conference, TODACON 25, 11th April at Yashoda Hospitals, High-Tech City. My co-MC, Dr. Sangeeta.
नमस्कार और बहुत बहुत स्वागत. I'm delighted to see all the dignitaries here, though very few have come, waiting for others to come. So we are here for medical professionals of Telangana as well as Odisha, and here today to all are united to shape the future in healthcare, which brings together the brightest minds to discuss the cutting-edge topics in medicine, technology, as well as wellness. Now I request Vice President of TODA, Dr. Anuradha Pandam Madam, Senior Gynecologist, Apollo Hospitals, to come over to the dais to welcome the gathering and start the session. Madam.
Thank you. Namaskar. We are going to start the third TODACON 2025. The topic being future healthcare. As you know, now the future is artificial intelligence, machine learning, robo, and we don't know where it is taking us all. We don't know how they are going to fit into our system. So let us hear our eminent speakers who are going to deliberate on all this. And before we start this session, we'll have a short prayer.
So sticking to the time is very important here. All of you have spared your Sunday and came here to get together share our knowledge and experience. So I request the chairpersons and the moderators to occupy the respective seats so that we can start the session. I invite moderators Dr. Sunil Kumar Swai, Dr. Srinivas Rao and Dr. Uma Bala.
Please come on to the dais.
I request the chairpersons, Dr. Ratan, Dr. Ashok Das, Dr. Lalatendu, and Dr. Manoj Das to occupy the chairs.
Slides. There's a small technical glitch.
Where is this guy?
No. The PPT slides are not coming. नहीं, उसका नहीं जो chairperson है, उनका भी slide.
Can you have the PPTs? ऐसा होता है. It happens. It's our own family, so please relax. We have a lot of time today.
This display has to come, na? But this has to go there.
I'd like to introduce our moderators today. Dr. Sunil Kumar Swain, Senior Consultant, Apollo Hospitals, Hyderabad. Dr. G. Srinivas Rao, Senior Consultant, Gastroenterologist, Hepatologist and Therapeutic Endoscopist, Yashoda Hospitals, Secunderabad. Dr. Uma Bala, Professor and Head of Department of Microbiology at Nizam's Institute of Medical Sciences, Hyderabad. Next, we want to introduce our chairpersons. Dr. Lalatendu Kumar, Consultant Pediatric Surgeon, Apollo Cradle and Children's Hospital. Dr. Ratan, he is the Medical Director and Cataract and Refractive Surgeon, Vasan Eye Hospital, Chandanagar. Next. No, there are two.
Yeah.
So let us begin with our first session today, which explores the core of physician well-being and the future of infection management, the science and possibilities behind the reverse aging. Mona Lisa? As the first speaker is not there, we'll go to the second topic today. This topic deals with the rising challenges of antibiotic resistance. I call upon Dr. Mona Lisa Sahu, star microbiologist, to enlighten us about the alternative approaches. Dr. Mona Lisa.
Namaskar, Jai Jagannath. I got the opportunity to start the session. I'm very happy about it. Now, the theme of the today's CME is about future of healthcare. So the topic allotted to me is infection treatment beyond antibiotics. As all of us know, antibiotics are used right and left to treat the infections, but we are at the fag end of antibiotics, and maybe we will be out of all the antibiotics in the few coming years, exhausted with all of them. So we need newer modalities of treatment, and we shall be discussing about them. Few of you may be the Superman fans. In the reign of Doomsday, the villain had almost killed the Superman. And you can compare it like the doomsday to be the superbugs, the MDR, XDR, and the PDR bacteria, which is causing a lot of havoc. And the Superman is like the existing antibiotics, which is like struggling to survive. So why are we looking for newer alternatives? As all of us know, there has been a rising trend in the MDR and XDR pathogens, which causes a high risk of morbidity and mortality as well, and thus increases the healthcare costs. And also there has been a huge void in the discovery of antibiotics. In the last, since 1990, there has been no new class of antibiotics. As you can see, the antibiotics were, newer classes were there till the 1990, many of them, but since 1990, there has been a huge void. We need the newer modalities of treatment, and the newer modalities deal with the phage therapy, the nanotechnology, and a few more like the fecal microbiota transplant, probiotics, the symbiotics, antimicrobial peptides, bacteriocins, and the hyperbaric oxygen therapy. I shall be dealing more with the phage therapy and the nanotechnology. This is the story, real life story of Tom Patterson and his wife Stephanie. Stephanie was an infectious disease specialist, and they were on a vacation in Egypt when Tom Patterson developed a very life-threatening infection, and it was due to the resistant Acinetobacter, and she was struggling to save her husband, and then she used a combination of various phage therapy to save her husband from this life-threatening infection. You can search this story online, and this is a very a miraculous story which brought the phage therapy to the forefront. So what are the phages? The phages are the viruses which specifically affect the bacteria. They are very specific, and the word bacteriophage means the phagin, which means the Greek word to eat. So these are the viruses which eat the bacteria. They are highly specific, attacks only a single bacteria or a single strain of bacteria, and they are found in ubiquitous sources, like multiple sources, like the inland waters, hot springs, salt water, and even the soil. The phage life cycle is a lytic cycle and a lysogenic cycle. We are all aware of this since our MBBS days when we were taught this. In the lytic cycle, the bacteriophage or the virus does the host recognition, adsorbs on the surface, introduces its genetic material, and then multiplies. It may go into a lysogenic cycle where the genetic material gets incorporated and stays dormant or multiplies, or it may go into the lytic cycle where it synthesizes newer viral components and then does phage assembly, finally leading to the lysis of the cell and release of a large number of bacteriophages. So the main mechanism of therapy is by using this lytic bacteriophages or rich components to treat the pathogenic bacterial infections. The phages can be single phages targeting a single pathogen, a single strain of the bacteria, or then can be phage cocktails, where is the mixture of many phages to target more than one species of bacteria. The phage binds to the nuclear material receptor, injects its nuclear material, and then undergoes the lytic cycle, releasing a large number of phages. The various targets of the bacteriophages include the efflux pump on the surfaces, the porine channels, the flagella, the pili, or the sugar moiety. All of these targets can further lead to the adhesion of the bacteriophages and then leading to the life cycle. And each phage, when enters a bacteria, it can lead to a number of 100 to 10 to 100 particles of bacteriophages further. There can be several routes of administration of these bacteriophages. They can be nebulized therapy used for the tuberculosis, oral administration for infections like the typhoid, dysentery, cholera, or the bacterial diarrhea. They can be IV administered for the severe sepsis where there is a bacteremia, intrarectal inoculation for the prostatitis cases, and even topical for the severe wounds which are not healing, non-healing wounds. The bacteriophages have found their utility in a number of fields, including those with the veterinary science, in the agriculture, in the food industry, and also in the clinical trials in the animals as well as the human beings. There are several phage delivery systems which includes lyophilized powders, spray drying, and the encapsulated particles which may be the liposomes, transferosomes, even in the form of hydrogels, or they may be even immobilized to the fibers, as in the bandages or dressings where they can be used for the non-healing ulcers. The phage therapy has got a number of advantages over the conventional antibiotics, like it is highly specific and it does not affect the eukaryotic human cells as a contrast to the antibiotics which may harm the human host cells as well. And there is a huge increase in the resistance for the antibiotics, but this phenomenon is not so common with the bacteriophages. And they also overcome the bacterial phage, bacterial resistance, and also the availability is higher and the cost of preparation is lower. So they offer several advantages over the conventional antibiotic treatment. There have been several case reports which have been published over the last few years showing the importance of these phage therapy. Like there are case reports of the Israeli man who was cured of the XDR Acinetobacter, osteomyelitis, MDR Pseudomonas in cystic fibrosis, MRSA joint infections, and also necrotizing pancreatitis. These are isolated case reports which have been there, but there are also a few randomized controlled trials for these bacteriophages. There has been a publication from the BHU where the study period was about 1 year, 2018 to 2019, and it was a prospective exploratory study in which they used this bacteriophage therapy for the non-healing wounds for about 6 weeks, and they included 48 study subjects, and the cure rate was about that they mentioned was about 81.2%, and the wounds infected with Klebsiella pneumoniae showed relatively delayed healing. Post-therapy also, the hemoglobin level and the percentage of lymphocytes increased significantly. This is what they found in the study, which was published in 2022. The bacteriophage found their utility in several infections, including those of the musculoskeletal system, the UTIs, the skin and soft tissue infections, respiratory tract infections, ophthalmic infections, those with the bacteremia, GI infections, cardiovascular infections, as well as rhinosinusitis. There has been a large study, the review study which was published in Frontiers of Medicine in 2023. It was a review article from the same group of BHU in which they have highlighted the various uses of this and the ongoing clinical trials. There have been like 4 clinical trials that are ongoing in India, including those on the cystic fibrosis patients with the bacteriophage therapy, the Pseudomonas aeruginosa in the cystic fibrosis patients, also the chronic antibiotic resistant bacteria and the wound infections, and also UTI. So there are these are the phase 1 and phase 2 trials that are ongoing in India. There have been several companies also which are using these phages for the therapeutic purposes, and there are many in US, and you can see. And one of them is also there in the India, the Bangalore, the Ganjin Biotechnologies, from where if you require, you may procure the bacteriophages for therapeutic use. These are the list of commercial phages that have been available. As you can see, there is a wide array, and there are still many studies going on. But it is does not come without limitations. The various limitations include its high specificity, that is, it is very specific for a particular bacteria. So if it is a multi-bacterial infection with many bacteria affecting, so it may not be that effective. There may be the bacterial contaminants in the phage solutions, and these bacteriophages are also cleared by the human reticuloendothelial system. So these are certain drawbacks which need to be looked upon. Coming to the nanotechnology, the other topic that we shall be delving into today. So what is nanotechnology? The term nano means the dwarf, and the nanoscience is the study and manipulation of engineering these structures. The nanotechnology is the application of the nanoscience, and the nanomedicine is the application of these nanotechnology into medicine for the prevention of diseases. And nanometer, as you know, is about 10 to the power minus 9 of the meter. Means it's the 1 billionth of a meter. This is the nanoscale, for imagination, the size of a human being is about 1 meter, and the resolution of the eye is about 1 millimeter, and those of the size of the RBCs is 10 microns, and that of the nanoparticle is 10 to the power minus 9. And this nanotechnology is not a new thing. It has been there since about 2,000 years ago, where it was used by the Greeks and the Romans as sulfide nanocrystals for dyeing the hairs, and the nanotechnology has also been used since in 1,000 years ago by the gold nanoparticles, and also in the human, in the Indian medicine also it has been used since long. The National Nanotechnology Initiative was launched in 2000. So the nanotechnology has also been there since ancient India, like the iron pillar of Sarnath, which has not caught the rust, and it is the corrosion free due to over 1600 years due to the super hydrophobic surface of the pillar. And also the swords of South India, they have the carbon nanotubes within the steel, which makes them more flexible and hard. So these are they have been using these technologies since in the ancient India since ages. Even the ancient Indian medicine, the Ayurveda, has been using several in the form of several bhasmas, like the metal nanoparticles, the herbal and the mineral nanoparticles. As you can see, there are the several bhasmas they have been using for various infections like the tonsillitis, cancers, irritable bowel syndromes, diabetes, etc. So the mechanism of action is that there is a phenomenon known as the lotus effect. A lotus effect is one where the surface becomes super hydrophobic, that is the particles do not adhere to the surface, and there is a obtuse angle between the surface and the water molecule, which helps it not to adhere to the surface and thus form the delivery molecules. This is the mechanism of the action. These various antibiotics act on the cell wall, the efflux pumps, inactivation of the enzymes leads to the antibiotic resistance. And these nanoparticles act on all of these moieties, they help in the release of the heavy metals, cause the reactive oxygen species induced injuries, they cause the cell membrane disruptions, and also they prevent the biofilm formation as well as disrupt the electron transport chain. So they have a multi-pronged approach in having this action against the bacteria. Coming to the utility of these nanotechnology in the nanomedicine, they have been utilized in the nanodiagnostics, where several diagnostic modalities have used this technology. The nanopharmaceuticals, whereas it has been used in the drug delivery, drug discovery, as well as the new formulation of drugs, regenerative medicine, and also in the various subspecialties of medicine like nanodermatology, nanocardiology, and so on. There have been also implants where the surface is super hydrophobic and it does not help in the development of the biofilms. It can be used in the prosthetic joint infections. They can be helpful. Nanosurgery and nanorobotic treatments are also on the go. The most advancing countries have been investing a lot of money into the nanotechnology. As you can see, the US has been investing about $23,000 million, and India lags far behind with a few $221 million investing into it. And most of it is into the biopharmaceuticals, diagnostics, and drug discovery. The nanopharmaceuticals can be further divided into the nano-engineered drugs and the nanocarriers. The nano-engineered drugs include the nanosuspensions, emulsions, gels, nanospheres, and the nanobodies. And the nanocarriers include nanotubes, liposomes, dendrimers, and the nanoparticles. So these are the pictorial representation of the various nanopharmaceuticals. As you can see, the sizes in the range in the various nanometer sizes, and they help in carrying the drug molecules to the desired site of action. We have been using the nano emulsions and nano liposomal mechanisms as well. Even the antibodies of the nano antibodies are very small. They can be used in genetic engineered vaccines. So these are the various clinical applications of the nanoparticles in the various drugs against the RSV, influenza virus, HIV, hepatitis C, even dengue virus. There has also been the use of, as all of us know, during the COVID, there was a huge surge of the mucormycosis cases, and the liposomal amphotericin B was in major shortage. So there has come a newer formulation, the oral lipid nanocrystals of the amphotericin B, and this has been studied for the cryptococcal meningitis. Major article was published in the Infectious Disease Society of IDSA journal, and it showed that the effectiveness of these liposomal oral nanocrystal amphotericin B was almost equivalent, and our results were promising. So we got a better option, which is more convenient, the oral form of liposomal amphotericin B, which could be available with us. Even there are surface coating of the various surfaces with the antibiotics, like the gelatin nanospheres coating the surfaces, and the release of the antibiotics like the vancomycin and moxifloxacin, which can inhibit the Staph aureus colonization. This can be used in the various implants. Even the low molecular weight dextran nanocapsules prevent the adhesion of the Helicobacter pylori to the gastric cells, thus preventing the infection. There are also other antibacterial nanoparticles like the silver, zinc oxide, titanium, gold, aluminium, and the carbon nanotubes. The use of these nanoparticles in the implants that I was discussing, that decreases the adhesion of the various bacteria to the surfaces and prevents the biofilm formation, which is the major cause of the prosthetic joint infections these days. So the nanotechnology engineered implants could be very helpful in this. Even the nanoparticles have been used in vaccines, in a better, having a better efficacy and safety, and also in as the adjuvants in the vaccines. During the COVID-19 pandemic, even the nanotechnology found its use in the vaccine technology, giving us a broad spectrum antivirals, and also the face mask and PPE, it was helpful. It does not come without the shortfalls. The toxicity of the nanoparticles include the reactive oxygen species, include induced and inflammatory cytokine-induced injuries, genotoxicity, carcinogenicity, teratogenicity, and even a prothrombotic state. Due to the smaller size of these particles, they can get evenly distributed into several body compartments, including the liver, spleen, kidney, and cause toxicities there. The pulmonary toxicity can be caused leading to fibrosis and even lung cancers, neurotoxicity, and even cardiotoxicity. But coating these nanoparticles can decrease the toxicity. Coming to the other modalities of advanced medicine, the fecal microbiota transplant. This has been increasingly used. This is the technology in which the recipient's gut microbiota is normalized by the healthy bacteria from the other donor. And it has been used for infective as well as non-infective causes. The non-infective indications include recurrent and refractory Clostridium difficile infection. The non-infective indications include the IBD and the multiple sclerosis and Parkinson's. This is the procedure of the fecal microbiota transplant, like the donor screening, recipient preparation, fecal preparation, and administration. The synbiotics are also a form of the antibiotic sparing therapy, in which the probiotics as well as prebiotics are used, and the indications include antibiotic-induced diarrhea, acute infectious diarrhea, and H. pylori infection. There are the other things like the antimicrobial peptides, which are the endogenous peptides and produced by several sources, and they are also helpful. The bacteriocins are other modality. They have been shown to be effective in staphylococcal infections. And lastly, the hyperbaric oxygen therapy, which acts by modulation of the inflammation and immune functions and angiogenesis, and also has the antibacterial properties. These hyperbaric oxygen therapies have been used in the treatment of diabetic foot ulcers, necrotizing soft tissue infections, gas gangrene, and even mucormycosis.
One more minute to go.
Yeah. So this is the final slide. As we know, there are a number of newer modalities for the treatment, but the evidence regarding that is lacking. So we need more clinical trials and more investments in this field to generate more evidence so that we can go ahead. Thank you.
So, sorry for the small slip, Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa is infectious disease, star infectious disease specialist. I said microbiologist. So we'll go on to the next topic. Reverse aging is a very complex and multifaceted topic. Is it really possible? Well, Dr. Palanki Satya Dattatreya will tell us. He's the HOD Medical Oncology at Renova Hospitals at Secunderabad. He will help us to explore the various approaches to promote reverse or maybe rather healthy aging. You're here. Come.
A very good afternoon to everyone. A few days back, I had gone to attend one of my friend's birthday party, and then this man turns up, having done 2 extremely tough cardiac surgeries, and then he goes to watch a movie, and then finally comes on to attend the birthday party. Now, that man is Nagesh, and he refuses to age. If that's the case, the prime example of reverse aging is our immediate past president, Sunil Kumar Swami. TODACON 2025, I'm so grateful to be a part of this meeting here. And the theme of this conference is Future in Healthcare. I did some reading and some research. Despite going through many articles and publications, I have very limited, very minimal, negligible or nil knowledge of the future. I am happy to be corrected. My topic is reverse aging. And Purod Bhai first called me to talk about this topic. This was my reaction. And this man is now telling all of us to judge our common sense and also tries to nudge into our intelligence. Anyway, I'll divide my talk into 6 sections. In section 1, aging is gradual physical and biological changes in a living thing which leads to senescence or a downturn in biological functions. Reverse aging reverses this body's natural aging process. I think that can be a very simple definition of aging and reverse aging. But the definition becomes complicated. Like, for example, you had this Curious Birth of Benjamin Button. Now, this is a 2008 American romantic fantasy drama where the lead hero, Brad Pitt, is born in the 70 years and gradually he starts to reverse age. So, like Benjamin Button, but with less Brad Pitt and more butter, you're turning back the clock to nap the time, and it should be so effective that you should start craving for strained peas again. And what are strained peas? They are the first and the great first baby foods. There's a recipe where you actually boil the green peas, then you mash them, and then you strain them so that the nutrition for the child is so good, but at the same time digestive system is not affected. So you start craving for these strained peas. What's before reverse aging and after reverse aging? A grumpy old man who is ready for reverse aging now gets transformed to a slightly less grumpy, very young baby version. And this picture nails it from very old to very young in one simple step. And even simple definition is like trying to unscramble an egg with a tiny spoon. You have a scrambled egg, and now you want to, and you again want to make it a normal egg. There was this movie Sanam Bewafa, and you have this grape, and then you prick the grape, and then the whole juice comes out, and what then remains is the kismis. That movie was a flop, but this song was a super hit, and therefore the results of this song were astounding. But what current research is focusing is to unwrinkle these raisins back into grapes. And the results are pending. So this is how we would want to see ourselves in the mirror with regard to reverse aging. Tum na raho, main na rahun. That's what ultimately will happen where reverse aging happens. So with that, we come to section 2, where I spoke about research results still pending, but how does the funding come? Either involves a request for a hot tub time machine or a mysterious photo studio. Many of the films I'm referring to essentially are inspiration from my friend Nagesh, because I think I need to learn to watch movies depending on his crave for movies and pictures. So this hot tub time machine was a movie where a group of friends use a time traveling hot tub to go back to their past. So you might have to request for this hot tub time machine. Well, it's not about Hollywood movies alone. You had this movie in Telugu too, Oh Baby, where a 74 years old grand lady gets converted to a 24 years old bubbly young heroine after having a picture taken in a mysterious photo studio. So do watch these movies to understand how we might be able to reverse aging. But why do you want to reverse aging? Probably because we all know that with age come various diseases. Diabetes, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, cardiac diseases, etc. Even cancer is, in a way, a disease of aging. Or maybe you want to be socially active and therefore motion se na nikle emotion, which is what the movie Piku was about. Or you possibly don't want to be known as fart fatafat. So with that, why you would not want to age? And so let's look at some publications. In 2019, not very far, recent advances in anti-aging medicine from the Korean journal, where they talk about various categories like restrict your calories, use hormone replacements, look at the gut microbiome, which what Madam spoke about, and vitamin D. Now these have been widely used, but comes a caution. HRT, for instance, can, HRT, for instance, can increase the risk of thromboembolism or some types of cancer. Coming to this article in 2022, aging and aging related diseases. 10 hallmarks of aging. The most important one is instability at the genomic level, DNA instability. And then comes this article again in 2022 about human age reversal. And where they talk about epigenetic changes beside the genome, beside the DNA, hypomethylation or hypermethylation. And so new technologies and new methods of modern biology and new drug discoveries might be able to target these epigenetic changes also. So you go beyond the genome. And that will promote healthy aging. It's not just aging alone or reverse aging, but also having a healthy longevity. 2023 publication, Current Trends in Anti-Aging Strategies, talk about how external stress and also internal inducers can lead to aberrant signaling and reprogramming of the whole system in vivo, in the milieu, and that leads to various phenotypes which secrete cytokines, interleukins, interferons, and they ultimately cause cellular senescence, and this becomes a vicious cycle. And so you could possibly go for youthful rejuvenation. You can use some things which can cause senolysis. Senescence is lysed, or you can go for reprogramming. And they therefore try to see how we can evaluate these anti-aging strategies. Say, for instance, at the genetic level, look at the length of the telomere, look at the methylation at the epigenetic level. At the cellular level, look at the P16 or the P53 molecules. At the tissue level, look at how much fibers or matrix are having the fibrous deposition. Now, if that's the case, that's actually looking at the cell or inside the cell, but a very obvious way is to look at the skin, which is something which externally can be analyzed by us and see if aging of the skin is getting reversed, and that's translating to a internal aging also getting reversed. And that's how skin can be a very good clinical biomarker of is reverse aging happening or not. And they talk about general precautions, renewal and regeneration of the skin cells in this article. Coming to 2024, if that was skin, let's go to neurosciences, looking at the neurons and the nervous system. Various hallmarks of aging, all the 10 can be countered by various anti-aging strategies, starting from stem cell therapy all the way down to just restriction of calories. Now, these strategies can never be mutually exclusive. You can't have only one solution to reverse aging. And that's why it should be a conglomerate of various strategies so that reverse aging can happen successfully. And so various human trials explored anti-aging medicines, which is what this Cell Metabolism article in 2024 tried to look at, and showed that drugs like metformin, drugs like NAD inducers, the current rage are the GLP-1 agonists, mTOR inhibitors like rapamycin, etc. Probiotics, prebiotics, and anti-inflammatories become the main armamentarium to reverse aging. So the current regulation is look at clinical trials and look at those diseases like diabetes, hypertension, cardiac problems, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and then see if FDA gives an approval, then start using those drugs in off-label conditions. Like say for instance, you had the drug Munjaro coming up for diabetes, and then afterwards it also goes on to be used off-label to control weight. Now the future would be look at the aging biomarkers, not the diseases, get the approval and then start using the drug against various age-related diseases. So look at not the disease but the biomarker and then treat the problem. Lastly, this 2024 article looks at various sources causing DNA damage. Telomere shortening is something which we need to look at. then mitochondrial dysfunction, and lastly looking at the NAD metabolism. So all these are talking about proteomics, genomics, metabolomics, and how to alter them to reverse aging, and these are the main synthetic and natural anti-aging compounds. A whole list there, from metformin at the top all the way to estrogen at the down, with in between rapamycin, spermidine, NAD enhancers. So last section, in section 5, what's the fashion forward? If you're aging reversely, what's the fashion forward? You have to go back to basics, which means you might end up in such reverse aging that you actually start wearing diapers or onesies. What's the mental wellness strategy you could see? You find peace and therefore buy these rhythmic rocking chairs that might help you to reverse aging. Replace worries and try to enjoy games like peekaboo, because you want to replace worries with playful surprises. Fitness regimen, the one answer would be learn crawling. Great for core strength, and you would actually rediscover the floor. So that's the best exercise if you want to reverse aging. Fitness regimen. What's the diet tip for reverse aging? Eat future foods. Eat only those foods that have not yet been invented, and you can reverse aging. So last section is about these publication I spoke to. In 2022, the topic was human age reversal, and then they said fact or fiction, heavily leaning towards fiction. It's still fictional. The remark was, although exciting, these results should be interpreted conservatively, and no intervention has been found to stall aging in any organism. Now, this publication in 2022, what was the conclusion? Many challenges, many questions, and also innumerable social, economic, and public health implications. 2023 article, the emerging pattern of all the previous strategies actually have shown a pattern throughout. Initial excitement, lot of popularity, and finally loss of interest because of underwhelming real life results. And so let's not hurry up. This 2024 article in Cell Metabolism talks about no drug can be at this point of time recommended for human use before it is confirmed in convincing clinical trial, which means that no trial till now has been convincing. And finally, physiological aging is different from pathological aging. There are so many unknown challenges. You don't want to delve into those areas and ultimately burn our fingers. So no convincing data, lot of major roadblocks, and this is what that publication lists. The roadblocks could be aging is complex, aging is heterogeneous, knowledge is insufficient, there are ethical considerations, and there's a stigmatic perception. So be careful when you blindly follow the masses. I said so many publications of leading authors, sometimes the M is silent. If you try to target the gene, ultimately the gene goes away and you merge with the Om. So let's not do that, and ultimately doing that would be the काम of a Chandal. अकाल मृत्यु वो मरे जो काम करे चंडाल का, काल उसका क्या करे जो भक्त महाकाल का. जय जगन्नाथ, जय लिंगराज, जय जगन्नाथ.
Great talk, Palanki, and I know there will be a lot of questions on this, but we'll keep it at the end. We'll move on to the next topic. Doctors' burnout is a growing concern in the medical field. It leads to emotional exhaustion, mental health issues, and reduced performance. I invite Dr. Alok Patnaik, Chief of Medical Services and Psychiatrist at BHEL, to tell us about the reasons and remedies for it. Sir, please.
At the very outset, so my deepest apologies to all of you, as because I was stuck in traffic and came quite late. Though being the first speaker, now I'm being the last speaker. So respected chairpersons, esteemed colleagues, and today my topic, the burnt out stress syndrome, I will make it very simple. I know that there are no psychiatrists here, so I don't want to take your valuable time in this, like citing examples. And my previous speaker was speaking about crawling, etc. These are beautiful ways of removing the stress. Dr. Palanki, probably, I believe, he was the previous speaker. Now coming to stress. So coming to stress, I think in my last speech also I had spoken that as long as you love what you are doing, you are not under stress. Once you start hating what you do or the place where you stay, then obviously you will know that you are under stress. This was spoken to me by Dr. Shobhana Narayan, the famous dancers. Now coming to the topic properly, this is doctor's burnt out reasons and remedies. This is blank slide I have kept, because Dr. Purohit sir has told you have to make it more humorous. So that's why this is blank. Just before the burnt out syndrome, we suddenly become blank. Supposing we are going to attend a exam, or so let us say exam we cannot say, we will go for an operation, or let us say some important intervention. At that time mind will become blank. What shall I do with it? When I open up the tummy and I find that so nothing is visible, I have diagnosed appendicitis, but appendix is absolutely normal. So at that time we become panic. The burnt out stress syndrome, it is known as BOS. Then the other thing is also there, that is rust out stress syndrome, ROSS. That is even more dangerous than BOS. Rust out stress syndrome means the management will not give you any importance. You will be just sidetracked, sidelined, and you will be doing nothing. So that is more stressful than burnt out. Burnt out means you will be tired, you will be given over responsibility, all the operations, but still no importance. This, why the burnt out stress syndrome is very common in medical practice. It's not in medical practice. I will just give an example. You must have seen in the newspaper, there is a very high profile BHL executive. He was in Chennai. Trichy unit, Trichinapalli unit. He was a very fast track movement. You know, he joined as an executive E1, then he became E9. E9 means, so general manager at a very young age. You can say 48 years. And a few months back, 2 months back, he just shot the pistol and shot him out. This people started analyzing, there was brainstorming sessions. So many people asked me so many things. So I was called by the director HR to say that why this thing has happened. I told that the person was in fast track and there was no element of failure in his life. When he was given this particular position, that is general manager in a very reputed plant having multiple functions. So he could not cope up. He didn't have any liabilities, no financial obstacles, nothing, etc. But still he just shot him dead, point blank. Then another executive, same general manager, so he was there in Bangalore in his house, and at that time also he shot dead. He committed the act. So high profile, we may think that we have got academics, we have got Gadi, we have got Bangla, we have got motor, everything. But still we become lonely. Solitude is the biggest thing. So that's why First, we should know that what is burnt out. Burnt out syndrome, where the organizations like corporate hospitals, they want more from you, but you are not able to deliver. I think many of my colleagues at corporate hospitals, they say that the management will say that this much I want from you. I'm paying you, so this much. I must get in return so much of amount. So they are under stress. Okay, I won't quote any doctor's name because maybe some of the doctors will be there. One marketing executive came to me. He told me that, sir, last month, my projection was very good. In this month, my projection is lower the target. Then I asked him, so what should I do? Sir, kindly send more cases to me. How can I send? Because the indenter is different, the referral person is different. I cannot enforce my people to send to your hospital only. It has to be equally divided. So coming to my point, understand what the burnout is, recognize the signs early, that you should not delay. Oh, chalta hai, tomorrow I can solve it. It is not that way. Tomorrow it will become more. Then learn the prevention and coping strategies that everybody knows but nobody practices. Then build a supportive workplace culture. Supportive workplace culture is very difficult, but thanks to TODA, because TODA is giving an opportunity and a platform where you can interact with the families and you can interact with the people and share your ideas and feelings. Now the ICD-11 means International Classification of Diseases, 11th means that is says a syndrome, which I have already told, resulting from chronic workplace stress, which has not been successfully managed, which I told by giving an example of medical representative. 3 components are there. One is emotional, second is depersonalization, and the reduced personal accomplishment. That we will talk in details later on. Now, over 50% of the doctors, they experience this burnout. This is because commonly due to the long hours of working. Then when we are operating, there is a thing of life and death. We are not operating also, we are treating in ICU, there is life and death. In the psychiatry also, there is a risk of suicide. So, I mean, every specialty have got some stress. Even if you are a radiologist, you are giving the dye, something happens. All these things will be there, life and death responsibility. We sign, we give consent, everything we are taken. But still there is an element that there may be risk of death. In our hospital, while doing a TMT, which is a very benign procedure, and that too, he expired. And there was a big galata in our hospital that people are manhandled, everything is going on. Like public sector hospitals, you know, many of you must be in touch with it. So there are a lot of responsibility will be there. Then the biggest thing is that when we break the news of death, you will see that all sisters, all paramedical staffs are you declare. Nobody will come forth. Either we have to send our senior resident, we have to send our junior resident, but the quantum of responsibility lies with us. Whatever may be the case, we have to say, we have to face finally that what has happened exactly. And we have to convince the attenders. I just quote one example. 4 days back, a person of 37 years old, he was brought to our ICU with a complaint, simple complaints of loose motions. Then his BP was somewhere around 80/86 or something like that. He was referred to near. Then he was ready by 1 o'clock. Sir, please discharge me, I will go home. The physician there, he told that, you stay till evening we will discharge. He has just gone to the female ward. By that time, he was just taking one patient. At that time, there was a call from the ICU that he is looking a little out of the way. Please come. By the time he came, it was in 60 mm systolic BP. Then the case was referred to Citizen. Citizen, they could not diagnose. When they took the serum creatinine, it was 6.2. There was no history, nothing is there. Then they put on continuous dialysis, and yesterday evening he passed away. No reasons cited, only they have said that hypovolemic shock, which could be or which could not be. Then second thing, because of our irregular schedules, we have got sleep problems. Our life is 24 hours, means 8 plus 8 plus 8. 8 working hours, 8 sleeping hours, then 8 for the family, friends, social functions, etc. But we don't maintain that, 8 plus 8 plus 8. Bureaucratic burden, I have told, which I am facing daily, day in and day and night. Then signs and symptoms are, time is up. Chronic fatigue, sleeplessness, we have talked about it, frequent illness, emotional, that apathy. They think that doctors are apathetic. They will just, because in my interaction with a patient, he told, what will you say? That patient is serious, he has expired, you have taken this seriously ill form, then what will you say? It hardly matters to you. Like that, the people question us. So emotional factor is very important, and they say that we are not empathetic. We are apathetic. They don't say even sympathy was, they say that apathetic. Then behavior that from the patient and colleagues reduce, we can diagnose with all these things our colleagues, these symptoms, I mean, burnt out stress syndrome. This will result on the doctor that poor health, substance abuse, then suicidal ideation, I have spoken already. On the patient, increased medical errors, poor patient satisfaction. Patient satisfaction will go down. Then on the organization, higher turnover, lower moral and productivity will be less. It will automatically be reflected upon us. Then causes and triggers, excessive workload, poor staffing, and inadequate support. One of my colleagues who was working in a corporate hospital, being the head of the department, he was supposed to write the case sheet till discharge. And he asked his management that why am I supposed to do all these things? I am I'm the head of the department, I am not supposed to do. I will do stent, I will do everything. Again, I have to write case sheet from A to Z, everything. No, sorry, we will give you support. And that support never came. Finally, he left it. And he did a very good thing. He now is well established. I won't name him. The second thing is the culture and the stigma around mental health. In my hospital, I removed that stigma, that not putting that psychiatrist consultation. I told that all are welcome. I put just my name and says that everybody is welcome. That I didn't write. Everybody is welcome means all will come. So personal, perfectionism, poor work-life balance, poor that 888 I told. The time management and delegation. Time management we do, but delegation, doctors are very poor in delegation. That myself, I am also like that because we are superhumans. We want to do that, we can do everything. It is not fact. It's actually a confusion that whom to delegate, how to delegate, who to delegate. These three things are definitely big questions. And mindfulness, meditations, these are the prevention part. Physical exercise, sleep hygiene. Sleep hygiene means nothing like that. Take a warm bath and take deep meditation in breathe out. Then the most important thing that we are not supposed to see all the cases. We can refuse unless it is an emergency. You say that you don't want to see, say no. There is nobody who is going to ask you anything. But we hardly say no. Then seeking the mentorship, mentor-mentee relationship, I think most of the corporate hospitals they are having. In BH also we are having. Then peer support group, that in the beginning I have told that we have got a TODA, which is very good thing, where we have got family get together, everything. Reflective practice, journaling, balanced groups. Balanced groups means 3-4 physicians or surgeons, they will sit together about the patient and they will discuss. Balanced syndrome is also there. I think neurologists and neurosurgeons will be knowing about it. Mental health professionals, then building resilience, then gratitude practices, cognitive behavioral therapy. Cognition means thinking. So thinking we should improve. If you think positive about yourself, it will be reflected in your body, mind, and spirit. Similarly, so cognitive behavioral tools are there where you should be always hopeful, helpful, and worthful. The thing. Hopeful is the most important thing. What institution can do? Ensure manageable workloads, adequate staffing, which probably almost all people do. Protected time of rest, learning and recovery, encourage psychological safety, open conversation, provide onset counseling, which is not done probably so far. Destigmatize mental health. Spot early signs in yourself and others, support rather than judge, normalize help-seeking behavior, advocate for better working conditions, maybe to a group. What do you think that contributes most to the vulnerable? This is self-questions. And how do you currently cope with the stress? Encourage story sharing, journaling, all these things will help. Burnout is real and preventable, and early detection is vital. You are not alone. Support is everywhere there. हर द्वार पर एक दाता खड़ा रहता है. कमी है उन हाथों में जो हाथ फैला के कुछ मांग सके. आप अगर हाथ फैला के कुछ मांग सके तो definitely all the people will come forth and help you. Next, thank you all. We want such type of doctors. Thanks a lot. I beg apology for being late because of the traffic jam. Thank you one and all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you to all the three speakers who have delivered excellent talks today. I request the moderators to take over, give some insights, and then I think we can take audience questions as well.
Yeah. Good afternoon all. At the outset, I thank all the speakers, Dr. Alok, Dr. Mona Lisa, and Dr. Dattatreya for an excellent talk on the respective topics. Actually, these are all very futuristic and very topics which are of prime importance, especially like burnt out. All of us are seeing, all of us are exhausted at the end of the day, and we know that, but we are helpless. Now, before our comments, I think if there are any questions from the house, anybody wants to ask anything to the speakers, welcome.
Well, this is something not an exam or something. Please, this is a Sunday interactive session. All our family. Only this we are making it official by putting these tags. So anybody wants to give some suggestions or discussion? Yeah, Dr. has come.
Good afternoon. Wonderful presentations. My question was to Dr. Palanki. It's about reversing aging. We have this example of Brian Johnson. He is the celebrity who has dedicated his millions, his $400 million to reversing his aging. He says he's got 10 kilos, 10 years he has taken off his actual physical age, chronological age. And he attributes it to a regimen. Most of this regimen is not proven, but whatever is cutting edge, he tries. He tries light therapy, he tries eating only at particular times, he avoids any sort of processed foods, he gets enough sleep, stress, and he tries plasma. He's also tried rapamycin, which he said did not work. He actually added 5 years to him, that's according to him. But he was taking a lot of rapamycin. So so we have something about inflammation, we have things such regimens, and this is actually out on the web. He sort of publishes his regimen for anyone to follow. What is your take on people like that? There are some people like him, Brian Johnson and his regimen.
Yes. So basically, so these are anecdotes, and that's why I don't think we should follow it and apply it to the entire population at large. But then, of course, by and large, we all understand that these are lifestyle diseases. And so if you modify the lifestyle, now as you rightly said, rapamycin is an mTOR inhibitor. So target of rapamycin in the mammals, and that essentially looks at the cell metabolism. The metabolism actually is downstream in that. And so if you're able to target that, then the metabolism doesn't go in the wrong direction. Dysregulation doesn't happen. But as was told by him also, it didn't really help him. What helped him possibly was the lifestyle modifications he did. And I think that's something which, as I told you, the prime examples are Nagesh and Sunil Bhai.
Just one more this thing I want to add. There is some sort of evidence of what you call cohorts. There are certain cohorts throughout the world where people live for more than 100 years. There are a lot of centurions if you look at the density. And some of these are in southern Japan, Okinawa, some in Greek island, Itkara, and also in Singapore. These are places where there are certain lifestyle. For instance, in Japan, they eat mostly it's plant-based. They don't have tables and chairs, so they sit on the ground. So they get up frequently each time engaging the core. And in these islands, they have to climb a lot of mountains. And all of them avoid hyper-processed food. Mainly it is this plant-based diet, which is fresh. So is there a lesson for all of us here?
Going back to basics, and some people talk about what is called as a paleo diet, which means a diet which was followed by the Paleolithic in that era, which is like more than 10,000 years. So at that time, farming was not there, and therefore you use only those foods which are gathered by us or hunted by us. So I think that possibly is what Arvind is referring to. We should go back to basics, because the DNA has not evolved so fast to get adapted to the diet habits which have actually emerged very fast.
This discussion will never end. Yeah, Dr. Namuda.
Yeah, very good talks. My question is Dr. Alok sir. Actually, we are dealing with the students, the younger generation now. So with the postgraduates, they are really complaining of burnt out. They don't complain, but that's a usual say that I am stressed, but they won't go for help. And so how to deal with them? That is the question. Like we being dealing with, say, per batch 21 students, 63 students with us. So how to deal with them? Like how to talk, or is there a particular person will go and talk, or how to deal with them? With the students, yes.
So thank you, madam. It's a nice question. So basically, 63 students being dealt by a single you. Many people are there. So then you can start this mentor-mentee program. Mentor-mentee program in details we have in BHL. So if you start that, definitely it will benefit. And make a core group that one of the teaching staff will be associated with that. And senior resident will be directly in touch with the PGs. Because PG students, they have non-stop working period, especially certain areas. They work for about 36 to 48 hours continuous at a stretch. So 36 to 48 hours is too much. Recently, I have been member of one of the NMC committee. So in the NMC committee also, that B.N. Gangadhar, I think Manas Bhai must be knowing very well. So he was a psychiatrist and he was head of demands also. So he has taken this particular point very seriously and instructed all the institutes, all the PG institute, that there should be a break after 6 days. He has instructed us, soon it will come to the medical colleges. And he has instructed that should be apart from the break, there should be a social gathering. So let's say, midweek or the end of the week, Wednesday or Saturday. So depending on the availability. So these will reduce the stress they undergo. I know it's a serious problem now. It's a serious threat. Many of the PG students, they're committing suicide. I should not say, like PGA, you name names anywhere. Is very frequently it is being done, and B.N. Gangadhar is very particular about this, and he has taken this to his task force, and he has made a task force also regarding this, and soon you will get the solution. But temporarily you make a mentor-mentee relationship. You can free to call me anytime so that I can tell you the guidelines, how the mentor-mentee can be established. It will help really a great. Thank you, madam.
who, if you ask a fish to climb a tree, it's not going to succeed. So instead of addressing the problem at the core level, we try to address the problem at a point it can't really be addressed. So when you are working as a postgraduate, you have to take some pressure. You have to understand the science and you have to work. You can't say, I will not work. That doesn't work. That's not fair either for the place you are working for. So instead of, that's a very difficult thing to answer. Where do you draw the line? It's sometimes unfair. My registrars work less than me.
Yeah.
That's the point. I mean, they come later, they go earlier. So where do you draw the line? Yeah, please.
Some of my department colleagues are there, hospital colleagues are there. They know that I lead a very small, very, very aggressive, and very, very high-performing, high-achieving team. They are always under pressure, but they never know it. One thing you made a point is very, very vital. Every day, mid of the day, we take a break. Now that break is not a real break. It's a tumor board, which Subodh Bhai comes and Arvind comes. We diffuse the pressure of the day in the middle of the day when it's really peaking, and then pick it up again. So you have a time by which you meet other people who are not related to you, you let off steam. Now, so that your 8 to 10 hours of stress is not there. During that period, although you're discussing patients, but you were chatting with each other, you share sweets, you pull legs and all that. So it's not 8 hours of stretch or 10 hours of stretch. Second thing is that, this is very vital and I'm not joking, we regularly have parties, wild, solid daru parties. Boys, girls, students, nurses, staff, every opportunity we pull out wherever. Even just if you leave the sweeping stuff behind, apart from everybody, even the stage 3 stuff, grade 3 stuff, whatever, go have solid, lay your hair down, solid parties. Now that is very, very vital because not only you stress out, you build relationship with your top and the bottom. Now, it is simple as that. You build fire, you put water on it. Otherwise, fire will burn.
Thank you all. I think time is running.
We have to.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
we'll conclude the session 1. You want to speak? Yeah, sure.
So coming to Dr. Panda, I think, Rakesh Panda, na? So many
Panda.
people.
Dr. Arvind Panda.
Arvind Panda. Sorry, I'm sorry. So the first thing is that people are forcefully thrust into the medical field. That is a wrong thing. So they join medical, do they very well in the first MBBS. Second MBBS onwards, they deteriorate like anything. I think, so Purohit sir must be knowing there is a staff nurse in our hospital whose son was pushed into the Pondicherry. So now he could not complete and he has to leave the course in between. He has joined in Pondicherry in 2014. Now it is since 11 years over, so he has to leave. So some people are forced upon. Second thing, which you are asking, that stress is required or not. That's why there is a word called eustress. Many a times in the BHL I was asked, why we are supposed to swipe our cards. We have to swipe the cards, Swipe our cards before 8:10. Why not 8:10? Let them give us flexi timing. Then I told, then you will be coming at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. So what are the patients waiting? That's why that 8:10 period is there. So 10 minutes, if you delay, then you will be marked absent. And it will be regulated, but so many people will know about it. So that is called eustress. So certain amount of stress should be given to the PG students. You are absolutely right. If a registrar is living before you, this will not allow. Thank you.
So, on a lighter note, one of our actors, Amir Khan, told in PK movies, not PK, 3 Idiots, all is well. So all of you repeat on a lighter note. Everybody, I see everybody is so serious here, looking seriously at Alok sir, and yes, something is stressful. So just on lighter note, all of you please repeat, all is well. Yes, thank you.
Any further questions, you can ask Dr. Alok over tea, I think. We'll move on to the next session. Before that, I want to thank all the speakers, the moderators, and the chairpersons for session 1. I request everyone, the speakers, the moderators, and also the chairpersons, to please come out of the auditorium for the mementos. The The mementos are there at the I Love TODACON counter. Yes, please.
So this is done to just accommodate the time so that we have more time to speak. So now I request our we start the second round nahi, basically second session. That is mostly delves into artificial intelligence and healthcare. And I request the moderators, Dr. Manas Panigrahi, Dr. Nihar Pradhan, and Dr. B. Dikshit to take their respective seats, and the chairperson, Dr. Deepak Saha, Dr. Priyadashini Roy, Dr. Sangeeta Das, and Dr. Shubharat. Please take your respective seats. So this session actually delves into transformative role of artificial intelligence in medicine, and how it is reshaping our diagnostics and decision making and patient care. So,
hello. Achha. Good evening. The first speaker is Mr. Rakesh Mishra. Is there? Wait.
Sir, just small correction. I request Dr. Surishri Rao and Dr. N. Patnaik, Dr. M.V. Ramna Rao as chairpersons for this session.
So before you go into artificial intelligence, means stress, all of us all the time talk of stress, and then actually none of us are stressed, but we just impose on us that we have stress. That's why all the ammas and babas flourish, because they come and tell that you are stressed out, you have to be de-stressed. Like Kaushik was telling, they go to party because you are instilling fear that you are stressed out, that you have to go to party. Don't have to. So first come with a concept that you are not stressed out. You don't have to go to a party to de-stress. And another big stress for all doctors is AI. And everybody thinks that radiologists think that they don't, pathologists, Satish, they think that their job, they'll be out of job because pathologists, everything will be reported with AI. Radiology can be reported with AI. Surgeons are also getting threatened with robo. And means radiation oncologists, because all planning also is AI driven. So what happens to us? That's why we have this topic of AI in healthcare. And first, Mr. Rakesh Mishra will speak on AI in healthcare, followed by we'll have a debate of artificial intelligence versus natural intelligence by Dr. Kaushik and Dr. Subodh. Dr. Mr. Rakesh. Just can you introduce Dr. Mr. Rakesh? Yeah, just.
So Dr. Rakesh is with 27 years experience in the. Yeah, Mr. Rakesh, but 27 years experience in the finance and also in AI training in the ISB. So it is more experience than any doctor we are having. So thanks a lot. And yesterday my chartered accountant came for his daughter's some varicose vein. So I told his daughter, who is also a chartered accountant, I used to have a more fear during this IT return time. What you have spent this, I have to remember when I have spent. So thanks a lot. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here. And thank you, TODACON and Dr. Purohit for inviting me. Already he has introduced me. I will not take more time in introducing myself. So I can't afford to say that I'm feeling insecure because I'm in the company of all doctors. So it's a really great topic, to interact with you on this topic. So before I start, now yesterday India and Pakistan declared ceasefire. So it's very important, or to break the monotony. Let's watch one war movie or a trailer of a war movie. I'll explain about that in later stage. So the movie name is Imitation Game.
Monkey every day, cause it parties like a legend, calling me.
This war, we're not winning it. If you speak a word of what I'm about to show you, you will be executed for high treason.
It's beautiful. It's the greatest encryption device in history, and the Germans use it for all communications. Everyone thinks Enigma is unbreakable. Let me try, and we'll know for sure.
Mr. Turing, do you know how many died because of it?
I don't.
3, while we've been having this conversation.
Gentlemen, meet Mr. Turing. We to work together then. I'm afraid these men would only slow me down.
Popular at school, were you?
We're short on staff. We get more staff then. You have 6 minutes to complete the task.
Isn't it even possible?
No, it takes me 8. 5 minutes and 34 seconds.
You said to do it in under 6. What is it that we're really doing?
We're going to break an unbreakable Nazi code and win the war.
You know, to pull off this irascible genius routine, one actually has to be a genius.
I'm designing a machine that will allow us to break every message, every day, instantly.
You're going to need all the help you can get, and they are not going to help you if they do not like you.
Have you decrypted a single German message?
You will never understand the importance of what I am creating here.
Our patience has expired.
No!
If you fire Alan, well then you'll have to fire me.
Me too.
And me.
You better bloody work.
Alan, you do not have to do this alone.
What are you doing? What's going on?
The Navy thinks that one of us is a Soviet spy.
You've got more secrets than the best of them.
What if I don't?
Okay, I'll talk about this movie. Why this movie? Okay, this is a very familiar topic, Can computer think? I think the answer is quite predictable. Most of us today would say that yes, computer can think. But who came up with this idea? Do you know? I have given on hints. So any guess? Anyone? Yeah. Yes, absolutely right. Yeah. So Alan Turing actually was not a computer scientist. He was a mathematician. In fact, he was a war hero of World War II. He was instrumental for the Allied forces to win war against Germany. So in those days, there was a German machine which used to encode all the messages for the soldiers, German soldiers, and it was very difficult for the Allied forces to decode that. So Alan Turing, in fact, he has been successful in decoding or de-encrypting those messages, and in turn that won the war for Allied forces. So look at his prediction in way back in 1950. So in 1950, he has visualized that one day machine can think like humans. So this is quite astounding, someone in 1950 predicting that computer can think or machine can think like human. So I believe that at the end of the century, the use of words and general educated opinion will have altered so much that one will be able to speak of machines thinking without expecting to be contradicted. This is what he has visualized in those days. So there is a famous Turing test. I have mentioned about it. In those days, this test actually, in one side there is a human judge, and the other side there is a computer and a human. So the Turing test, in fact, if the computer can fool the machine or the human or the judge in believing that it's a human being, then Turing that's about Turing test, and Turing test is successful. But what I understood today, Google has built something which can bypass Turing test, which is really scary. Some people, some scientists who have walked out of Google, they talked about that. So in that case, the machine can think like human, it can act like human, it can have emotion like human. This is quite scary. So this is again, Alan Turing, he has predicted 50 years back. I believe that in about 50 years it will be possible to program computers with the storage capacity of about 109. I don't know what is 109. So that time storage capacity might be very less. But nevertheless, if the machine is successful in 70% cases, then this Turing test is successful. So what is artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence is basically the set of algorithms which can perform tasks which needs human intelligence. We all know about what are algorithms, basically that runs the computer. So it's a set of programs which run the computers. But in this case, what is happening, it is the algorithms can behave like human intelligence and perform the task. That's the differentiator here. The differentiator of artificial intelligence against all other technologies, it has got the cognitive ability. That's why it is different from other technologies. They say that it is a general purpose technology, or GPT. It's not that I'm talking about chat GPT, it's the GPT. GPT basically is a general purpose technology like internet or electricity. It can be used across all the industries. That's why it's becoming so popular. It's going to be all pervasive in coming days, or it's already been deployed in most of the cases in many industries. That's why we are going for artificial intelligence in all our applications or doing our activities. So in early days, early days of artificial intelligence, it was developed around game playing. There are cases where there is IBM Deep Blue, which has defeated Garry Kasparov. He's the I think many of you know that he's the grand chess master. So in 1997, Deep Blue has defeated Garry Kasparov. So that machine actually was one of the early form of artificial intelligence. It was based on 200 million moves. That is basically, I mean, although they call it artificial intelligence, it's actually based on if-then rule. So that if-then rule is on the basis of 200 million moves. So that was a remarkable achievement of Deep Blue against Garry Kasparov. In 2016, Google DeepMind has defeated the Chinese champion in another game, which is a better form of chess called AlphaGo. So in that case, DeepMind is something different from DeepMind. DeepMind is different from Deep Blue in the sense that on 37th move, that I mean nobody could expect that it has come out with a one move which never no one could believe that it can come out with such a move. So the machine could think about it. It demonstrated that machine can think on its own based on the experience or based on the patterns it learned from previous cases. So in early days, there used to be Elijah, which was not very successful. I would say, it was very irritating also. In these days also, we see a lot of chatbots which are not very effective, like we have in some cases in banks or in airlines. It doesn't solve our problems. So those are early days development, but gradually it is developing and going to contribute to solve our problems. So why I'm talking about this? Because I want to give some history about how the AI has developed over a period of time. So coming to artificial intelligence versus machine language versus deep learning, machine learning versus deep learning. Machine learning is basically a subset of artificial intelligence, and similarly deep learning is a subset of machine learning. In machine learning, the system, I mean, it's based on its experience. Like human being, based on our experience, we decide something. Similarly, machine learning is based on previous trained data. And that's how it helps, or it's augment our capacity to do certain tasks. So that's about machine learning. In deep learning, it is again a subset of machine learning. Deep learning is basically, in deep learning, it mimics the human mind. So like our human brain, it's a combination of neurons, artificial neurons, neural network. So it's advanced form of machine learning. So as I have mentioned, machine learning is the science of getting computers to act without being explicitly programmed. So in this case, generally what we do in technology or in our computer science, we program the machine to do certain tasks. Here you need not program the computer to do certain tasks. It need not be explicitly programmed. It is doing the task based on its experience. So huge amount of trained data is used to train the machine. So that's how machine learning is able to do various tasks, which is, which needs human intelligence. So examples are like self-driving cars, speech recognition, web search. These days we are seeing co-pilots and all those stuff. So this is a form of machine learning. So machine learning basically detects patterns. It learns from large amount of data, just like human beings. Human beings also learn from experience. So similarly, machine learning is also learning from data. So why data? See, the evolution of artificial intelligence is so fast because of three reasons. One is the data, the volume of data we are generating. Second thing is the speed of data. Third is storage of data. These days, storage of data, speed of data, and the amount of data, it is coming together, and that's how it is possible to, to develop artificial intelligence. So as I have mentioned, artificial intelligence can be classified into machine learning and deep learning. So in machine learning, again, it can be classified into supervised learning, unsupervised learning, reinforcement learning. Then deep learning is classified into CNN and RNN. We'll talk about it in more. So one example of supervised learning or structured data, it's based on structured data. Generally in hospitals, these are used, to predict certain things like, based on structured data. So in this case, these are all structured data, like, there are patients. I think I started late. Okay. So supervised learning actually is useful in hospital data. So deep learning I have already talked about. It uses neural network with several layers of nodes between input and output. This is a pictorial representation of neural network. So there are multiple layers of nodes, interconnected simple processing nodes to figure out patterns in the data. So examples of deep learning is picture, sound, speech recognition. So these are the examples. These are high-end artificial intelligence. In our day-to-day life, we are using a lot of artificial intelligence pertaining to machine learning and deep learning. Maybe we are ignorant about that. At least in dozen of cases, we are using artificial intelligence in our day-to-day lives. So there is a difference between artificial intelligence and robotic process automation. So it's like I've talked about expert system, which was used in case of Deep Blue, which defeated Gary Kasparov. So RPA is basically expert system, which runs on if-then rule. But whereas artificial learning, artificial intelligence is based on the patterns, data, deep learning, machine learning, and all. So these are few frequently used AI terminologies like generative AI, GPTs, NLPs, large language models. So generative AI basically that focuses new content. It generates new content, pictures, text, videos, music, and all those stuff. Every day, like Copilot, like Gemini, and all those are examples of generative AI. So next one is natural language processing. It's a branch of AI that focuses on the interaction between computers and humans through natural language. So it processes, our regular language. So I mean, it's all pervasive, or it's a high-end technology. And LLMs, these are basically used to develop GPTs, like chat GPTs and all. So it uses huge amount of data to perform the task, like GPT-4, GPT-3 and all. I heard that GPT-3 uses 170 billion patterns. So you can understand or imagine the humongous amount of data it uses for developing these programs. Similarly, we have Gemini, Llama. Llama is again by Meta, that is Facebook. So some popular use cases of AI. I mean, in day-to-day life, these AI applications are used in finance, retail, transportation, manufacturing. Some example like these days, when we get a call on Airtel network, it says that it is a spam call or promotional call. It's based on artificial intelligence. Similarly, if we make a transaction to a person or with a person, which we have never done with, then immediately we get an alert from the bank, automated alert saying that you are making this transaction. These are all based on artificial intelligence. In entertainment, Netflix, Amazon Prime, they use AI in recommending movies to us. Similarly, in retail, Amazon is recommending its customers on various products. So as per latest McKinsey study, 85% of the companies or the healthcare service providers or payers or systems, they have already either deployed AI or pursuing AI proof of concepts. So that's the power of AI these days. So balance 10 to 12%, you can see they're evaluating that. They have the plan to pursue proof of concept. So 85 plus 10, 95% of the companies or payers, health systems or health services, they are already, either they have deployed it or they are evaluating this AI system in their activities. So AI in healthcare, all of us are interested in this, how AI is being used in healthcare. So be it diagnostic, be it personalized treatment plan, be it predictive analytics. In predictive analytics, what I found that it's published on IBM platform, that there is a disease called sepsis, which I don't know. I'm not a doctor. So in 75% accuracy, they can predict that one premature birth child can have sepsis. So that's the power of artificial intelligence. Similarly, it's being used for robotic surgery, virtual health assistants, and all those stuff, which are quite familiar in hospitals these days. I just read about one use case where Microsoft has collaborated with one leading hospital in the city. In case of population health management, AI is helping in analyzing health data from large population to identify trends, predict outbreaks, and all. That's how Microsoft has collaborated with this hospital. So this is one use case. I would ask, what is the anomaly here in these images? Can someone tell me? Yeah, see, one is front view, another is side view. So can someone tell me what is the anomaly? In naked eye, is it visible? Yeah, so here, actually this is a city image. You can see the circle there. So the vertebra is completely damaged here, which is not visible in naked eye. So this is through AI augmented technology, it is visible. So that's the power of AI I would like to mention. So one of my...
AI has actually edited this.
This can be augmented by, that's what I'm trying to say. So we have come across this news where AI hospital is there, has come up in China. which has, it has got virtual doctors and nurses to treat patients. So China is doing a lot of activities in AI field. So these are top healthcare companies, and very familiar companies in tech world, be it Google, NVIDIA, Microsoft, AWS. So NVIDIA particularly, I do not know how many of you know that their market cap. Their market cap as of May 2025 is $2.85 trillion. So this company has come up, from some 200 billion to 2.85 trillion in last 10 years. So this is because of the GPU engineering what they are doing. That's the power of AI. So these are familiar names in AI like Philips Healthcare, Siemens, GE, all these companies. I think all doctors, they must be using these technologies in imaging and all other stuff. So one important topic I would like to touch upon is responsible AI. This is built on this principle, like all AI systems has to be built on this principle like accountability, interpretability, fairness, safety, and privacy. This cannot be, this is non-negotiable. So across all technology, whether it is one more slide.
Excuse me, sorry, can you please bind up in 10 seconds?
Sure. So this is the, this is paramount, this is a paramount importance. All of us should be aware of this, principle. Similarly, our Indian Council of Medical Research has come up with this ethical guidelines on AI. And we have a law coming up called DISA, which is Digital Information Security in Healthcare Act. And in US, there is HIPAA in similar form. I have enclosed the document, and it's these are the principles which we cannot negotiate. This cannot be compromised in any AI system, and this is the framework in deploying any AI-based system, and it has to be human in the loop. That's very important for all of us to remember that AI cannot be implemented without human. We have to be there. So my concluding remark is AI as of now cannot replace human being. That's what I feel. Because this empathy, passion, care, that is still not there in AI. So we have to still believe on our doctors, and they are, they are going to lead the way how AI is going to be implemented or deployed in future. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, sir. I think it's a very difficult topic on which he has tried to compress, using a lot of AI. So now the next interesting discussions will be artificial intelligence versus NI. Yeah.
Hello. I request Dr.
Reminder for everyone, after 20 minutes actually all the slides will be off. So please let's stick to our time, 20 minutes. We'll remind after 18 minutes. Thank you.
So if there is no slide, what you will do? No, he doesn't have
Dr.
slides.
Kaushik doesn't have slides.
Can anyone tell me which year PowerPoint time starts? Yeah. Can you tell me anyone which year PowerPoint was introduced in the market? Which year? None of you know. 1987. Now before 1987, people used to give lectures. After 1987, also people are giving lectures. The PowerPoint has come. It has made life easy, but the content of the lecture is the primary driver of what the person has to speak and what the audience has to understand. The PowerPoint is just an enabling tool. AI is a tool. Without AI, you can do whatever you are doing. With AI, the life will be a little bit easier, which is why my presentation has got no PowerPoints. I will do it with natural intelligence. And I'll be speaking in the favor of AI. Now, am I having a debate? The answer to that is no. There is no debate, because in debate, people tend to take very extreme stances to win the debate. Now, nothing in life is black and white. AI is also not a black and white thing. It's a tool. And like any tool, you have to learn how to use it and when to use it. any tool has got pros and cons, weaknesses, shortcomings, and strengths. The question is, more importantly, if you don't like AI, can you live in a world without the AI? The answer to that is an emphatic no. Emphatic no. It takes a lot of courage today to come up to the stage and give a presentation without a PPT from my memory. And of course, I've been ready with a small piece of handwritten notes, which I can only follow. But life will be far easier if I did have a PPT, right? So similarly, AI as a tool will become so pervasive, and in fact, it becomes so pervasive already, and it is so ubiquitous. You don't even know that when you are being led in by AI, that without AI, you will not able to manage. All tools work best when you don't know when it is being used. For example, when you drive a car, when you go to automatic shifting, the car shifts the gear without your knowledge. There's a best form of transition. So the best AI is that where you don't even know when it is being used. Now, a few things have been told. Alan Turing, I mean, all of us have seen the movie, presumably. The Turing test is not exactly there, and ChatGPT 4.5 is actually happily defeating the Turing test now. I will basically not pitch in favor of AI. As I told you, it's not a debate. But I will tell you how I use AI. I'm an extensive AI user. My hospital is an extensive AI user. And how I use AI, so I'll basically state my user case. And from that, you are free to draw an idea. What is the time? Oh, there's 16, yeah. From that, you are free to draw an idea as to why AI should be taken and why AI should not be taken. Now, as you have by now seen that there are multiple layers to AI, and AI is a very big definition in which you have artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, neural networks. And the level of AI you use is entirely dependent on the input that you give. The amount of data that it synthesizes, the quality and the quantity of the data will determine how good or bad your AI tool is. Therefore, as you say, garbage in, garbage out, go. Now, the classic case of GIGO, if you see, was the first attempt, one of the first attempts in integration of AI in healthcare, which was known as IBM Watson. You know, Watson was not developed by IBM. The developer Watson, the most intelligent thing that the developers of Watson that they did was when the product was half-baked, half-ready, they managed to sell the product to Watson for millions of dollars. That is the best thing that Watson has ever done. But as a product, I have used Watson extensively. It's a completely crap and bogus product. So if you think that IBM Watson is a example of AI in healthcare, oncology actually, then you are completely right that AI in healthcare is useless. Fortunately, Watson is gone. It is sold out. It is no more in availability. Watson for law, legal Watson is thriving, by the way, whereas oncology Watson is gone. Now, why so? It's essentially because of GIGO. The quality of information that Watson was deriving from to form their algorithms and answers was so basic, so low level. Basically, it's basically derived from the EPIC. You know what is EPIC? EPIC is the largest EMR system, electronic medical record system, of MD Anderson Cancer Hospital. So the database on which it was synthesizing its evidence was so low that it came up with a very, very poor quality solution. Watson is gone. While Watson is gone, and it's a primitive thing, these days we have far better quality use of AI, which is already in use. So I will tell you what kind of AI I use on a daily basis. First and foremost thing is that it will not tell you that you already do not know. It will only make that finding that answer much more efficient and much more faster. So therefore, as an evidence-based department where every question, I mean, Subhath Bhai is here, Arvind is here, every question that comes on the tumor board, some stupid fellow is asking me a question, what is your high-level evidence of what treatment you are going to offer? So the biggest thing that does for me on a day-to-day basis is collection of evidences and synthesizing the evidences in terms of its importance, in terms of its quality. Now that is something I can do. What takes me 4 or 5 days to do, takes me 4 or 5 seconds with a simple ChatGPT. And for that you don't have to pay anything. All that you have to do is that get a ChatGPT free registration with your email address, that's all. And you have to understand that quality of the question that you ask will determine the quality of your answer. So this is called, what we call as the prompt that you give. will be determining what kind of answer you get. So therefore it is called, there's a new science coming up called prompt engineering. Prompt engineering, you can do a 3-day, 4-day course free of cost in internet, which will be giving you massive amount of leverage in the way you use your AI. The question that you ask will be determining the answer that you get. Wrong questions asked, wrong answer. So please, anybody, as I told you, you cannot, there's no question of debate here. You have to fall into AI today or tomorrow. So be ready for that and learn a bit of prompt engineering so that you are able to use it properly. So synthesizing evidence is so good that, suppose I have large articles which is very, very complex, very, very difficult statistics to understand. What do I make of it? It gives me small paragraphs in which it gives me an answer. Now again, this need not always be right. Keep it in the background, and in a good time, re-verify what you have read and understood. Run the same question twice or thrice to see if you are getting the same answer. Sometimes you will get different answer, that means the AI answer has been wrong. Same time, same question has been answered differently, but definitely it is wrong. Now that is something that I do almost on a regular basis. Other thing that I do a lot, as Manas bhai told, as a radiation oncologist, my day starts with AI these days. Now a radiation oncologist job, the planning of the radiation process involves identifying the structures on a CD or MRI or a PET CT to know which ones are malignant, which ones are to be treated, and which has to be saved. Now this is a very tedious, cumbersome, and manual process, which for every patient takes me hours and hours and hours. AI has done this job so easy now that it takes me about 2 to 3 seconds. So the amount of manpower saved is huge. And the question is that, does it come at a cost? Well, these solutions are available widely commercially, widely. There are a lot of people in India also developing their own solution. TMC Kolkata is doing it in participation with IIT Kharagpur. Now, the cost has become so less. Now, presently, the solution that we have bought for per patient cost is coming to 900 rupees only, which is negligible. There is, I will say, 90-95% concurrence with what humans do. So I have to give about 3-4 minutes time after the AI has done the work to see whether it's done the work properly or not. It does mark out the tumors also, but we don't use it. We are currently using it only for identifying the normal structures, because we still believe that humans should have the ultimate hand, and we are not using the AI for identifying the tumor structures. This is still somewhat undergoing development because a lot of variables are there. But in organs at risk, non-involved organ identification on a CT or MR, it is just awesome. Thank you. Now, how has it helped? Of course, it has helped in saving time. But most important to understand is the quality of the time that it is given to me. These 2 hours that my resident was using, sitting in front of the computer, is now being used for talking to the patient, reading up, writing articles, writing journals, writing analysis of the patient that we are seeing, and coming up with publications. Now, these are areas where AI is still not good. So basically, I am freeing up the lowest quality of the time, lowest value of the time, and taking it to the highest value of the time. This is very, very vital. All of us should always work at the highest level of our licensure. This I keep on telling to my people, that if you are allowed to do as per your license 10 things, do the top 2 things that you can do and others cannot do. Rest 8 should be done by your juniors. So AI is the lowest level of the junior, who is my junior of the junior users. That's where it is. It also helps us, the radiation planning process, which is very cumbersome, something that would have taken 5-6 days of iterations, it gives me in 2 hours. Beneficiary, the patient. The other thing that we have started doing a lot is, because of the electronic medical systems that are there in our hospital, there are thousands of patients. At present, in 5 years that I'm here, the tumor boards have collected more than 10,000 patients of discussions, multidisciplinary discussions, where Subodh Bhai is there, so many people are there. Now this 10,000 people's data that is there, it was collected without thought as to how it will be used at one point of time. It is not highly structured. It is quite variable, in fact. Now analyzing this data through a proper SPSS kind of technique is very, very difficult. This is where the AI is kicking in, and we have started talking with IIT Bombay. you know, the beauty of IIT is the IIT guys are here. Yes, Subha is there. They can run their business parallelly, you know. So these guys, so the IIT labs that they have on their own, they are in commercial talks with us to take that data, and which is very difficult to analyze with any statistical software because of the poor quality nature of the data, mathematically speaking poor quality. They can run that through the AI systems and pull out information. That is not something new. That is already there in many places. The second thing. Now, apart from that, I can possibly tell you a little bit more about what my hospital is doing with AI. AIG Hospital has got 20-25 engineers, IT engineers, a massive AI and artificial intelligence development lab, which has got hardwares which were worth many, many lakhs of rupees. They are like you walk into a cold storage kind of place. The places have to be kept so cold that there are freezers in which the computers kept humming sound and all that. I mean, please, I will request all of you to come there to understand what it takes to be a AI department. You cannot run it from these computers, no. The massive, massive, powerful computers. That is why the NVIDIA shares are so powerful now. So what they do is that they started with simple basic things, and all these guys are, many of them are from ISB, many of them are for IIIT, many of these guys are from IIT, and in fact there is a ISB AIG course in AI, isn't it? I think the second duration of the course is now recruiting. So on the background of that, what they do essentially, multiple things they do, small things I will tell you. One is that they have developed a simple talking model. Bhai, na kaun tara? Jiva. Hina. Mira, yes, Mira. Mira. It's a talking face, synthesized face. You can ask basic questions about medicine, the person answers back. Now that is basically back-ended by simple chat GPT, but it gives a human interface. It's a very low-level thing. But what has it done more now is a thing called Prism. Whatever I'm talking to you as a patient, you are sitting here, I'm talking to you, it captures the audio and converts into an electronic medical record. You talk crap, that is taken away. You talk about your father-in-law's property division, that goes out. Only the medical part remains. So that is, and this is not unique. It is available all over the world currently. What important here is that it picks up Hindi, Telugu, Bengali, and comes at a fraction of a cost. Now, it is currently undergoing beta testing in beyond cardiology and other departments. The other thing that it is doing majorly is that image synthesizing. Now that you told that radiologists are going to lose their jobs. No, radiologists are not going to lose their jobs. Radiologists, basically radiomics or digital pathology is a subject where the AI looks into the images and gives answer that a human eye cannot. So it basically extends your capability. So we are running one project with our radiology department and with IIIT, wherein the MR images are interpreted with the help of the AI to understand the Gleason score of prostate cancers. Now you cannot simply answer that with your visual thing, but the content information into the pixels can be seen with AI and be brought back. So these are the few things that they're doing. Now this is not an extensive discussion on AI in healthcare as long as you understand it. I'm just telling what I am doing. There are errors, yes. Errors happen, you have to always look out for errors. Everything that we do in AI has to be signed out. Ultimately, the last slide that you saw in the previous thing, it has to, over 2 minutes. So you have to sign out. You're the last person to sign out everything. Most importantly, the fear is every time there's a person who debates against AI, they have a fear that will it cause job losses? This question was there when computers came in. Did you have job losses? I don't think. The answer is that if you do not know AI, you will lose your job. The only way to keep your job in the world of AI is to learn AI. So AI will not replace doctors, but it will replace doctors who do not know AI. So that's my submission. Thank you.
Now I request our Dr. Subodh to tell about the pros of natural intelligence. Is there any slide?
Yeah, I have slide.
So natural intelligence is giving slide presentation, but
no, phone is not here.
It has gone to AI.
Put AI in that.
So as our Kaushik told, I was going back to my thesis period when I was in the PG to get a color picture in a thesis was a big thing during our time. And similar CME program during our undergraduate, one of the big cardiologists when presented, and one slide got stuck into that machine that time, tick-tock sound came. And he told in another meeting, one nice slide got damaged. So we could not revive that. So that is the advantage of AI. Now you please tell.
So, first they talked about AI in healthcare, then Kaushik didn't talk pro of AI much, but he had a very balanced opinion about AI. So I hope I'll continue that balanced bit of it. And they asked to make some introductions slide about self. I could not send it, sorry, Devi and these things. This much, naam to suna hoga. ठीक है ना?
Speak against, no?
No, natural.
Natural.
Yeah,
You are not allowed balanced. You are allowed to speak only
natural. Yeah.
Okay. So,
you are supposed to speak against.
So what happens is when I talk of AI, the biggest problem what you have to solve is this. Before we work on AI, why don't we do something about natural stupidity? Why has AI come in? Because in number of places, the natural stupidity was entering into it. Okay. If you are naturally intelligent, I think many of these things, all along my talk, you will see that actually. When I'm talking about a demerit of AI or a limitation of AI, it's always a human intervention is required at that point. That's why my talk is based on that actually. So even sometimes I think artificial is just to answer our natural stupidity, if you can see here. There is a automated scavenger which is picking up the trash which our humans have left out of the natural stupidity. So that's how my flow will be there. People tell that there's a myth that we use only 10% of our brain actually for our day-to-day work actually. But that's absolutely wrong actually. We use all portions of our brain, 100% of it. But we don't use all of it at once. So this is what AI has come into this picture. So for processing different data, it has taken whole of your brain together to give an output. Because the human was thinking in one point, they're using the brain. But at a time for a given function, they were using X number of part of their brain. But this AI is doing with huge computers and these things, they are taking in multiple inputs. So, so it's a set of introduction has been given. I will not go much into it. So it's a very important role in healthcare and these things. So about this introduction slide also, people know about starting from computer science to artificial intelligence, machine learning, neural networks, deep learning, and generative AI. I mean, Mr. Rakesh has already mentioned about that. I'll not go into this. So when you talk of machine learning, there are two parts actually. One is supervised learning, and another is unsupervised learning. So supervised learning is developing a predictive model based on both input and output data. You give the input data and you want what is the output. That's how you give it. And unsupervised learning is group and interpret data based only on input. It can give you anything. You have fed the input and it can give you any output data. So then again, the AIs are two types. There is a generative AI and there's an analytical AI. 10 different examples of artificial intelligence in real life where we use it. Now comes ethical and legal issues about the AI actually. First is regulation, privacy, bias, transparency, and relevance. These are all things which are there in the AI. When you come to legal, there is governance, confidentiality, liability, accuracy, and decision making. So by using AI, a synthetic data generation with the creation of realistic data has been created with realistic data sets would reduce the dependence on real world data. So AI has generated data. What is the flip side of it? Nowadays we talk about evidence-based medicine. With an AI, I can create a whole data set about a patient, about a particular disease set and give you this result. So would you believe it or not is a question now. That is a flip side of AI. That this data set is genuine. It will look, everything will look genuine in that. because whole data set has been created actually by AI. So we have to always remember the flip side. When we talk of evidence-based medicine, somebody might come up with a new evidence which we don't know about it. This is the era of big data, as Mr. Rakesh told. And if you look at these things, 31 million messages, 2.8 million videos per minute on Facebook actually. So here it comes about ethics in AI, about when we talk of economics and these things. Over a 1 year period, ChatGPT queries alone would consume 10 terawatt, all of which can power all New Zealand for 3 months by 2028. So this is the amount of power consumed when huge AI machines, computer science generated things are there. So the world's largest supercomputer, HP Frontier, can perform over 1 quintillion floating points operations per second, consuming 22.7 megawatts. The human brain can arguably perform at the same level with 20 watts. So there is still a role of human brain to form. So in human analytics also, when natural intelligence is being used, you give the input, give the output. The only difference is the time duration. But in the Indian context, are we shortage of manpower? No. So when my hospital adopts to AI to detect a polyp and these things, I'm telling, what are you doing this? Are we shortage of doctors, gastroenterologists to detect? Or the next generation doctor, can he diagnose a polyp without using AI? So there is the question of using your natural human intelligence.
Jeffrey Hinton.
Jeffrey Hinton.
So I want you to go through this video actually.
Jeffrey Hinton.
Jeffrey Hinton.
Jeffrey Hinton.
Seen as the godfather of artificial intelligence, has quit his job at Google, warning of the dangers of AI.
Does humanity know what it's doing?
No. I think we're moving into a period when, for the first time ever, we may have things more intelligent than us.
You believe they can understand?
Yes.
You believe they are intelligent?
Yes.
You believe these systems have experiences of their own and can make decisions based on those experiences?
In the same sense as people do, yes.
Are they conscious?
I think they probably don't have much self-awareness at present. So in that sense, I don't think they're conscious.
Will they have self-awareness, consciousness?
Oh, yes. I think they will in time.
And so human beings will be the second most intelligent beings on the planet.
Yeah, but as soon as it gets really complicated, we don't actually know what's going on any more than we know what's going on in your brain.
What do you mean we don't know exactly how it works? It was designed by people.
No, it wasn't. What we did was we designed the learning algorithm. That's a bit like designing the principle of evolution. But when this learning algorithm then interacts with data, it produces complicated neural networks that are good at doing things, but we don't really understand exactly how they do those things. So one of the ways in which these systems...
So the last part of this thing was very, very important. So the output which is being generated by big data when we feed into a system and these things, by AI based, we are not sure. So they can be something superior and they can override you also. So that's a question. So this is one of the news which kept on repeating in our newspaper. OpenAI whistleblower Suchir Balaji was found deceased in his San Francisco apartment. He was only 30 years old, a super intelligent guy. People call it a murder or something, nobody knows, because he blew the top of our ethical concerns in AI actually. Data privacy and ethics, two things he was fighting for. Or this famous car using Google Map falls off unfinished bridge in UP's Bareilly. I mean, this one also everyone is. So these are all examples of AI being used when we have lost when we don't use our human intelligence. The new Cadbury ad always talks about make AI mediocre again. You should not, AI should not be the highest thing, you should make it mediocre. The concerns with AI is patient data privacy, algorithm transparency, and AI impact on human decision making. There are three things which you are looking at. So these are, again, I'm completely on the medical side actually, problem specification, data collection, modeling validation, and deployment and use. So here comes the potential biases actually. Your data collection can be biased. Your modeling and validation, what you are giving the input can be biased. So the output which you get, I'll show you some of the examples of that actually down the line. Again, what Kaushik was telling about this thing, black box. AI told me in the radiology scan that there is a pancreatic cancer which a human radiologist could not know. But AI still didn't give me the algorithm how it detected that actually. So are we become more intelligent than that? No. We are still standing at the same level where we are. But AI has told us, yes, there's a study published actually. All the patients with CA pancreas, their 20-year-old MRI was run through an AI this thing and they detected that these patients had pancreatic cancer. But did it tell, how did it arrive at it? No, it didn't tell it about it. So there is a huge black box in that where seldom a human person can interpret into it. Why do we, ethics in AI, when we talk of it should be auditable, it should be transparent, it should be fair, and it should be explainable and interpretable. This is very important. So here comes the human experiment here. The man in blue standing, what should he do? This is a trolley which is rolling out of control. He should direct it towards the 1% or the 5%. So what should he do? Here comes, or when we talk of autonomous self-driving cars, which side it should go? Who programs them? Comes here. The car manufacturer tells them, the politician, the ethicist, or the society tells them that in which direction it should go. The 1% remaining, it should hit that or the 3 people. There's one kid there, there's one girl there. Who tells them? That is, this is the moral machine experiment platform gathered 39.6 million decisions in 10 languages from 233 countries. And it gives huge 9 core scenarios, sparing humans, staying on course, sparing passengers. So this was the data it got out about what categories of people and which is the person you would like to save out of the huge data it collected from them. So there is a challenge on these cases. So when we talk of AI and human intelligence, they are the standard for understanding the differences actually. AI makes objective decisions where it makes human intelligence make efficient decisions. Fast calculation abilities works better in novel situations, new situations, because AI will not work in new situations. If you have not programmed it, it cannot work. Simple thing. So here, that's where your human intelligence comes into play. Able to mimic human conversation, emotional and social intelligence, these are things. Now comes one part which is missing in AI. We talk of intelligent quotient, IQ, but we don't talk about EQ. EQ, emotional quotient, is also an important aspect of any of these treatment algorithms which we plan, or a patient treatment when we talk of and in our day-to-day life. So this is what is missing in this thing. Down the line it can come. So AI is a good data provider to train it. Hackers. Cyber security is a big thing because the new jobs are more looking to cyber security because hackers can manipulate any algorithm actually. And there's something called as hallucinations and data drift. So whenever in a hospital you are using AI for a protocol, you have a slight change in the software. You have updated the software, your data can drift actually. So this is where your human interpretations are always mandatory in these cases. Ethical challenge, lack of transparency, as I told you. Time more? 4 minutes, yeah, fine. Diagnostic tools may underperform for so this is a study published in 2019 where revealed AI algorithm used by hospital system in underestimating the health needs of black people compared to white patients. The study estimated that correcting the bias would double the number of black patients identified for high-risk program. So what you have programmed the AI for, it has given you that output, if you have not represented it throughout. So how do we avoid this algorithmic bias? Diversity of background of team, diversity of mindset, diversity of data, and diversity of algorithmic models. Everything should be diverse. Cybersecurity I already talk of, and hallucination and data drift whenever we can do it. So there is a case about, I think, yeah. So a simple exam of the wisdom of the crowd. You know that banana is yellow. but in AI you have to program it that this is a banana, this is yellow in color. So the wisdom of the crowd has been taken into the AI, but what everyone thinks has been taken into AI. So you have to program it like that. Tomorrow, if it becomes slightly blackish in color, it will tell it may be some other fruit actually. So those things have to be taken. So many AI systems function as black boxes, making decision making unclear, and this reduces trust among clinicians and patients. Solution is develop explainable AI or the XAI to provide clear insights into how decisions are made. That's what I talk of the black box here. It was shown China develops, so what happens in healthcare? As more and more people get into AI, are doctors going to lose a job? I don't think so, but we have to adapt a bit of AI into this. And when we talk about laparoscopy came in, when we thought about doing laparoscopic cholecystectomy, the first thing everyone was taught that you should be knowing to do an open cholecystectomy, then only proceed with laparoscopic. So here to adopt, I feel that to adopt any AI-based algorithm or anything, you should be humanly capable of adopting it without that also. Then only adopt it. Then it is useful for you. Otherwise, without knowing the background, only adopting AI is not a solution for that. So there's an interview of Elon Musk in Saudi, where he told that what is going to happen? Robots, computers, AI. What is a human being going to do? So this example is not the system, but this is telling everyone is going to become an average person, earning an average salary, because and how can you afford a good system? Because if robots are manufacturing, your products will become cheaper. Okay. So everyone will have an average earning and these things to sustain it. I don't know. In our lifetime that will come or not. So how is artificial intelligence? It's a threat for the future. So my only worry is because of more adapting of AI. Is it a poor natural training method for the next generation is what most of my worry in medical science, especially I'm worried about that. Let's see what happens. Regulatory considerations, AI diagnostic and misclassifying cancer scan leading to, there was in one of the hospital, because the cancer scan, there was a drift. The cancer scans got misdiagnosed. So the whole treatment for 1 month was delayed for certain set of patients actually. Because too much dependence on AI. Human oversight is the most important thing. So here comes what we want actually. Reinforced learning from human feedback is the most important thing which we look for. And recommend for ethical deployment of AI. AI has the potential to revolutionize neurosurgery because I'm a neurosurgeon. And it should augment a natural intelligence, not replace it. Thank you very much.
Very short comments.
Any question? Actually, when I was listening your talk and seeing the PPTs, I was just remembering 3 hours back when I was on the way to this hall, I was getting a lot of phone call. I asked my son just check the Google map, how much time it is taking. So when I crossed LV Prasad Eye Hospital, Father, there is 3 roads are there, all are showing equal time, 17 minutes. Then how I preferred which direction, because today is Sunday, IT people are not there. So I preferred the 100-feet road, and I could save another 4 minutes here. So another 11 minutes I reached. So that is common sense we have to apply as human being and use our AI, what I feel. And Dr. Subharat, any message from you?
Thank you for the nice talk at Inside, both from you and Dr. Kaushik. So I would like to ask you, in medical practice, there are many cases where there is a screening methods are required, and many times there is a confirmatory method required. Many times there are low risk cases, I think that Dr. Kaushik explained. Many times there are high risk decisions has to be taken. So can we summarize with both your talks, in which case natural intelligence, which case artificial intelligence, or what percentage of should be used?
So Yeah, I mean, yeah, Kaushik, answer.
So, AI in practical use, in a all-pervasive manner, is barely 3-4 years. It's a toddler. At this point of time, I trust AI with the lowest and the lowest of my jobs, and under complete human supervision, a complete overriding capability. When AI tells me to do something, I don't do it because AI has told me, and neither AI is allowed to execute the task. So execution, validation, execution is entirely in my hand. At this point of time, it is doing the lowest end of the job, but it is coming up with more refined acts very quickly. I would say, I will give you an example which I did not talk about. In our AI lab, what they have done is that they are able to understand the images. Image understanding is a major thing with AI. So when a person is putting a scope into the, say, gastroesophageal junction or something like that, they do some procedures of cutting, stitching and all that. There are vessels underneath, which if you cut accidentally, will bleed. Now these days, AI can show with image overlay where the vessel is. So what they do is that they clamp that vessel and then they cut. Now this is an intervention which, if gone wrong, can lead to bleeding. Will this be applicable in clinical use right away? No. Because there is no human override built into the system right now. So this kind of a thing has to wait. But whereas the kind of thing that I told,
yeah,
that's all right.
The simplest example about your talking is, suppose the routine health checkups are going on, there are a lot of pap smear be done. Okay. All the pap smear slides are run through an AI based. They can do that. AI can easily scan all these slides. Anywhere there is an abnormal, it goes for a human intervention. That there is a suspicion in this, that slides are kept up it, the pathologist will come and see and diagnose it. So that way these job of routine screening tools can be effectively used actually more and more.
So last, yeah, nice presentation both Kaushik and Subodh bhai. And your slide 3,000 patients per day AI in China is true, but the Rajasthan 50% is not because of AI.
And I know
so
that.
So many fake news also can be created by the AI.
No. Yeah.
That's one. Yeah. And the exactly point what the Kaushik has told, every doctor has to learn the AI. If you are not learning the AI, then you will be replaced. Definitely in the coming future, it is the issue. It's not that ChatGPT, there are so many AIs like Preplicx, DeepSeek, Canvas, Consensus, Llama, all these things are there. But only one point is, it is not having any accuracy and misinformation. It's not updated. All the AI generation is 3 months old or 1 month old, not up to date. It is definitely, of course, it is having a hallucination, overconfidence in conclusion. Most important in our clinical practice is the patient data security. That is a very important concern in this, at least in India, and data safety and security is the prime concern. If anything breached, as per the DISA, the law, you will be sued.
So I just wanted to make a point that what we are all talking about AI now is basically large language models.
Correct.
And pattern recognition.
Correct.
So that is very basic level of narrow AI. When we talk about strong AI, we are talking of superintelligence and general intelligence, where they can take autonomous functions. That hasn't appeared yet.
The video I shot about him is that actually.
Yes, the video you showed was about that, but it hasn't appeared yet. It might take a couple of decades or 3 decades. It might never happen. Only if you allow, yes. Yes, because large language models are there, but that's most simple.
I am worried about scientific data being generated through that. I can create a whole...
No, means at present, the intelligence IQ of AI is equal to humans.
Less.
No, in
it is very fast.
2030, it is predicted it will cross that.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what is human
but
intelligence
then
level.
it's not that I'm supporting AI. I'll just give an example. An human robo was walking on the street and a procession was going on of a person who had died. He kept asking everybody, who died? Pata nahi ji. He asked the second person, Pata nahi ji. Third person, Pata nahi ji. And finally, the human robot wrote down that a great person named Pata nahi ji died today. So that will what will happen in AI.
Yes.
So AI will be a very good assistant to us, but it cannot overtake us. And we should use it and properly. for our benefit and to the benefit of patients.
Absolutely. It's a tool.
So,
Dr.
any,
Suresh, we have
any comments?
You have any comment from the moderator?
Anybody else?
Good afternoon to everybody. Today being a Mother's Day, and we as gynecologists, what would be the role of AI in delivering women? I'm not talking about any other thing, because that is the future of humanity is at already with the ART and so many things in force, wherein we have this digital babies. So what would be the role of AI in delivering women?
That has to be natural only. No, one interesting thing actually, one of these this thing came up. So a working mother is there. Mother's Day, I'm telling, working mother. She has to take care of 2 kids and everything. So the office people tell that many of your office work and these things can be taken care of AI. And so why are you worried too much? Well, I am not worried. That office work I can do, can you do the household chores with AI? Taking care of the dish, water, taking care of the kids can be taken care of by AI?
Yeah, that also can be taken care. You have robots who will do all
So we
this.
have to cut it short. Now I'll talk of something which will enhance your natural intelligence. That is chai. So we have a small tea break outside with all Oriya snack foods outside. I think it's ready, Doctor. Yeah, so let us enjoy that and come back within 10 minutes. Then we can talk about, and let us enhance our natural intelligence and then come back here.
But AI doesn't need tea.
Yeah, that's what. The chairpersons and the moderators need to go to the for the fill station outside. Please be back within 10 minutes.
I'm from Parlak.
Hello.
All the people, please enter the hall. Session is going to start. We are trying to. Hello. Hello. Where is that mic for outside?
Hello? Hello?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and fellow medical professionals. I take great pleasure in welcoming you all to TODACON 3.0 2025, which is an annual academic gathering of all the TODA Odisha Doctors Association. All the Odisha doctors assemble here for this every year. We are honored to host the inauguration here now at Yashoda Hospitals, High-Tech City for TODACON on future of healthcare. Before we go to the inaugural proceedings, we want to pay homage to all the brave hearts who got martyred in the line of fire, and also to fellow citizens who lost their lives in the Pahalgam attack. I request everybody to stand up and observe 1 minute of silence. Thank you all. I request our organizing chairman, Dr. B.B. Purohit, senior cardiologist at Yashoda Hospitals, High-Tech City, to give the welcome address.
Good evening all. It's my pleasure and privilege to be standing in front of such an august gathering and in front of such esteemed people, which includes Dr. B.K. Das, Dr. G.S. Rao, Dr. P. Sirath, Dr. Manas Panigrai, who are all stalwarts and icons in their respective fields. Dr. B.K. Das, as you know, is the director of DRDO, and today when we stand here proudly and safely is all because of the efforts, dedication, and the innovations which they have done in DRDO. And what big example for that. He had worked with Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam for almost more than 15 years and was instrumental in developing the missile system of India. And if you remember, in the current Indo-Pak war, India was able to defeat and destroy all the artillery and the missiles which came to our side. It was mainly because of the things which were developed by B.K. Das sir, the anti-drone systems, the missiles, the anti-missile systems and everything. So it's a great honor on my part, and it's a pride that I am standing in front of it safely with a lot of courage and happily also. So when I was talking to sir and G.S. Rao sir, I only said one thing. The safety of ours is in the hand of sir, B.K. Das sir, and our well-being is in the hand of people like G.S. Rao sir, who gave us such a wonderful infrastructure and the facilities by which we are able to take care of all the people in this society. And this TODACON has always been a great journey, and the concept of this TODACON was the brainchild of Dr. Manas Panigrai sir, and we have taken it forward. This is the 3rd year, and we have tried to build the theme of his looking at the future of our healthcare. We are all aware what we are doing right now, but how it is going to shape up our life 20 years, 30 years down the line, we should be prepared for it. Because what we think today is going to decide our future in tomorrow. So that was the reason why we decided that we should have a conference in which we should deliberate and discuss about future of our healthcare, which in the whole concept of this conference was based on that, and all the talks and deliberations were futuristic. So many of the people, they told me, why don't you have something relevant? I said, we deal with relevant things day in and day out. There are many conferences for that. But how our children are going to face their healthcare, and how we should be prepared for the future, that is what is the need of our. So based on that, we decided our conference, and I'm pretty sure that you all must be enjoying this, the discussions and the scientific deliberations which are happening. And with this, I conclude my talk, and I ask Dr. Venkatraman to take the next sessions. But before that, I would ask you all to see what the Telangana Doctors Association is all about. So if you can just play our TODA video, that will be nice, so that we can all see what TODA is all about and what we are doing it. TODA is a journey of doctors coming from Orissa to pursue their dreams, their ambitions and careers. As far as we know, it all started almost 50 years back when a small diminutive lady, after completing UPSC, joined the CGHS and went on to become the Additional Director General of CGHS. She helped form a 100-bedded hospital in this city, and she is none other than our beloved patron, Dr. Rama Dwivedi. The journey continued, and some more doctors came, but the truly turning point happened in the year 1988-89 when Dr. P. Sirath came and joined Apollo Hospitals, Hyderabad. He was truly an iconic character and inspired many more doctors to come to Hyderabad and pursue their careers. In the initial years, these few doctors, they helped bring Odia people from various other fields to work together, and they also helped a lot of patients coming from Odisha in getting a correct treatment and also helped them financially. Slowly, the number of doctors coming to Hyderabad started increasing. We realized the potential of Hyderabad as a destination for healthcare. One fine morning, a bunch of young budding doctors decided to celebrate one of their colleagues' birthday. The day was 2nd July 2014. On that day, it was decided, why not connect with other colleagues, friends and juniors who are staying in Hyderabad and form a small group so that we can all share each other's happiness and difficulties. And this was the seed for formation of TODA, or Telangana Orissa Doctors Association. This thought process was carried forward by Dr. Deepak Saha, who formed a WhatsApp group for Gopasopo on 17th of November in 2014, and we still continue to use that Gopasopo TODA group to share our various gopshops. It really helped connect with other doctors, and our Telangana doctors family started growing. Initially, the group focused more on connecting with each other and strengthening itself, having get-togethers, going to resorts, conducting stag parties, and the ladies' exclusive parties. We all had roots in Orissa, so the bonding was instant. The connect was instant. We all let our guards down and enjoyed various activities and games. Those wonderful tattoos, the balloon games, the ring games, cricket, Okha race, tire race, couple race, tug of war, oh, Sagad Gadi Chala, and those melodious songs by some of our members, wonderful dances by many of us. Oh my God, how can I forget the Daskatia performance and the hilarious lazy dance? It made us wonder, are we doctors or professional performers? They were not just fun-filled moments. They were interspersed with some spiritual discourses, and there were quizzes, especially for the bird lovers. This all made our get-togethers truly unique in all aspects. During this period, the Gopasopo WhatsApp group also was becoming more and more vibrant. Our day was starting with early morning motivational messages. Then there were bhajans and various vintage Oriya songs. Interspersed with these, there were various spiritual discussions happening, and not to forget academic achievements and personal moments of happiness which were shared and celebrated by all. We never forget our responsibility towards our Karma Bhumi. We had all come from Orissa, which was our Janma Bhumi, and we have settled in Telangana, which is our Karma Bhumi. So we had a great responsibility towards the society at large. To do that, we needed to have an official platform. Thus came the idea of formation of an official group of TODA. The Telangana Odisha Doctors Association, the concept was thought of and debated and discussed on 3rd March 2018 Stag Party, and a TODA Telangana Odisha Doctors Association was formed as a non-profit socio-cultural society. It was officially registered. The first official announcement happened on Utkala Divasa 1st April 2018 with its Facebook page and website www.todahyderabad.org. The motto of the society was to bring doctors from Odisha under one umbrella, help the needy patient, especially who came from Odisha, by guiding them towards correct treatment and helping them in their finances also. Serving the society by conducting various camps and doing charity works, and not to forget, improve the academic activity of our fellow doctors by conducting regular CMEs. We conducted various camps in different parts of the city, in the BHL RC area with the help of Teachers Association, in Jagannath Temple IDA Bolaram, as well as in Isnapur Jagannath Temple. More than 10 to 15 different specialty and super specialty doctors participated in this, and more than 2,000 patients have been benefited in these camps. The most unique part was not only the consultations were provided free, but we also provided the poor people free medications as well as free investigations. Blessings from these people and society at large encouraged TODA doctors to do more. Every minute, every day, every month, there is a TODA doctor who is helping patient in various ways. To name two major incidents, one burn patient from Orissa had no money, and his entire treatment was done free of cost in one of our TODA doctors' hospital. Another Swiggy guy who met with a devastating accident and where 5 people died and he was considered brain dead with multiple fracture, was brought by one of our TODA doctors and kept in the hospital for more than a month, and finally the patient recovered fully and is back in action. This is what TODA stands for. In the year 2019, when Cyclone Fani devastated the state of Orissa, TODA rose up again and collected funds and donated a check to the Chief Minister of Orissa, Dr. Naveen Patnaik. I salute TODA for this wonderful act. Then came the most dreaded, the COVID pandemic. TODA rose to the occasion. Everybody was scared, but not the TODA doctors. They never shied away from their responsibility. They continued to go to hospital and serve the patients. Not only patient, there was one incident where 1,500 laborers from Orissa got stranded. They were not able to go back. The TODA doctors reached out to them, provided them with food and relief materials. The lady volunteers, the other TODA doctors, continued to go to each and every corner of the city and provided food and relief materials for the downtrodden people. As a doctor, we always focused on health of others and neglected our own health. But TODA never forgets it. One of our member, Dr. Manoranjan Naik, on 10th August 2020 created a group called Fitness Odisha Doctors Association, the FODA or FODA. The motto was consistency matters. Every day morning, people used to post their exercises, their activities. This encouraged others to take up exercise seriously and motivated many doctors to start doing regular exercises. I expect all of us to focus on their own health. Wow, what an experience. Every day, every passing minutes and hours, TODA is growing stronger and stronger. It's a journey, and during this journey, some of our doctors have become truly legendary
and iconic figures in the society. We all take inspiration and motivation from them, and for many budding doctors, they are a role model. I feel so proud to be a part of this journey by being a member of TODA. Before I conclude, I remember the quote from Robert Frost: "Miles to go before I sleep, miles to go before I sleep." Jai Jagannath, long live TODA.
This was for we as a team started our journey in September 2023 at the annual function at Yashoda Hospital Auditorium. This was followed by a We as a team started our journey in September 2023 at the annual function at Yashoda Hospital Auditorium. This was followed by a family get-together at Country Club, where we had lot of friends, most TODA members attending. We had good food and lot of networking with friends. And then came the second TODACON, which was conducted at AIG Gachibowli. We had a very good discussion on health of the healers, and it was very well participated. We always have a free mega health camp with specialty and super specialty participation every year, and we have, apart from consultation, dental, opthal checkups, pap smear and distribution of medicine. And we had lot of people, more than 500 patients attending it. So from this year, we thought we would maintain the continuity, and so we thought upon and decided to have free Sunday clinics to be conducted first and third Sunday of every month. Started at Holistic Hospital. The first officially it was inaugurated at Holistic Hospital by the local MLA, Mr. A. Gandhi. And now we even conduct it at Bolaram Temple, Jagannath Temple and Isnapur Jagannath Temple. This is now started by a few handful of doctors, but as it is a continuous process, we would request youngsters to join us in this endeavor so that it can continue. As these temples are in the outskirts of the city, we have even arranged transport so that there would be no difficulty in people commuting there. We have lot of volunteers from the temple who help us in arranging things so that the clinics are conducted in a very good way. As young doctors, you can all join in this, and we also invite families to come in, and children can learn an art during this camp and help in whichever way they want. And at the end, there's always a prasad sevan at 1 o'clock after we finish the clinic, so we can all have prasad together and make it a good Sunday outing. And I request even the corporate hospitals to help us. They can arrange for some on-site diagnostic facilities so that these poor people can avail this facility and they don't have to travel long distances.
Now I request our organizing secretary, Dr. Venkat Raman Kola, Senior Consultant Critical Care at Yashoda Hospitals, High-Tech City, to start the inaugural proceedings.
Thank you, Sangeeta ma'am. Jai Utkala Janani. What a privilege. Joy of life. Jai Jagannath. It's an honor and privilege on the occasion of TODACON 3 to invite none other than Dr. B.K. Das. I request both Dr. Purohit and Dr. Khalil to accompany him to the dais, and I want his dais to be on, Dr. B.K. Das. He has been a distinguished scientist, and he's a Director General of Electronics and Communication and going to be the Chief of DRDO. What a privilege for all of us in this occasion of when we are in confrontation with such a crucial moment. I was actually taken away These are the dream moments for us to be a part of IIT, BTech, and he's been a gold medalist in them and topped the MTech degree there. And I was seeing he's worked more than 3 decades in the Indian missile program. Probably we will be seeing few of the missiles which were used in the current protection or maybe defending ourselves, maybe one of them. He's now leading the indigenous development of radars, EW, electronic optics, DWE, and communication system towards the self-resilience. He's a recipient of many national and international awards. There are many which I can see, like Agni, Civil Aviation Awards, and many more. And he has been awarded Best Presenter at a national and international level at the world in United States and even Australia and Singapore. It is an honor and privilege to invite him. Give him a big round of applause for him being here. I have another icon in front of me. He's none other than G. Surendra Rao Garu. We were talking about the TODACON, and we were introducing some of those contributions made by many of our healthcare systems and many of us. He's just not the managing director of an organization and a healthcare system which is of world class, created a probably viable, economically suitable, sustainable healthcare system and created infrastructure for all of us. I just wanted to give a small example. Yesterday, in the same time, we had an unfortunate nearby accident where one of our same state ODA labor got injured and had a fall from almost a couple of floors up. He had multiple injuries, rib fractures, splenic injuries, almost had come into a cardiac arrest state. No family, no relatives available. Probably the manager was saying no excuses. He says, I don't have any insurance, I will pay later. The ER team was advised to do what best can be done, and the patient was taken into an OT after a couple of cardiac arrest. And the same patient is today in my ICU. Before I came here, I took a round. And during this process, they could not afford to pay a single penny. And because that patient was young, viable, conscious, awake, now started probably having, responding to the hemodynamics, the whole credit goes that the management and administration of this hospital supported to continue because he's a young chap. So this is again an example that the ODA families has been supported directly, indirectly by all these organizations which comes. And officially, he's the managing director of this organization, founder member of this organization, and he's the mastermind and the visionary behind creating such a world-class, jaw-dropping infrastructure. Give him a big round of applause. Sir, I request both Nihar Ranjan Pradhan, who is the president of TODA, and Dr. Anudha Panda, who is the vice president, to accompany Dr. G.S. Rao Garu onto the dais. Leaving behind his administrative part, he has been a pediatrician, served internationally in India as a pediatrician and a clinician, and a wonderful orator. I now request another seasoned clinician, a name which is vibrantly known in this part of the world as a popular neurosurgeon. I now request Dr. Manas Panigrahi, whom we all look at. And I request Dr. Rajat to accompany him. I request Dr. Sunil Bhai, who is the mastermind behind all these programs, the TODACON and TODA, and created all of us to be here, to be accompanied by Dr. Awaz to be on the dais. Dr. Sunil Bhai. I now request all the dignitaries on the dais to please join us for the lamp lighting. And I request to actually play the Odisha state anthem. Please play Odisha state anthem. I request all of you to please stand up. Can we have Odisha state anthem?
Bonde utkala janani, bonde utkala janani, वन्दे उत्कलजननी वन्दे उत्कलजननी वन्दे उत्कलजननी वन्दे उत्कलजननी चारुहासमयी चारुभासमयी जननी 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 वन्दे उत्कलजननी वन्दे उत्कलजननी पूतपयोधिविधौतशरीरा तालतमाल सुशोभिततीरा शुभ्रतटिनिकुलशिखरसमीरा जननी 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 वन्दे उत्कलजननी वन्दे उत्कलजननी
I request Dr. P.C. Rath sir also to join on the dais. So it is a honor. It's an honor and occasion for all of us to felicitate our guest, Dr. B.K. Das sir. I now request J.S. Rao sir and all the dignitaries on the dais to felicitate Dr. B.K. Das. It's a very common request from our managing director, never ever felicitate me as we are inviting all guests, but it is just opposite. This venue belongs to Yashoda Hospital. This program belongs to TODACON and TODA. So we will breach your request. I request TODACON EC members, organizing committee to felicitate Dr. G.S. Rao sir, Manas Panigrai sir and the TODACON to felicitate. I request Dr. Purohit sir to felicitate Dr. Manas Panigrai sir. I request Dr. G.S. Rao sir to felicitate Dr. Sunil sir. I request Dr. Bikeda sir to felicitate Dr. P.C. Rath. I think it is on the occasion where we all are waiting to listen to both our guests, one in-house in Hyderabad and one from a DRDO. So I will request Dr. G.S. Rao sir to actually give a message to this TODACON.
Good evening, everybody. I thank the organizers of this TODA for calling me to be part of you. Today's chief guest, the Director General of the DRDO, who has been in the midst of us, is an distinguished doctor. Communication, Director General Electronics Communication and of DRDO, Dr. B.K. Das. The President of TODA, Dr. Niranjan. All other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Kola told me to give message. Am I right, sir? Yes. Sir, I cannot give any message. I am too old to give a message. I will learn something because there are so many distinguished doctors are there. Dr. P. Sradha, Dr. Manas, so many other things. And he is also the Vice President of
Indian Society of Critical Care.
Indian Society of Critical Care. I really very, very happy of it. One thing I understood about Orient doctors, they are very hard working, no doubt. Professionally excellent and very, very dedicated to their profession. We generally go to Jagannath once in a year or so. My wife is very fond of it. I have seen a lot of black cotton soil, lot of water is also there, big seashore is there, lot of mineral health is there, mineral wealth is there. Probably I request all the doctors here, you have come up in life, next generation should not be only in the profession, they should become entrepreneurs. I request you people to train your next generation for entrepreneurs, otherwise the development of the state doesn't depend only on the profession, it also needs an entrepreneurs who will take the risk of putting some factories, going for coal mining, this and that. Very, very good area, and I really feel that Lord Jagannath is given you a lot of wealth in Orissa. That is what I think. Last but not the least, this thoda in Hindi is less. Is not thoda, is bahut bada hai. You see so. And if there is any consolation membership or temporary membership, I would like to also join because I am neither I studied in there nor I have become. But anyway, I am very, very happy to meet all of you. I just came to see Manas and also P. Sirath because they are very difficult to meet them. If I go there, I have to wait for a day or two, I am sure of it. I tell you one experience about, my experience about one Orissa, Orion IT guy. Because if you see Hyderabad full of IAS, IPS and all IRS also are mostly Orions only. Somewhere in 1990, we built a very small nursing home in Somajigoda. I was a NRI, I brought a lot of money from Middle East and then Europe. I was a little arrogant also. One fellow just walked in, he simply said, how did you build this hospital? 1990. I was a little pissed off. I said, who are you to ask? No, I am from income tax. I said, okay, you go to your office, send a letter, then I will answer that. He pissed off. He went and sent one letter, official letter. I gave it to my chart accountant. He submitted all the books because it's totally dollars, so there is no black money, nothing. But in spite of that, he sent a letter that you have to come and appear in front of me. Okay, I went one day, first day. 10 o'clock you will go, he will keep you waiting up to 5 o'clock, he won't see us. Second day also same, third day also same. I got fed up, I don't know what to do. At those days, I am not very aware of this Hyderabad culture or Hyderabad people or Hyderabad politician. I was also new to the Hyderabad at that particular time. Then I asked who is the head, who is the reporting boss for this guy. I found one Das, his name was I said, okay, let me go, and then I went there. In the room, he was not sitting on the table, he was searching some books on the table. His dress was so simple. He wore chappals and then very simple dress. I said, sir, who is that Das I want to meet? I said, Arey Das to mai chu, what do you want? I said, this is my problem. I gave the Xerox copy of what I have submitted. He saw the whole thing, and they said, okay, Doctor Sahab, aap aisa karo, aap chale jaiye, I'll take care. After 1 week, I got a letter that your whole file is closed or whatever it is there. Then I went and met him, thanking him. He made me to sit and gave me a tea and gave one advice. GS, government officers, they may not help you, but they can trouble you. So better be a little bit more courteous with them. Nowadays, even if a peon from income tax comes, I will go out and bring him. I am not losing anything. There is nothing wrong in being very polite. So, and still he is my advisor to me. He is now, I feel, retired, and his wife is, was with us. She got a cancer, she died, but we had a lot of good relationship. He wrote a lot of income tax books. He is now advisor to Ambani and even our Mega Krishna Reddy also, that guy, that good guy. Anyway, I still remember one advice what he gave is, don't be arrogant. It doesn't pay us and it will trouble you. Anyway, I think I narrated this story so that you are also, some of the youngsters, if not the world, can learn from this thing. I really happy to see all of you, very, very hard-working group. But I also want Orients should become entrepreneurs. Thank you very much.
He was not an Oriya, sir. He was not an Oriya, by the way. That he was an Oriya. So the whole narrated story belongs to that point of. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. Always he has been an orator of a different part. And I now request all of you are waiting for our chief guest to deliver a message and talk to us. I request none other than Dr. B.K. Das sir to come onto the rise and please speak.
Namaskar, Jai Jagannath. On the dais, Dr. G.S. Rao sir, Dr. P.C. Ratha sir, Dr. Panigrahi, Dr. Purohit, Dr. Venkatraman, Dr. Pradhan, Dr. Panda, Dr. Sunil, all the esteemed doctors and dignitaries of the dais, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, My heartiest congratulations to TODA for organizing such a wonderful event here. And this is the third version. And all the contributions, the glimpse of which I could see in the video has been really heart-touching and wonderful, and heartiest compliments to all of you for organizing such great events in this beautiful Nizam city. And I pray God that you continue such good work ahead. I'm equally thrilled to be here, and last about an hour has been a different experience for me altogether. You know, from where I have come and to the place I have come, I have forgotten my past, and I must thank Dr. Rao for creating such a wonderful temple for all of us that we really cherish for that, such a great feat for the society. And nothing comes easy, so his address, he has explained narrative very clearly, what all hard work you have to have, what all hurdles you have to face if you have to create such a beautiful, great infrastructure for the society. I think that's the biggest message which all of us should carry forward. And coming further, I'm so thankful to God that I am among you all in person. I must confess before you that Dr. Purohit has been one of my best friends when I was in Missile Complex ITR as director, and we were organizing some program where he was there. I come across him and we became good friends after that. One day I was in the midst of the meeting and his call comes that, sir, can you be here? And like I say always, anybody calls, the first thing is yes, without thinking where I'm going and what I'm doing. Later I confirm with my secretary if that date is available. So that day I also confirmed, but of course I kept it on a little bit of a hold. That let me verify it's a big event, it should not happen that I'm somewhere else. And of course, secretary, I had to put some veto to get it cleared, and finally I'm here. But I must say one thing. When I confessed, I had no idea how the days are unfolding for me ahead. And you all know what has happened after that. And my deepest prayer to the Almighty to give strength to all those families who lost their near and dear ones. And at the same time, what we have undergone as a country. It's very difficult for me to fly out. It's very difficult for me to come out public. You know, the typical questions which comes around. I was telling honestly, I had to remove first time my tag of DRDO while flying in this flight today because it becomes too difficult for me to handle things. One such I did a week back in Delhi, and it was tough because everyone is curious to know what's happening, what happens, and what next. And what's happening you are all seeing, I can't tell you. What next, I can't tell you. So if both the things I can't tell you, then why do you ask me for? So that was as simple as that. Still I was, you know, it's a natural curiosity of the people, so I had to hide my badge. But the fact remains that, friends, we are going through a very, very tough situations. I'll come to that, but let me tell you, I'll forget that small story if I get into my business of what I'm doing every day these days. You know, when God created us, sent us to this world, God has given us two slips. One is do's and other one is do nots. And he says, if you want to come back safe to me, follow the do's, observe the don'ts. Having said that, you know what are the do's or the don'ts. I'll give you one example. Do all good works. Don't eat too much of butter, too much of oil, too much of good food that your tummy becomes an absolute mini earth. So, but he knows very well that we will do exactly the reverse. And that is the reason he sent his incarnation to the earth. That is nothing but the doctors. He knew that when my people just don't follow what I say, they can't reach me, they will reach you. I am blessed to have my address in front of so many incarnations of God here. You, your determination, your dedication, your sacrifice, and your goodness to all of us made us what we are today. Let me tell you, so much of good work you told about me and DRDO. But there is a small difference. We save the country, you save the mankind. For you, there is no barrier. For me, there got to be a barrier. You know that. So that's our difference. But friends, having said so, if we want to really look at India today, I hate statistics to talk on my talks, but generally the Global Health Security Index, we are not very good at. We are 66 out of 195. Health and health system ranking, we're 112 out of 167s. These are not a very good statistics to go for, but at the same time, there is something good about that today we are blessed, we are having a good time, we are having a good life. We are the generations who crossed through COVID. we are the generations who are seeing war after wars, whether it was Kargil or whether what was happening day before yesterday. So we are the generations who are the fighters. We have come forward, and I must salute again the incarnation of the God, all the doctors who gave us a life to live after that tremendous pandemic, saving, and the kind of contributions all of you had to save the mankind against that deadly pandemic. I think the entire mankind will salute doctors for that. Friends, if we look at the current situation today, the current geopolitical situation today, there is a Gaza-Israel going on at one corner, there is a Ukraine and Russia is going on at other corners, so on and so forth. If we look back, when the Ukraine-Russia war started, did anyone think that it will last more than a week? And today you see it's the third or fourth year running and it's still continuing. Essentially what it means, the whole domain and the definition of war has changed. Many people have asked me from yesterday till now, many press reporters, many of my near and dear ones, what is ceasefire? Was it right for ceasefire, wrong for ceasefire? I don't think this is a place of debate to do that. But I can only tell you one thing today. The war is a different war. If Ukraine had a capacity of only 1 week, if it is running for 3 to 4 years, you can understand what it means. I don't want to make it a geopolitical stage, but the whole axis and allies and all that, how they align across each other is important. There's a lot of lessons to learn here, friends. Nobody could think in a Russia-Ukraine war that such a devastating tank could be turned to the ashes by a tiny drone. That's the warfare. When we started right from World War I, the journey up to World War II and further, there has been the weapons, there has been shells, there has been artillery, there has been tanks, there has been ammunition, there is missiles, there is aircrafts. These were deciding the course of the war. But today, the tiny swarm of drones decide the course of the war. So what it essentially means? I have been in the missile program for 33 years, working with Kalam so long. We started integrated guided missile development program. I think most of us would be knowing that. Way back in 1987, 88, when I was a fresh graduate, and we were all dreaming high to create huge missiles for India. We made Agni, Prithvi, Trishul, Nag, Akash, all those things. I think you know more than me. And if we look at from that day onwards, when really we didn't know how to make missiles, and we started making one after another, I think success gives a pride to our fellow countrymen, but creates more enemies beyond the border. Probably that's the reason we had difficulties. And those days, India, if you look at, we really were not so strong to be Atmanirbhar on every aspect. I'll tell you, we are importing radars, we are importing telemetry systems, we are importing electro-optics, every such things. So there is a lot of choking came from abroad. 22nd May 1989, I still remember I was a young boy that time making missiles and seeing that it is touching the success. We were all jumping in the launch pad with Kalam and all of those guys that time, that India has become a IRBM power. We never knew what it unfolds before us. Probably the very next day, our systems are withdrawn because they are all come from United States. The experts have been withdrawn with all those huge complex systems being thrown apart. And the logic was very clear. If you want our support, you have to write a treaty that you can't make missiles beyond 300 kilometers. I was a young boy. I thought in history, I said 1947, we have become independent India, right? But what is that independent India all about when we know how to make missiles beyond, but we can't make it? Why it happens? It happens for a simple reason, because we don't have the ecosystems, we don't have indigenous programs, we don't have such systems which we can make it in India. That has propelled all of us. That has propelled saying that we have two paths. One, sign the document, lifelong make 300 kilometers missile, which means nothing at these days other than attacking only to our neighborhood countries. And lifelong remains the slave of the technology. This is the path one. And that's the easiest path anyway. And the path two is a daring path. Say no to US. Show to US that yes, without you we can make systems, we can design electro-optics, we can design radar, and we can design systems and missiles which we need as ranges. Prefer each one of us prefer the path two, which is the difficult path. And that's exactly, some of you who are younger to me, I can only advise you. जिंदगी में हर कदम जब आगे डालोगे दो रास्ता आएगा, एक आसान एक मुश्किल, और मुश्किल रास्ते में ही चलने को सफलता कहते हैं. And that's exactly what we decided that day. And that day, 1989, to say no to United States on his face, that do hell with what you did, we will do our systems ourselves. We did that commitment, and ever since then, in the span of about 2 decades, India had its own radars, India had its own electro-optics, India had its own telemetry systems, the electro-optic systems and everything put together, and India could make the Agni, which could cross through beyond 300 to 5,000 kilometers. That's the power. Friends, that is the power which God has given within us, and we don't see the power within. So we always consider we are weak. We need support from countries. We need that. Without the United States, we cannot do anything. Without Russia, we can't do anything. Here is one India who does everything, anything within our own design. That has been our commitments. And thanks to all of us, our countrymen, our defense forces, this mission which we started that day, you are seeing it today. I say a very, very important and a very simple point, friends. I don't think as a country, any country for that matter, could dare to fight a war if you don't have the systems of your own. उधार की जिंदगी से कोई जंग नहीं लड़ सकता. You have to have commitment of your own, systems of your own. Then only you can win the war. That is the reason we developed systems. And you have seen missiles. You are seeing, as I said, in the current war, I'm not talking about at all. You are all seeing in the TV. I think every channel is speaking 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times more than what I'm saying. You better enjoy that. I will not come on your way for that. But only thing I can tell you that, yes, here is a country called India who always fought, stand on its own leg. And the biggest blunder US did that day to say no. And that's the biggest blessings for India, that we could show to the rest of the world what India on its own, by its own, through its own industries can do itself. Friends, let me tell you, that's a very, very important challenge further. We have got 3 challenges here. We, the designers, who design such sophisticated systems, fortunately, by luck, by God's grace, by my desire and passion, I have been one of those for last 35, 37 years working, and you have seen those systems. You talk about anti-drone systems, Akash missiles. I think a sample of it is what you saw. But the point here is, every system which you see today, it is driven by the technology of yesteryears, friends. It's a race. आज का दिन आप जो सिस्टम देख रहे हो जंग में लड़ रहा है, उसका टेक्नोलॉजी 10 साल पुराना है. जो हम बनाए थे तब सोचे थे, आज ये सिस्टम बनता है. ये पूरा दुनिया का रीत है. Technology and the system, if they run together, there will be a gap of at least 10 years. Okay? So what you see as a system today, if it is a technology of yesteryears, if we have to do the research today to make and empower our India to be a global superpower, we have to think of such technologies which will create weapons 10 years ahead. Right? And if you want to have a weapon of 10 years ahead, we have to imagine a decade ahead how is going to be the warfare. A decade behind, nobody could think that tiny drone can devastate a T-72 or a T-90, right? It all happens as it happens. So all depends on your imagination. All depends on how are you going to extrapolate your war fight. And aaj ka din, if we are able to imagine next 10-15 years what is going to be the war, I'll give you a glimpse of it today. The biggest war which is going to be in the future is going to be the cyber war, wherein you sit in your digital battle room and you win the war, not even a single missile is being launched. You crash entire computer systems of the opponents, and that's it. The biggest war is going to be the satellite and the space war. You know why? We all are being controlled today by the satellites. The internet, the communications, the video, the TV, the channels, all of them are controlled by satellites, right? So all that I do is I go and kill the satellite and the space. No, a single human being is not affected in that. Entire country becomes blind overnight. That's the future war. Third war, I will tell you. You all have seen there is an attack missile coming, there is an Akash missile going and destroying it, or there is another drone coming here, there is an S-400 going in. All that is happening day in and day out in the channel, right? I have been a man from a ballistic missile defense. We have been working, we have been developed such systems. But I can tell you one very simple thing. When one missile attacks and one missile counterattacks, we get a pride that we could kill that missile. But we forget that we lost one missile as well. That's the beauty if you look at. And if such kind of a war continues for days, for months, for years, you know who wins? Both countries gradually start depleting in our economy. And the country who has got a bigger economic power will sustain, and the country who has a lower economic power, even though the best of the technology, it will perish after some time. Then how do we win such wars? Does it mean that other fellow will not launch missiles? He will. So you should have systems which is not a missile. You'll still able to counter the missile. That's what is called, I think somewhere in my biodata somebody was reading, DEW. That's called Directed Energy Weapon. That is the next generation warfare. बचपन में हम खेलते थे ना वो लेजर गन, वही होता है. Laser has become the power of today, that if you pinpoint the laser beam to the missiles, it gets finished. Pinpoint the microwave to the missiles, it gets finished. You lose nothing. Just a pulse. 50 paisa ka hota hai. If you can control such kind of technologies, if you can focus such kind of technologies for the future, if you can really master such technologies in future, as many missiles come, you lose nothing, but you protect your country with a counterattacks. These 3 or 4 ideas, if I give you, these are going to be the future warfare 10 years ahead. And if we need to prepare our country against such, we need to prepare such technology, we need to sharpen our skill, we need to empower our children to have such kind of studies, such kind of education, such kind of focus. Probably that is the day we will have the power. Having said so, one more very big area which is unfolding at every nook and corner these days, that is called artificial intelligence. I think your program also somewhere I saw how AI is going to help the doctors. Yeah, that's true. It's coming in a big way. IIT में मैंने 1987 में पढ़ा था AI. कोई सोचा भी तब कभी नहीं था, because it was just to get a good score in that so that we get our gold medal. But we never thought AI can control the world today. You see, after 30 years, it has come up. Why did it come up so fast, you tell me? Because your chat GPT has come to your palm top. What does it mean? A technology becomes really popular across the country when it becomes accessible to the people. चैट जीपीटी आज कुछ भी जरूरत होता है, बच्चों का होमवर्क करना है तो आज कोई माँ बाप नहीं करते, बेटा चैट जीपीटी में लगा के आंसर दे दो और खुद बैठ के पिक्चर देखो. ये तो होता है आजकल. We started using how to use the technology the best of it. जब वो पता चलता है तब सब होते हैं, अरे AI में काफी दम है. So what does it mean? The technology has to come to the common man for the common use, then you understand its power. And AI has become that way today. Most of my defense systems are with AI enabled today. The kind of systems we are developing for the future, I'm sorry, I can't explain you here in this forum. I really don't know whether in a reporter or something live cast you are doing. Normally I ask that, I didn't ask it today. But you are doing that? You should have told me before. Never mind. Doesn't matter. So the fact where is, the AI is really becoming the most critical one for defining the warfare, and so is the medical science. I think you all agree with it. But I want to tell you, if India wants to become a world leader, AI is one such topic where India could be the world leader. Do you know why? For 2 simple reasons. One, the success of AI depends on an analytical mind, because it's all complex algorithms which you need to master. And that kind of a complex algorithms, if anybody can master across the world, it is going to be India. You all agree with me? Because Indian mind is the best analytical mind across the world. Okay? What is the second thing which requires for the success of AI? The data sets. Without data, the AI has no value, because you have to train the system. Then it will become more intelligent. How we become intelligent? By training. By studying time and again a set of books, we become intelligent. Like all of you are intelligent people here. You have studied so much in your career. So our model, our analytical model has to study. Then it becomes the best. From where it studies? From the data. And why did I say India will be the world leader in that? Because India is one country which has got a strength of data. I'll tell you why. Our scriptures. You look at Ramayana. You look at Mahabharata. You look at Tipu Sultan. You look at the warfare, and India is a country which already has faced a lot of wars. Whether it is Mughals, then it came British. So right from Ramayana, Mahabharata till 1947, we have wars. So much of the data we have got. Right? So India has got the analytical mind, and India has got the best of the data. Then tell me why we are not becoming world number 1? I know, that is something I don't understand much. I will explain you something else. Very simple thing I'll explain you from this auditorium itself. If you look at, there are so many seats available in the front. क्या बात है? आप लोग सच में कन्फ्रेंस करिए, किसी भी ऑडिटोरियम में जब घुसते हैं सबसे पहले कहाँ जाते हैं? पीछे से भर भर के आते हैं हम. जब कॉलेज में जाते थे क्लास सुनने के लिए कहाँ बैठते थे सबसे पहले? पीछे. क्या बात है? I already say you all are very intelligent people. सब लोग पीछे बैठते हैं, सामने नहीं आते. क्यों नहीं आते? Nobody wants to be in the line of fire action of the professor. है ना? यही है. यही छोटी सी चीज है जहां इंडिया पीछे पड़ जाता है लोग. ये मजाक में बोल रहा था. You are intelligent people, not that I am commenting why you sat in the front. It is just to make you understand the theory which I am trying to drive into your mind. That any new thing, any great thing, any fantastic thing if you want to do, You will never like to do as a first fellow to do it. You will always see, वो सामने वाले सीट में और कोई बैठेगा तो फिर दूसरा बंदा बैठेगा, पहला मैं नहीं बैठूंगा. Tell me, if you are not the first guy to select that chair, who will be that first guy to select? If everyone looks for the second guy to select, who will be the first? This is where India is losing. We have the analytical mind, we have got the greatest of the data, but we are not coming forward with that courage that yes, I will build a machine which will show it to the world that this is the best AI machine which the country could ever build up. I will have great ideas, but I will not implement look at who is doing that idea first. This is where India look up to. So friends, a time has come, everybody to come forward, everybody to experiment, everybody to go forward to say that I am the first to do this. And this country should come with all of the great ideas. And you, as a doctor, has got the biggest of the data sets available. Look at each one of your experience if you look at. So many years you have handled so many patients of so many varieties. And some doctor has once told me, rarely you will find one fellow's symptom matching to others. They are all unique. Because the characteristics, the body parameters, the statistics, all are different. The attributes are different. That's the reason the doctor has to patiently listen to what all he is talking about. What is his body? Not only what he speaks, probably how his body language is, how he takes it forward, what is his confidence level. All these things together, overall a doctor studies. And imagine in a 30, 40 years of a doctor's life, how many thousands and thousands of patients you must be interacting, maybe millions, really. That's what you are. All of you are probably one of the richest of my country today. Rich with experience, rich with data. And all that is required is to share that data, punch it up to the computers, draw the softwares, create systems. Having said so, always that fear comes in typical Indian mind, that if I create an AI doctor, what will happen to me? Friends, no AI system can ever replace a human being, as much you try for. You can create artificial neuron. CNN has been a very established model. You can create artificial brain, artificial heart, artificial kidney, everything, robots. But you cannot create a human being. Because then you become God. You have to still be there, but your entire rich experience must be preserved for the generation to come next. Your next पीढ़ी जब आते हैं medical science में, they will not start from level 0 again. So this is the right forum when all of you are here. I have come. Whether you talk about, the technology-wise, there could be 3D printing, there could be nanotechnology, there is going to be HEMS, there is going to be so many kind of, engineering and medical have come together to help each other, to work together, to develop great systems and great technology. But what is most important? Your experience, your data sets, your feelings, nobody can get. So, addressing to such great luminaries of this country today, I have come with one intention and one request. Capture every single event and experience of yours. You yourself may forget tomorrow. Have a database on your system. आज का दिन तो आप लोगों के हाथ में सुदर्शन चक्र है, सैमसंग हो, एप्पल हो, पता नहीं क्या है, तो उसमें भरते जाइए. Create a data sets, have your computers, every single experience keep storing. These patients, what is his, what is his feeling, what is his sentiments, what is his analysis, what could be. Keep on piling all of them put together. And keep using, preserving those data together and convert them to the intelligent system. This is what will country need in future. This will build up over years and over years. 30 years after, 40 years after, you don't know what kind of a precious data set you are leaving it to the next human society. This is what country needs from all of you. Friends, you know about genomic medicines, you know about biomedicines, you know about all kind of gene therapy. There are so many things. You are the doctors. हम अगर आपको डॉक्टरी पढ़ाएं तो फिर सूरज को दीपक दिखाने वाली बात हो जाएगी. वो गुस्ताखी हम करेंगे नहीं. बट हम आए हैं निजाम शहर में, तो दो शब्द यही आपको रिक्वेस्ट ही बोल के जाएंगे. And you have got all opportunities in front of you. And the whole world looks up to you. Today I was thrilled to see this facility. राव साहब मुझे एक बार घुमाने लेके गए. It's completely different. I mean, it's a blessed, the human being is blessed to have such a facility in a place called Hyderabad. Really. And believe me, it requires a lot of guts. Again, the same story. Analytical brain, data sets, and the connect between the two. Wherever it has, he becomes successful. This is what is the live example here. Who will think a hospital which is today, he is planning for a hospital which will take care 20 years ahead. Same like what I told you about the war. Today I am working on a technology. The system which you are seeing today, so many press congratulations coming to me, probably this technology was much before. But today what technology I am working, nobody knows. 20 years after, whether I will be alive or not, but my system will speak for myself at every corner what we developed for. This is what you are going to leave for the society. This is what is our contributions to our society. If you want to be remembered, no dollars will go to remember you. You will only be a rich fellow. But what is more important for you, if you want to live in this society, deliver something to this society, which speaks about you after you leave. And this is what is our contributions, this is what is our commitment to our societies. In the same way, you all have to think big, think future, think ahead, and the idea of data sets, idea of AI ML, which I'm talking you today, is going to make you live much, much decades after you leave the society. So friends, together, all of you, continue this good work, continue these good dreams, and bring some big change to this society the world is looking up to. And I'm so happy, I'm so thrilled, I'm so blessed that you all honored me. In fact, that honor I carry it for the entire scientific manpower of this country, whose dedication has made India to be proud today to what's happening in the geopolitics today. It's not my honor, it's honor for my team, the DRDO, and the entire scientific community which you did. And coming here, continue this good work. Let me feel proud at every moment that I got a great opportunity to meet so many luminaries who are creating a great life to the mankind. Continue your work. May God bless you and give you great things ahead. At the end, I had written something. My expansion of doctor today, early morning I was thinking, delivering out of the world care and treatment on rescue. That is what is the expansion of doctor for me. All of you together, keep doing the good work, because life expectancy has increased. Friends, life expectancy has increased because of all of you. But lifestyle has not increased. If lifestyle does not increase, the health span will not increase. We may survive, but we will not be healthy. So what is more important for us? Have a healthy life. And when I talk about health, physical health is only 1/4. There is mental health, there is emotional health, there is spiritual health. First, you all are going to take care. 25% of my life. Rest 75% has to be taken care of by doctor within us. We all have to have a great spiritual mind, great emotional balance, and a great mental strength. If these three are together, medicines will be miracles. And if that is not there, best medicine will also be poison. So, let's have the great of the health, best of the health, divine health, love each other, feel proud that we are great Indians. I'll conclude with somebody asked me, when India will become a developed India. Today we are at the great of the technology, we have the missile power, we have the space power, we have got the fighter power. So much of the import was happening now thanks to Honorable Prime Minister's Atmanirbhar Bharat. Today the fighter is of our own, the radar is of our own, the EW is of our own, missile approach, warning, infrared search and track. Everything single bit we are designing, developing ourselves. But still, if we have to transform our country to a developed India today, friends, I have a simple sutra, a simple mantra. The day my 1.4 billion people takes a pride in them that we are a part of a great country, on every time they breathe in, every blood vessel it runs, if it runs for my neighbor country India, that is the day India will be a developed India. Let's all be committed, let all promise to create a great India, fantastic India, beautiful India, supreme India, which is second to none. I am sure it will happen. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Bande Utkala Janani. Jai Jagannath. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful, exciting, high-spirit message to all of us. So I think we will, from a TODACON, we thought another couple of very senior clinicians who are there as a part of the contribution to the community and the society. I request Dr. K. Vivian Raju, sir, to be on the dais to get felicitated from the TODACON group. Sir, please come onto the dais. Can I have Dr. K. Vivian Raju, sir, slide on the dais? another distinguished Professor Dr. Anupama Panda ma'am. Give him a big round of applause. She was the professor in physiology, and she has been mentor for many of our senior clinicians who has been a shining stars in this part of the world. So we request Dr. Anupama ma'am.
So big clap for our professor. She was our examiner also. And today in Mother's Day is the mother of Anuradha madam. Thanks. Thank you.
So no program, no conference can be winded up without the presidential address. So the whole TODACON or a TODA association has been headed by our president, Dr. Niharanjan Pradhan. So we will actually take a pride to actually ask him the last message he will give before we wind up the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Venkat. First, starts with Bikeda sir. So nice. When I was sitting and listening you, my hair was getting I thought if I'll become an engineer, why I should have joined with you. So my request to all the youngsters, if your brother and sister is thinking about always medicine, please tell this story that they can join in engineering also. And there is as sir was saying, that the thinking is always that why front row that always go back. If you'll imagine enter India, particularly from Odisha, we are very shy. We never project ourselves. That what I have seen. So many people, they think that is our weakness, that Odia people, they stay in the backside. But they are all like our Reserve Bank of India president, and today our India president is Odia madam. So many top things are happening through Odia's, but silent way. So don't think so. In the April 1st, there was a meeting in our temple campus. There our DG Prisons madam was there. After her speech, my speech was there, and I told her there that we adjust to everything. That even if night, morning, what breakfast we'll see, leftover from the night, we'll finish it off and join in our school and then college, then our duty. So we never think that if it is not there, we cannot do. We can adjust to anything. So for that only, we are growing very fast, and I hope all the young generations to go very fast. And coming to when I was sitting besides G.S. Rao sir, I was saying him, year 2004, when I was in CMC Vellore as a faculty, I came and met him. That I thought because in Chennai we should come to nearer to Odisha, and Hyderabad is a good place where kids teaching everything will be fine. Then he went through my CV. Then he asked, why, because you are working nicely, why you are not having a super specialty degree? So today I am here because of that say. Then I went back and worked in CMC Vellore, and then I came as a faculty to Nizam. And that time the 3 years course of vascular surgery came first batch, and I joined as a first batch in the Nizams as I did my DNB. For that, when I last 10 years, I am having DNB seats. When I was chairing the session, that time I got a call from the recent NEET super specialty. Somebody has got some 400 rank. Sir, what is about the vascular surgery, whether I should join or not? So I'm very happy that people are asking for vascular surgery, and then what answer I gave, what Dr. Vikedas told, that because of the technology, if I'll see the vascular surgery 20 years back and today, there is so much develop has happened. Many times only bypass surgeries, now we are doing balloon angioplasty in the leg, and we are salvaging the leg and life also. So thanks GS Rao sir for your support. And when I joined in Yashoda also, that time also, that 4 hours, I learned a lot of things. Yesterday evening when I came to how it is the arrangement to see, and I was saying that why I'm feeling more familiar with Yashoda. So because I have got the training apart from the study and treatment to the patient, how to withstand. We used to do CMEs, we used to visit the doctors. That time I was thinking why I'm coming here like medical representative standing in a, so, but I found after meeting them, they're so happy that they learned so many things from me. So thanks sir. And now special thanks to our organizing chairman, Purohit, and our Venkat, organizing secretary. Please bring to felicitate them. Though I kept in the list, they told no, we save time. No, just 2 minutes, please both come to the front. Please come quickly. And special thanks to our PC Rath sir and Manas Panigrahi sir. Actually, Manas Panigrahi sir, they started the TODACON. Whenever we are doing, whenever we are meeting, we are collecting some money and doing some work, health work arranged by Sunil Swai sir. Then why we should have some CME, and by that some money will come back and we can spend on the different health camps and to help others. And now we are doing so nicely, and recently our chartered accountant, we got the IT return, and so nice it is, so happy that again we are not having a room office, and we are roaming around where we will keep a official address. Our past secretary and advisor, please come, madam, please come. Yeah. Sai Ravi Shankar. Now till Sai Ravi Shankar's house address is our official address. Yeah. So our GS Rao sir and VK Das sir will felicitate both. Purohit, yeah. Dr. Venkat, please come this side. Dr. Venkat, please. We are felicitating a TODA member who organized so nice meeting. Everybody are so happy. And my special thanks to all the delegates present here in a Sunday afternoon, spending time here. I think all of you might have enjoyed a lot, and particularly to the students. So thanks a lot. Yeah. So now I request Dr. Venkat to say the vote of thanks, and my special thanks to again Manas Bhai for the TODACON, to his brainchild, and so nicely it is going on with the Now we are in the third year. Thank you. Venkat, please take.
I think please hold on. We'll have a national anthem for next 2-3 minutes. Please hold on. Don't move. So we, as an organizer of TODACON and the association TODA, from the bottom of our heart, we thank BK Das sir for being here, giving his presence in spite of this current situation. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. I thank Dr. G.S. Rao sir. On a Sunday, every Sunday, one or the other programs happens, he could not refuse and be here for the last almost 4-5 hours. All the TODA association executive members, president, vice president, secretary, joint secretary, treasurer, all executives, all the senior patrons, advisors, and more importantly, the delegates. Thank you very much for being here, the all faculty, chairpersons, moderators. This program would have been not possible without the support of Yashoda Hospital administration, management, and different departments, from audiovisual to branding to F&B, who have provided very tasty Odia, already the snacks, and we have many more to come in the evening during our dinner. And all those team, including the facility department, housekeeping, everybody supported us. And last but not the least, the sponsors, the industry who came forward. We all give them a round of applause before we conclude. And I now request all of us, all of you to stand up for our national anthem. And this is again a respect to our nation and respect to our defense department who stood in front of us, protecting us and making all of us proud. Can I have our national anthem, please?
Janagana mana adhinayaka jaya he Bharat bhagya vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchchala Jaladhi Taranga तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind. So with this, I conclude this inaugural ceremony. I request Dr. Satish and Dr. Sangeeta ma'am to continue their academic session, which is the core of this. Thank you all, dignitaries.
Session 3 जो introduction समस्तंकर हबो तांकर So let's come back to our academics. So we have had an amazing session 1 and session 2. So now session 3 starts. It focuses on the frontiers of regenerative medicine and critical care. I would like to invite the moderators for the session. Dr. Lakshmi K.
Request all of you be seated. These are all sessions which are very important for us.
Hello, Sharat.
Can we have the PPTs, please? Introduction.
Hello.
I request Dr. Lakshmi K onto the stage, please, for moderating the show. Dr. Lakshmi. Next, I call upon Dr. Narmada Padhi. Next.
Next PPT presentation. Intro slide.
Dr. Narmada Padhi. I invite Dr. Sri Nagesh. Dr. Sri Nagesh. Requesting the chairpersons, Dr. Sridhar, Dr. Srilata Patnaik, Dr. Srilata, Dr. A. Shanta, as the technologies are advancing and we have seen that how AI is taking over, we expect our ICUs to become more advanced and more intelligent. So I call upon Dr. K.C. Mishra. He's HOD Critical Care, Yashoda Somajiguda, who is going to tell us how our future ICUs will be.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Respected chairpersons, the dignitaries on dais and off dais. Feeling little bad that the full house now maybe 1/10 full now. and maybe we would have started after 5 minutes. Okay, so future of ICU, the 2-3 disclaimers what I want to tell before going for. See, first thing is Venkat sent me a message telling that your talk should be for general audience and understandable to all the specialties. Talk should have humor, and audience should be stick to that talk. So that is a special demand what has been given by the secretary of this TODA conference, organizing secretary. So I wanted to make more and more humor. So that's what my talk was, based of like more of humor, less of science. As we all know, like predicting future is not at all easy. And what we, after 10 years, 15 years, 50 years, 100 years, nobody can predict also how the things will be. Maybe we'll be ruled by robots. That also is possible, the way things are going on when it comes to AI. And because there was lot of topics already on AI, and there were topics on stem cells and all those things, I didn't add it because, see, if I'll talk on 20 minutes on only the future of ICU, it becomes very difficult. So that's the reason I have to add some past and all this, because a lot of AI and all stuffs are already been discussed in the before topics. So, if you see, like 1977, one movie came called Amar Akbar Anthony. That time, actually, I was also not born. Most of us, I think, might not be. There was an interesting scene in that movie that I need to play it. Sorry, something is happening.
सिर्फ नाता नहीं, ये कुछ और भी है। माँ से बिछड़ के भी ये।
The interesting part of this scene is this defies gravity, this defies science, and it was like directed in 1977. I don't think we are capable now, or we will be capable in future also, because 3 people were giving blood was going up, and from there was given to their mother. All the things are not possible at this point of time or in future also. So before going to the future, or maybe we should, where we are right now, we should know our past. So never forget the past. Anyone of us who knows who is she? Okay. So great people, they know her. So I think she is maybe the more important person when it comes to nurses, but yes, doctors also know that's a great thing. She is Florence Nightingale. So she, during the 1850 Crimean War, that is the time actually, what she told, maybe a very simple thing, she wanted all the critically ill patients to be beside the nursing stations, to give them the most possible attention. That was the most simplest act what she has done, and that affected greatly when the outcome of those sick or critically ill patients who were like wounded during that war. Maybe she is the first person who thought of maybe the concept of monitoring, which is maybe the most important pillar when it comes to ICU. Second, I think the next important part which came into play when it comes to what we are right now, ICU and all, that was in 1950s, polio epidemic happened throughout the world. This is one of the scene of the polio epidemic. At the time, actually, hundreds of maybe the childrens and all who were affected with polio, that time those boxes called iron lung, there was no positive pressure ventilation at that point of time. Those people will be outside, and because of those boxes, they used to get ventilated, because that time they were not able to breathe because of the respiratory muscles getting affected. But with all their efforts, almost 80 to 90% of people who had severe polio and respiratory affection, they used to die. And this is the signboards what I've given at different parts of Italy, one of the signboard in US. Then came one of the mastermind, he's anesthetist by profession, like Dr. Ibsen, he is from Copenhagen. He is the first person thought of doing a tracheostomy through which we can ventilate by positive pressure, by hand and back. There was no ventilator at that point of time. By ventilating by, like they used to have 6-hour shift, all the medical students, they used to ventilate those people. And because of this simple act, the mortality which was beyond 80% came down to 20% or less than that. That is the time they thought we can think of something called ICU. That was the first concept of ICU. And 1953, Ibsen made the first ICU in the world. Afterwards, actually, the next person who Max Harry-Will, called as the father of modern intensive care, he built a 4-bedded shock ward. Then afterwards, in 1974, that evolved into the current ICUs what we see, maybe in the miniature level. So basically, critical care is a relatively new branch, which is maybe around 50 years old compared to the maybe surgery, medicine and all, which is there from age old. So now, coming to the present, let's see, art of life is to live in the present moment. That is what I think all the people who are meditating will tell us. We cannot predict future, don't live in the past, live in the future. So we need to know few things about the future. We never thought of that those could have been possible when we were in like 15, 20 years back during the MBBS time. So basically, if you see the definition of ICU, there are 3 things that are maybe the pillar. So this is an interesting thing I have came across, that there is a definition of ICU also, where like the critically ill patients provided the intensive and specialized medical and nursing care with enhanced capacity of monitoring, multiple modalities to support their organs and sustain life. So there are 3 basic pillars when it comes to ICU. One is the care providers, that is the nurses and doctors, monitoring of those patients in the highest possible way, and third is the different forms of organ supports by which patient can be supported when they are critically ill. So these are the 3 things on which maybe our future of critical care depends. How good we'll improve these 3 things: care providers, monitoring and organ support. Basically, this is one of our patients in our ICU some time back. So this is one of the most critical patient in ICU. Looks like there is a CRRT machine running, there is a ECMO machine running, they are on ventilator, there are multiple infusion pumps which will be there in these patients. They are one kind of patients where if you see the big data and AI what we are discussing, maybe some thousands of data will be displayed in every minute or maybe every hour. And it is impossible for us to think what is good, what is bad, how to act, what is the best way to act. Anyway, we'll come to that maybe in a simpler way. If you see the first ECMO in 1971, how big it was is nothing but a cardiopulmonary bypass. Now we have small ECMO machines. Things are getting miniature day by day. We are transferring patient, initiating ECMO there at their bedside and shifting. Even we are transferring by air. Those things were not possible maybe 10 years back, we never thought of. So how can we predict what will happen after 50 years? Monitoring, if you see monitoring, one of the most important pillar when it comes to ICU. So these are remote monitoring what is possible. This is central monitoring. Now people are doing remote monitoring, like they will see what all going on in multiple ICUs together and they can prompt the persons like or alarm. They will set an alarm whenever there is an issue in the patient so that they can act upon whenever it is required, maybe in the day or night. Now there are few things are coming out like Vincent, there are many where even post-discharge ICU patient, they can wear a wearable through which they can be continuously monitored. If there is something which is going wrong, they can be alerted earlier, they can come back to the hospital, they will be alerted accordingly. So things are improving in a way that we don't know how the future will be in maybe 10, 30, 40 years. Now I think Madam is there, Lakshmi Madam, one of the pioneers when it comes to Da Vinci and robotic surgeries. So robotic surgeries, if you see, this is also coming in big way where let's see the finest of the surgeries can be done meticulously when you have you have that experience when how to use these robots now. This is what going on, and it is not new. Operation Lindbergh, where actually a patient who was in France got operated by a person who is staying in US in 2001. We are still behind, maybe we have started late in India, but these things are going on. So when it comes to now future, or maybe the recent future what we can see in next 5 to 10 years, intelligent ICUs will be built because now the 5G, intelligent data, big data, different robot and AI will play. Those things will see the monitoring system, there will be analytic system to analyze the best possible data. See, the major problem with the alarm is alarm fatigue is a common thing in ICU. There will be so many alarm continuously going on in alarm. Most of the time, we don't give that importance to the alarm because of those continuous alarm systems and all those things. We need to know which are the alarms which should be given the importance also. Communication system, all those things will be real-time, accurate and interactive. All those things are the future that is called intelligent ICU. If you see the patient in the next slide, if you see the patient, my animations are not working appropriately. They are just coming beyond my control. I don't know why. So, so if you see the data, what we are getting in India, I think maybe the most populous country in the world, now we have enough data, and that is called big data. The data, the more data, what our Vikida Sal was also telling, if we will store more and more data over a period of time, it will add on the clinical research, and we can have a better idea about in the complex therapies, and we can deliver the best possible treatment to the patient in future and maybe in now also. If you see artificial intelligence, we had a lot of discussion. There are many things. Disease prediction can be done early when artificial intelligence, with all the data what we have, healthcare access will be more and more patient can get equitable healthcare. It is more important that you see in India, the major problem is you are in Hyderabad, you can get the best facilities. If you go to Karimnagar, maybe little better, less than Hyderabad. You go to a smaller place in Orissa and all, the healthcare is very, very poor. So equitable healthcare and all those things are possible in future because of artificial intelligence. Identity verification, automated image direction. You see, like you have very good radiologists in one place. If those people can diagnose a X-ray, CT, MRI remotely in a remotest place, that is the best thing to happen, I think. I think we will never miss a real diagnosis what is required to be diagnosed and treated early. Similarly, AI will come in a much bigger way. It is already entered and it is going to grow bigger and bigger day by day. Tele-ICU and tele-rounds. This is again a big thing, and it is already started in many of the hospitals. I think Apollo is one of the hospitals. Esther people also, they are doing tele-ICU. It is going to grow bigger, and it has to grow because of the Indian population and diversity and non-equitability when it comes to healthcare in our country. So this is how we can see remotely a patient, how they are doing, all their like labs, their investigations, everything, including the real-time monitoring of those cases to decide what will be the best for that patient at that point of time. Even the doctors can give consultation, looking at them and talking to them over some video. This is what is happening already, and maybe in future it is going to grow even bigger. Robots already been introduced, not in India, but at least if you see the eastern part of our world, this is one of the picture in Singapore, one of the medical hospital. The robots are already been introduced, not in like treating patients, but mobilizing health, others like the small works, they have already been utilized. I will not be surprised, maybe in 50 years, doctors are being, and half of the doctors and other support staff will be replaced by robots. Precise medicine, again, one of the important thing, what is coming up in big way in future, genotype and phenotype. So every person is different from other. If we particularly know the genotype and phenotype of a patient, maybe the tailor made medicines can be given appropriately for a patient to have the best possible result in those cases. For an example, there is a study that was published in septic patients. They done the phenotype, Mars 1, Mars 2, Mars 3, Mars 4 and all. What they have seen in sepsis, septic shock and organ dysfunction patients, Mars 1 people, even if you give the best possible treatment or maybe equal treatment to all the people, the Mars 1 phenotype people, they used to die more. Their mortality is much higher compared to Mars 2, Mars 3. So this phenotypic and genotypic, that is the most important component when it comes to precise medicine, or every person is different by which we can treat them in a different way. Biomarkers already there, it is going to come in a big way. We can diagnose things before, and maybe we can have a proper prognosis and treatment markers. Real-time simulations, there are now real-time simulations are happening. Before doing something, we can do real-time simulation. It can, in the future, it will be going much bigger. Second thing is non-invasiveness. See, in an ICU, maybe we are drawing blood for a patient maybe 5 times, 7 times, that itself causing anemia apart from the pain and the misery what we are giving to the patients. Now, in future, one thing is going to come in a big way is a non-invasiveness when it comes to test. These are like breath analyzer. We know alcohol breath analyzer is there, and most of the time ketones, you name anything, everything comes out through breath. So breath analyzers and handheld breath line analyzers are going to come in a much bigger way in near future. And other like non-invasive tests like impedance. So this is bioimpedance and all, whatever they have seen, the small things by which we can know a lot of things about a patient. Second thing is automation. So we have already seen automation when it comes to insulin pumps and insulin delivery, which can continuously take the sugar and give insulin whenever is required. So this automation is coming in a much bigger way in future, and maybe the things will be much miniature and small one for most of the diseases which are there, chronic illnesses. Green ICU, again one thing which is like the ICU rooms, how to design them to have the maximum possible space, silent monitor. Those beds will be equipped with some what do you say, like the sounds. There should not be any sound from the outside. To maintain the diurnal variation, they will have some lights will be there. They should know that it is day and night, and all those things are coming in a big way. Apart from that, the world, we know that the pollution and all which is going day by day, the green ICU concept is coming in a big way to have a negative even carbon footprint. Distant future, so I think the science part is over. We'll just see what is possible in some movie wise, because we cannot predict properly what might be the distant future. If you see, I think Subha sir has left, this is a surgical case.
Why aren't you masked? Who are these people?
So this is a movie which was like Star Trek 4 in 1986. So what they have seen is, let's say there was it's a case of idiots, patient was unresponsive, and they were at the operating room, few people came from future, they have just seen invasively, they have told that this is a median artery which is causing the issue, they have repaired that and patient survived. Is this possible? Yes, it may be. There is one more feature, like movie which was like Elysium, which is released in 2013, which was showing a story of 2154, maybe around 120 years after what we are right now. In that movie, what I've seen is there are few, like what you say, bed kind of thing where a patient will lie down, it will diagnose what the problem is and it will treat instantaneously. Is it possible in future? We don't know. So that's why if you see what will happen after 100 years or maybe 50 years down the line, it is impossible how the things will be. Even I was just going across one of the topic where if you live till 2050, you may never die. And we are talking about like reverse aging and all. If you are not dying, there is no issue only, no? So what they have told in 2050, if you have enough money, you will survive, you will never die. If you don't have enough money also, by 2060 there is a probability that with the minimum possible money, there will be advances that a person can survive forever. So these are the speculations for future. That is impossible to speculate with 100% accuracy. With that, I will stop here. Thank you very much. I hope I had some humor, but it's very difficult to have humor in this kind of topics. I tried my best because Venkat has asked me to do that. And interestingly, I thought I will be the only person showing movies or maybe scenes of movies, but there are many people who have already shown movies, some scenes of the movies and all. So I was not the first person, I became second and third. Anyway, thank you very much to our team for the opportunity, and it is a great show. Hopefully, after some time, the hall is also relatively full. Thank you very much.
Well spoken.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra, for showing us how an intelligent ICU looks like. So in continuation with the futuristic ideas, I think in the future dunya we see robots everywhere in the hospital. And but I think will it be like feasible for robots to replace the surgeons? So today we have Dr. Anuradha Panda, Senior Gynecologist, Apollo Hospitals, speaking for topic, can robots replace surgeons? And we have a sibling rivalry here. Dr. Arvind Panda, Senior Urologist, AIG Hospitals, speaking against. Madam, please.
Projecting, huh?
Can we have the slide for Dr. Anuradha Panda, please? This PPT is for Dr. Arvind Panda.
Dr. Anuradha Panda, please.
We want Dr. Anuradha Panda's slide.
Yeah, the third one.
It's already a tug of war, it looks like.
I think our Panda is becoming naughty. Dr. Arvind is trying to be naughty and disturbing her. Yeah.
No, think. Yeah, no, other one. Again.
This is Arvind. Stop being naughty.
Come, come.
Sharad.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected chairpersons, moderators, seniors in the audience, and dear friends. The topic given to me is, will robot replace surgeon? Well, we shall see. Now, Robo has been a new addition to a surgeon's armamentarium, and we see more of hype about it, or is it really working? So let's see. So autonomous robots are here to stay. You see driverless cars, you see the robots in the battlefield, you see them helping us in farming. And then what morning we are saying, to manage kids, manage house, and this is what the robo is doing, Eva. It's already getting launched next year. And you'll find lot of help when it comes to unpacking, doing your daily chores, and helping you pack, helping you cook, and tidying up the house. V-boats are already there when you have a difficult venipuncture. You have them, and many people are using it. It's more accurate. I don't know whether we are using it in India now. And this was all flashed all over. Elon Musk predicting that robo will surpass the best surgeon in the next 5 years. And there's already, on the experimental basis, they have conducted independent surgeries, around 137 real surgeries in the labs. Then autonomous robotic surgery, has the future arrived? Well, to know that, we should know the levels of robo. What we do now is a level 1 robo. Da Vinci, which most of us use, is a level 1 robo. It helps us in precision, in dissecting, and it helps us in doing a lot of intricate surgeries. But the moment we remove our head from the console, the arms freeze. It will not operate, it will not move. So it cannot cause any injury when the surgeon is not operating or surgeon is not in control. Level 2, level 3, they're already there. The hair transplant robo, the knee replacement robo, even ophthalmologist colleagues will know the robotic eye surgery, that's also already there. And level 4 robo, this is what we are saying, which can do things, interpret pre- and intraoperative information, devise a plan, and execute it autonomously. Yes, that is coming in the near future, whether we like it or not. But level 5, full autonomy, well, we are not going to do that, I think, and at the moment, perform surgery on their own with no human input. This is something I don't think we are debating on. When you have autonomous robotic surgery done, you have AI and machine learning. You've been hearing it since morning. They have increased the cognitive ability of the robotic system. They help us do things, analyze image, predict tissue movement, make decisions during surgery, and they help us perform better surgery, I would say. The robotic eye surgery, well, literature says now that they give a very fine incision, they extract the cataract with there's less pain, better healing for the patients. And how does our OT change? So when you see this, what you have now is a surgeon, a scrub nurse, and another circulating nurse in the room. But when you have the Polaris robotic platform, surgeon and a scrub nurse, what was when it was launched. But now it's already in Mount Sinai Hospital. There's only a robo and a scrub nurse in the room. And the doctor, the ophthalmologist, is monitoring 4 rooms. So instead of doing 35 surgeries in the day, they could perform 108 surgeries. And the patients were also happy. So when you come to this, the results reveal that robotic eye surgery is considered a safe alternative to traditional procedure performed by surgeon alone. It's not only that, come to hair transplant, they use AI and robotics to harvest and implant hair follicles. They do it with great precision, very great speed, less injury, less scarring, and it seems they have a more natural look, less injury, less pain, and a personalized hairline. Well, most of us, if all these advantages, most of us may allow ourselves to be, operated by robots. Well, then robot performing first laparoscopy, sir, without human help. This is what they were hyping on, but this was way back. It was for anastomosis of the bowel, and that is more intricate because we don't want leak. When we used to do laparoscopically, it used to be difficult. People used to do a mini lap and then put it, suture and put it in. But with the robo, now the suturing is easier. There is a similar tension, so there's no pulling. You have things nicely done. But what if the robot does it autonomously? Well, they are doing it autonomously in the lab. Maybe in a year or two, they are coming out. Coming to knee transplant, a knee replacement surgery. Well, even here you see, when the robot does it, the drill, cutting, and we only take the help of CT scan and we put the measurements there. And literature is showing that they do a better job. So if they are doing a better job when the robo is there and they do it with less burden to the surgeon, I think we would relax and watch it instead of doing all the drilling and cutting on the tibia. And what does the literature says? It integrates advanced imaging, real-time feedback, sub-millimeter precision, which maybe we as surgeons may not be able to do. Personalized implant alignment, optimizes biomechanical function, so there's less pain to the patient, reduces revision rate, patients are back on their feet faster. While doctors debate, patients decide. So what do the patients say? The public perception that robo is good. 72% indicates the replied that was safer, faster, less pain, and offer better results. And it has potential for remote surgery. Think of a busy surgeon or a famous surgeon who would want to operate in a different place. Well, he can do it now. Already it's in trial basis. I think 1 or 2 surgeries were done. And the doctors can schedule their surgery, who are more in demand, can operate from anywhere in the world. And what you will need is just high-speed data connection, 5G, real-time video control signals between surgeons and locations and patients' location. And there should be no lag. That's important. Otherwise, the surgery will fail. That's important. And what did the patients, the people think? 63% of them voted and said, yes, they are okay with being operated remotely by a famous surgeon. I'm going to do your surgery today. Then what about the ethical issues? If you are giving full control to the robo, we are not giving full control. It may be a stage 4, but a level 4. Now, about the ethical issues, now informed consent has to change. We have, what if the robo malfunctions? Who is to blame? So 61% thought the robotic unit manufacturer will be blamed. 16% the doctor who was operating the robo, the patients and others. So we also, when future we want the robot to get integrated, autonomous robot to be integrated in our operation theater, we have to be careful. The benefits, well, increased precision accuracy that we all know, even with the level 1, level 2, level 3, there's a lot of precision, there's increased accuracy, patients are happy, there's less pain, they get back to their daily life faster. Surgical time and effort, and reduces the burden on surgeon. Surgeon has more time to concentrate on other works. Enhance safety, preventing human errors. This is very important. You don't have your theater, you don't have a priority. You get the theater at 5 o'clock in the evening. You are so, you don't want to operate, but you have to complete the wrist. How would it be if you program the robo, it does the surgery, and you sit there and monitor, sip a cup of tea? I think that would be luxury, end of the day. So improved surgical outcome, faster healing. Even we know in our surgeries, in cancer surgery, when we have AI and machine learning incorporated, it would be easier to do many things, to find out. In the morning, as Dr. Kaushik was saying, how they differentiate the normal tissue, abnormal tissue. I think our dissection would be easier. the tumor load would be reduced more. I think that would be good. And what about training and education? When you have a robo, in our basic robo also we have a dual console. So you can sit, operate, or your assistant can operate and you can train. You have things under your control. So you have more and more data there, and your postgraduates can learn and learn better when you have the robo. And more of advantages. See, surgeons can prolong their career unless you use their experience to control the robo when they are not physically fit to operate for long hours. So maybe later when we grow older, it is something we can fall back on. We use our experience and program the robo, and then we can sit back and always enjoy things when the robo is doing the surgery. Robos excel at repetitive, precise tasks. That is very important. When there is something like heart transplant or suturing, if we give them this length, it can be done, then the repetitive work, they can do it, and they can do it precisely. You save your energy for better jobs. Well, you have many other things to do. My opponent may say, like, it doesn't have human touch, it doesn't have all that. But in the operation theater, you don't need a human touch. You need to do the surgery. All the human touch, empathy, discussing, counseling is always outside. So now, when the robo is doing things, you have more time for counseling and human touch. You can even sit back and relax when things are getting done. The futuristic approach, our OT scenario will change. And what do you expect from robo? That depends how much you want to incorporate them in your daily life and what role you want them to play. Should they be replacing you, or you should be monitoring them, programming them, and seeing how much you need and which area you need them, you can use them. With this, I thank you.
It's a very interesting talk, very interesting. Can we have my slides, please? I think we need to understand about what robot is, what robotic can do, and what AI can do. Yeah. Yes. So can I have a pointer? You have a pointer? It's okay. Yeah, perfect. Is it attached? Oh, you have to attach that. Okay, I know that. Okay. So it doesn't matter. We start. Okay. So what is important is like market value of robot. Let's talk business here. It's about 100 billion today, and just to put it in perspective, the Indian economy is about 3,700 billion. There's a lot of money there. The current state, as my sister said, is most robots are surgeon controlled as of now. Teleoperation, there's no autonomy. We know all these key features. We know all that. But limitations, no independent decision making, and very high cost as of now. This is the tweet which actually resulted in this debate. Elon Musk, Elon Musk, sometimes he can be cocaine filled. And he says robots will surpass good human surgeons in 5 years. And he talks about Neuralink. What is Neuralink? Neuralink is basically a chip which they implant in the brain. So he said the threads of our implant are so fine that they can't be monitored by human hand. So we have a surgical robot. There's a needle here which actually implants these chips, these threads in the brain, and push the chips inside the skull. Yes, this is something that robots can do, and robots can probably do better than humans. So already we have this. We have already seen this about level 1 or level 1. Level 1 is basically the Da Vinci system, where it provides robot assistance. But we are talking about level 2, which we have even in urology. But can we really talk about level 4 and level 5, where we give high level of autonomy and full autonomy to the system? Basically, the surgeon doesn't even need to approve the system's plan in a level 5 robot. The robot sees the investigations, the radiology, makes a plan, executes the plan. In level 4, just approve the plan, press the button, and the robot does the job. Are we ready for that? These robots do not exist as of now. What we do have is a level 2 autonomy robot. So this is aquablation. We still have this. I would love to use it. Unfortunately, it's just far too expensive. Neither can I afford, nor can my hospital afford, nor does it offer outcomes which are better than classical TURP today by experienced surgeon. What it does is very interesting. You mark out these points, you have a water jet which cuts out the prostate. You still have to go in and coagulate those points. That will take around 15-20 minutes. So it's not really changing outcomes. So what would actually be a game changer is creating a system that can learn from human surgeons and then continue to improve performance. That would be a game changer. We don't have that now. Now I want you to ask, the surgeons here, I want you to ask, how is surgery done? Let's come to that basic point. The human surgeons, we know what not to cut, and we cut everything else. Preserve this, cut everything else. But the AI-directed robot, artificial intelligence, we've been talking about that. It needs to know every unnamed structure, every fossa, every vein, every lymphatic. It will not cut anything without being pre-mapped. Everything must be pre-mapped. Can you, at this point of time, pre-map every structure in the human body to make it really autonomous? It's really not possible. As of now, not possible. So when we talk about AI, something called the long tail. That is the standard deviation. If you look at the standard deviation, the curve, anything within the curve, probably the AI will learn in 10-15 years. Then there is always a long tail. There are anomalies. If you look, fingers of your hands are the same. Fingers of two people's are not the same. So you have a difference. So that's where robotics will struggle. So where robotics robots will excel, precision tasks, simple anatomy, Neuralink. We need to tell that to Elon Musk. Making boreholes in the skull, robotic image-guided biopsies, prostate, brain, accessible, immobile, or you can even access, maybe you can also make it, gated, respiration gated, intra-abdominal, orthopedic drilling and screw placement. Yes, the orthopedic robot, yes. Partial automation in lab surgeries, where AI-assisted planning is possible, say aquablation, and where human fatigue probably is a significant factor, they have an advantage. Limitations, we already know this, extreme high cost, we need skills. As of now, haptic feedback, that would absolutely be changed in the next few years. So what about AI integration? So if you have AI image-guided surgery, robots will do it well. Segmentation, navigation, predictive analysis for complication, real-time guidance, that is not so good. Because as of now, we have weak AI, which is really, we do not have these large data sets, we don't have surgeon validation, we don't know all these structures. We have all seen this, so I'll just go back. So this is that so-called thing which could actually suture the human intestine. Just see when it came up. May 5, 2016, it had a robotic suturing tool. And then what it had, and what it finally, when they managed to do it, it took them 6 years, 2022. And what did it do? It just did the suturing of the intestine in a pig, that too with human help. It really could not. You just set that thing up like this, you set that thing up like that, and then it would use this endosuture, and then suture that intestine. Yes, probably better than a human hand, but you had to set it up. It could not do it independently. It could not cut. It could not, hold up those intestine, and then only if you set it up, it could do the suturing. So if you look at the Da Vinci system, more than 1 crore procedures, but still surgeon control. This star robot, smart tissue autonomous robot, suturing better than humans, but with oversight. So what are the barriers to full autonomy? Technical issue, AI is not so advanced. That might change. We really don't know. Anatomical variability and unpredictability, ethical and legal issues, trust, regulatory hurdles. So there is something called irreplaceable human element, judgment, adaptability, handling unexpected crisis, ethical and moral decision making. What happens if there's a rupture of the aorta? Maybe it's a very calcified aorta. Will the robot be able to know what to do? So again, what if something goes wrong? We already have, Intuitive Surgical says, even if a technical malfunction, the surgeon bears full responsibility for the procedure. So will human operators just be a moral crumple zone and then bear the brunt of legal responsibility for something done by a machine? Would you be able to accept that? Ethical concern, again, no liability, no culpability, no accountability. So harm, it will be attributed to the manufacturer, operator, or the maintenance team. The robot will not take accountability. So now, can robots replace surgeons? Current role, no, they are not autonomous agents. AI advancements, complex anatomy is complex anatomy. That's not going to change, that is complex. So human strengths of adaptability, ethical reasoning, trust, and of course,
AI will lack generalizability across procedures. It will be able to do, robots will be able to do simple procedures where the anatomy is straightforward, but more difficult anatomy and more complex anatomy, reoperative, very difficult. In fact, I would go as far as say this, robots can't even replace open surgery completely. You have a difficult case, you still will open. So why robots won't replace surgeons? Lack of true AI judgment. They follow programmed algorithms, but cannot adapt to unexpected complications. Ethical, legal, we have already gone through this. Human trust, patient trust, of course. And look at the competitive landscapes. For the future, we look at the future now. 10 years, 15 years, 20 years ahead. Da Vinci has 80% market share, but it is decreasing every day. Here we have even Indian robot, the SSI Mantra. And we have the emerging system. These competition will lower cost, will enhance AI, but true autonomy, very unlikely. So I like to conclude that the future is actually collaborative. Robots are powerful tools. They are not replacements. Short term, I say they will handle routine tasks, perhaps suturing. Surgeons could probably focus on strategy, on oversight. Long term, 20 plus years, yes, they will expand, but complex procedures will still remain human-led. Barriers will remain, regulations, the very high costs. We like to use them in every case if possible, but the cost sometimes has a barrier. Reliability, ethical concerns. Robot will therefore enhance and augment surgeons. Hybrid models will give you precision and human expertise, but the best outcome will come from human and machine teamwork. We need to know, this is a book I actually recommend, AI Snake Oil, what artificial intelligence can do, what it cannot do, and how do you tell the difference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can we have some insights from the moderators?
Yeah, Arvind and Anuradha, very nice discussion has taken place. But Anuradha has shown there's an Artemis, I think, which does the hair transplant with a lot of precision. And a repetitive surgery, as Arvind also has said, repetitive procedures can be done best by the robots. But okay, now Srinivas is also here. Now a repetitive procedure is a liposuction.
I can do that. I think if you...
Can it do a liposuction without causing an internal damage and can assess the volume?
I think you can, yeah, you can do. It should, yeah.
If it can combine imaging, so it has to be image navigated. It has to be image navigated. If the imaging is good enough, perhaps.
Because many of the plastic surgical procedures are, don't go by any of the investigative procedures.
Maybe the
all
depth,
clinical,
how much to
clinical
go
assessment.
and all that, yeah.
No, but if you are going to use a robot, you have to have imaging. You have to have image guidance.
For example, a blepharoplasty, let us say. Or
That is not possible. I don't think those aesthetic surgeries robot cannot do. But if you talk of liposuction, if it's image guided, you know exactly, do MRI, exactly, exactly where the fat is, how much fat to remove. You can probably mark it out, and probably it would be able to do. But I do not expect blepharoplasty or any sort of aesthetic surgery to be done by that. Aesthetics is typically a human.
Even microvascular, for example. Raising
microvascular also, I doubt. I doubt microvascular. I don't know, but maybe possible if it has miniaturized robot, because what robot does very well is actually anastomosis. If you set it up, in a particular way, it will do the anastomosis probably better than humans.
Better than us, yes.
Yeah, I think having a autonomous robot doing the whole surgery would be difficult. I think some parts of the surgery, like if you have to do a bowel anastomosis, right now, that part we do. Means the main surgeon we have to do. We can't give it, even with a robot, we can't give it to a junior because the thickness of the bites and all still depends on us. So I think that points where the critical points, end of the surgery, all these things, the vascular anastomosis, the bowel anastomosis, everything comes towards the end of the surgery. By the time surgical fatigue is also there, I think at that time you can give the responsibility to the robo and relax.
Madam, would you be differentiating between a stapler, where they'll do the job very quick, versus a robotic anastomosis?
Yeah, no. See, when you are talking of stapler, Right now, I feel that robotic staplers are more cheaper than the regular staplers what are available when you compare cost to cost. But when they would inbuilt robo with the suturing thing, I think the cost of the whole suturing or stapling will come down. Here we are talking of adaptability to every person. Right now, robotic surgery is not affordable to each and every, even though it has all its advantages.
See,
So
with
if
more
you
data, I think when they go in, they know how much to. Maybe you have to
Yeah.
program them. You can't leave them alone at all.
You can't leave them alone.
Level
No,
4,
no.
you have to be around.
Yeah, you have to be around. Do certain degree of tasks with it.
Can I?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, thanks both of you. You have given a very nice perspective to the whole thing. One thing, Arvind, struck very nice chord with what I have, kind of work we do. One thing is that the fatigue part of it, I'm just drawing the parallels with the kind of AI work that we do on a regular basis, on a daily basis. So this part, when the human was doing it, suppose you have 4 cases in a day, by the end of the day, the fatigue starts taking its toll. Either you postpone it the next day, or end of the day, the patient that you do, the planning quality becomes less, without a doubt. So that is one place where the automated system, in my case the AI-based system, in your case the robotic system, will never fail. So mitigation of the artifacts that come out of human fatigue is possibly one of the best things that can a robot bring in within its limitations of workability. Other thing that you told is very, very absolute parallels with what we do. So as I told in the radiation planning, identifying the normal structures is vital. Now when we started working, say 7, 8 years ago also, I would be typically identifying 8 or 10 major vital structures so that the machine can keep the dose away from it. As the machine's complexity increased and the ability for its saving the organ structures became more, the number of normal structures that I normally have to do now goes up to 20, 25, which becomes a huge task for us. And the robots are currently identifying in a human body up to 300 to 400 normal structures. Every single strand of the brachial plexus it can identify, separately, which is practically impossible. How many of us can trace a brachial plexus, entire nerves on a CT scan or MRI? It's practically impossible for us, but it's doing very well. So the computer vision, as we call it now, is basically use of the eye to reach the data and make sense out of it, is one of the additional things that the robot will help you. And Da Vinci has started extrapolating the, yes, you know that. Yes. There's something.
Thing to know that probably overlay when you have a difficult structure to cut.
Yeah, overlay
will really help. Overlay will really help. So you will know where you are cutting. And but the second point about fatigue, as of now in Da Vinci, that also can be quite fatigue. You have a large tumor, it's quite, it's actually more fatigue than laparoscopy. Laparoscopy can move around, and that sitting in that thing, it can be quite fatigue on your shoulder. At the end of the day, you are tired, even with the current generation.
Yeah, I think, Manas bhai.
Okay.
Mic to Dr. Manas, please.
I think both of you didn't stress on neurosurgery part because deliberate ignored neurosurgery. And in robotic cyberknife also, where it's a robotic directed, so they ignored all the other specialities. Where is Arvind? If you don't use robo, probably you'll be out of business tomorrow. In brain, especially if I ask to and take you an apple and then you put a needle into the seed, can you do it? Yeah, so that is where robo is 100% above the manual job. And similarly, like if you have if you're doing a laparoscopic surgery, now somebody somebody has to keep on focusing and changing. Whereas what we use is we have a robotic arm. Wherever you are operating, the light and microscope automatically changes where we are operating. Nobody has to do it for us. Okay, so we don't need a person. Personal is not there, and we save time because it automatically keeps on, wherever I'm working, it automatically focuses, automatically I can work there. I don't waste time, and the light also, I don't have to ask, I change my headlight, change my top light. So, and neural link is something is good, but then it has failed because it didn't sustain for more than 3 months. The adaptability of the wires linking to the neurons. But I'm sure there is we cannot disown Elon Musk. He may be mad now, but tomorrow we'll appreciate when the technology comes back, and where it will help the patient, and robo is going to stay, and it will first come in neuro, then in other departments.
Thank you, all the speakers.
Just out of curiosity, I'm asking, though I'm not a surgeon, see, you are operating all these days. Now, how long did it take for you to get a confidence that robo or laparoscopy, whatever you are doing, how many surgeries it took to you that, you know, you're confident it's doing a better job than me?
It is training. You have to work 50 hours on the simulation and then do animal and cadaver work. Then only they will give you the license to do on the human being. So you have to know first surgical anatomy. You should have a good experience of open surgery. Then you should have a reasonable experience of laparoscopic surgery, and then 40 to 50 hours on the simulation console. That is what we all train through. And then only you get to do the human surgeries.
Actually, Santa Madam, the learning curve is shorter.
Yeah.
You took too many cases to train yourself in laparoscopy, but when you're converting from lab to robo, maybe...
Lab to robo is not much cases.
Yeah,
not
and
much.
then you
couple of cases you get the thing.
So maybe even open to robo also?
No, open to robo is not easy.
Not easy,
Open
but
to
they
robo
say,
is like jumping middle of the swimming pool. You'll... No, open to robo is not easy.
One thing is learning, conversion from manual to robo. The other thing is the advantage of robo. In a robo, like something which I have acquired in 15 years, a new surgeon can acquire that in 5 years. So that is the difference. And that
in
will be
robo, main thing in robo
I'm telling in neurosurgery. I don't want to extrapolate to
any
laparoscopy.
surgery, I think, like you said, the problem with laparoscopic surgery is that you are dependent on someone else to hold the camera, someone else to hold one more. None of them are interested in the surgery, you understand?
Yeah, and
except
he
you,
doesn't think like
your staff, no one, they're only doing their job. So they're always showing it at some different place, especially when you're doing surgeries. Here in robo, everything is under your control. So you can do whatever you want, and if you move out of the robo doesn't listen to anyone. So that is the advantage. That's why you are able to do the surgery far better rather than asking someone, show me here, show me there. All that thing goes away. And definitely with the magnification, the understanding of the anatomy is better than what you can't see in open surgery, you see better with the 3D immersive image what we get with a robo, that you're able to see, you're sitting next to that organ and operating. That is the feeling what we get. That is why you easily can train more easily than a laparoscopic surgery. But I would say to become a laparoscopic surgeon with certain degree of skill level, appreciable skill level, you're almost working like a robo. So I would say experienced laparoscopic surgeon is a manual version of a robo. The arm movements, everything have to work like a robo to get that results. So for experienced surgeon, it's very easy to shift. In couple of cases, you just become normal. Like manual car to automatic car, 1 or 2 days, your mind tunes to it. But for open surgeon to come to this, you have to train. It takes longer time.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi. We are not able to connect to Professor Falguni Pati in Japan. He was supposed to speak on artificial organs, and he's working on 3D bioprinting. So we'll move on to the next program. I want the moderators and chairpersons to remain seated for the next program as well. Now, after surviving years of grueling study, long hours of late night study sessions, countless cups of tea and coffee, tough and stressful exams, there are few masters here who are asking, are we all MBBS pass? So I would request Dr. Devi Prasad Sahu, Dr. Deepak Saha, Dr. Meeli Panda, Dr. Jyoti Pradhan to please come over. They want to put us on trial with a grand quiz here. Dr. Devi Prasad to take over, please.
scan that QR code to join, and what are questions can be answered in that also, I think.
Good evening all. So we are having a new feature this time for TODACON. Purohit Bhai had made me do Daskatiya a long time back. He has now put me in the role of a quiz master. I thank him for that. In the first TODACON, Deepak had actually come up with idea of quiz, and he had prepared, but because of lack of time could not do it. So this time we are doing it, and we are doing it in a better way. We are doing it with the help of a software called Slido, and helping me in this, a team from AIMS Bibinagar, Dr. Milli Panda and Dr. Jyoti. Dr. Jyoti is here, Dr. Milli Panda is standing on the back side because everything is being controlled from the back. So can we move on to the next image? Yeah. Just wait. First slide, giving the name of the quiz masters. Okay, so it has started. Please go on answering. Pause it, please. Okay, so no. What I meant is first slide was that of the quiz team. No problem. So what you do is you scan this, or if you can't scan this, you can go to this website slido.com and give this number. I am telling you the rules. For each quiz question, there will be a first prize winner and a second prize winner. And also after the end of the quiz, there will also be a grand first prize winner and a second prize winner. Yeah, fastest finger first, like that. Whoever answers the correct answer first will be the winner. Everything will be displayed on the screen. You will see the result on the screen, so there is nothing to tamper with. So whoever comes up with the correct answer the fastest will be the winner. And I request the winner to please come down to the front and collect the prize immediately. Because we can't remember. Okay, let's move to the first question, please. So here are the Nobel Prize winners for last year. But the question is, what was their work? For which they got the Nobel Prize? Okay, time is up. Here is the answer. Most have chosen the correct answer. And who is the winner? Who is best? Please come ahead to collect your prize. Please do it fast. We don't have much time. Please come ahead. Okay. Who is second? Surya? Surya, ma'am. Surya, who is Surya? Okay. Please do it fast.
Yeah, give it.
Let's move to second. Let's move to second. Yeah. So we all know this famous person. We have to give answer to the question written. That is, what is his latest book? Do it quick. Okay, over. Okay. Oh, good. Most of have answered correctly. Very good. Who is Nirupama? Okay, please come ahead. And Dr. Hiranya? Please stand up. We need to identify. Yeah, okay. Let's move to the next one. Next question, please. Okay, please do it fast. Only if you answer fast, you will get the prize. Which reflex is not present in a child at birth? I think most will do it correctly. Let's see the result. Oh, no. Yeah, the correct answer was actually symmetric tonic reflex. So who is Hiranya? Dr. Hiranya? Second time, yeah. Maybe she is going to be the grand winner. Okay, let's see. And with Kumar Guru Mishra we know, so let's move. Where is Dr. KZM? Yeah, please come and collect. Yeah, next question. So identify this film. It's a very famous film. I think most of us have seen it. Time is up. And the correct answer is PA, and most have answered correctly. Very good. What problem? Who is UB? Who is UB? Yeah, Ma'am. Second is again KZM. Okay, we can move to the next question. We're doing really well. Be quick on your answer. Yeah. So, what did Sylvester Stallone have? It actually induced him to come to this career. And it was his sister who made him do that. Time is off. And no, second answer is correct this time. Okay, who is BBG? Great. So who is Misbah? Very good. We have new winners this time. Let's move. Let's move to the next question. Yeah. So he is actually very famous, and I think most of us have been aware of this. Just I have changed the name of the disease. I mean, to a synonym. I think the hint would have worked. Yes, the hint worked. So BBG and KGM once again. No. No, nobody asked. We have not met since long. Okay, next move to the next question. This is an interesting one. Just try to understand the question. And where is the image? Where is the image? Okay, the disease is cysticercosis. Disease is cysticercosis. Disease is cysticercosis. Answer accordingly. The vaccine is manufactured by an Indian company. You can Google it. And this is world's first. Again, what is happening? This can't happen. Something is wrong.
अरे KGM को टेक बाहर नहीं जाओ.
Okay, please collect again. Please. Okay, let's move. Let's move. Yeah. Okay, so I hope we all know who this person is. This person was actually not recognized for his contributions as much as he should have been. But we have to find out which one was not his contribution. Time is up. Oh, this time, yeah, I like this time of questions. Okay, so the question, okay, who is AB? Okay, please come forward. So his best known contribution is for ATP. Other than his contribution for DEC is actually the most important. Without DEC, you won't be having. Really? Have we recognized that? I'll give you a chocolate later. Yes. Okay. Okay. We'll try to find out. Yeah, whoever answers all the wrong. Okay. Next one, please. AB and BVG have collected. Next one, please. Yeah, this we should try to answer. Which drug is given to prevent transmission of HIV from mother to child? Let's see the answers. ये नहीं तो MBBS कैसे मिलेगा? Sorry.
Syllabus अच्छी. ଆମ MBBS समय नथिला.
Most of the people have answered right. Who is Dr. Mahesh Babu and Dr. Charles Drop? Please.
अरे KGM सब जीतुची आमे कोण हु? सही सब जीतिबो आमे कोण हु?
We'll take a party from KGM. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Yeah, please try to identify this disease. I think it's not that difficult.
Need AI.
Yeah, you heard so much about AI. AI should be inside you now. Yeah, please be fast. Okay. See the answer response. So it tells that people know. Again, Dr. Charles Drop and Dr. Mahesh Babu. And Dr. Kumar Guru Mishra coming third and Dr. Lina Priyamada coming fourth. नहीं उसमें क्या होगा वो लास्ट में ग्रैंड विनर होगा. Why? Question was wrong or answer was wrong? Means how can there be three answers? Okay, next question, please. Yeah, this is actually a tragic thing. This person contributed so much but was not recognized and lived a very bad life at the end. So please identify him. Yeah, I knew that answers would be like this.
भाई ना तुम्हें को बुक टका एटा कर जो है.
What to do? We can't do anything now. All the questions are said. Okay, Lina got her prize. Okay, you gave the prize. Yeah, please give the prize. Yeah, let's move. Yeah. So let's move. Next question, please. Yeah. So how many of you are interested in EPL? Those of you can actually, I hope, can answer this very well. Yeah. Who among them didn't have this disease? नहीं MBBS इससे बहुत टफ है. MKCG. Okay. Again KGM and Lina Priyamada. अरे
एटा कोण खेळ यायची.
अरे No, wait. Is this the winner or leaderboard? Tirthankar, you have to answer because I can't do anything with the software.
भाई जितने चॉकलेट दे चो केजीएम को सब वापस नहीं हो.
Okay, we'll see if we can give everyone a chocolate. Okay. Yeah, everyone will be having a prize. Okay, next question, please. Name the famous person with Hashimoto's hypothyroidism.
एक्चुअल इंटेलिजेंस दबाव पड़ेगा.
Yeah, please answer. Sir, namaskar. Very good. We can give it, I think. Maybe.
ओवरऑल स्कोर भाई आज चॉकलेट वॉकलेट काट दिया भाई. दवा ने बंद कर दिया.
We can give one to Avi and Amit Mahadi. Next. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, I think this is an MBBS question. Yeah, chromosome 7, CFTR gene. Who is Anirudh? Yeah, please come forward. And AB again. Yeah, anyway, we don't know because actually they showed us that it would come correctly, but now it is not coming correctly.
कोई बात नहीं.
Okay, next. Yeah, this is interesting that this was actually diagnosed posthumously by scientific methods. Yeah, this time, so hepatitis B is the answer. Who is Bas? Yeah, please come. And Satvika Reddy. Yeah, please come for your prize.
अरे ये माने सब already MBBS करचुन थी मो. They are not passed. They are giving exams.
Yeah, grand prize. Yeah.
भाई KGM टी चॉकलेट पास करो.
So you have to announce the grand winners. Acha, okay. So next please. So only 10 are over. 15 are over. Okay. So I request Bas to please come on to the dais to collect the first prize. I request. Yeah. Please introduce yourself.
Quiz master साहब.
My
Audience
name is Bashar. I am from AIMS Binagar, studying first MBBS.
He will pass.
Srinagas to please hand over the first prize to Bas. That's it. Let me stand. So next I request Satvika Reddy to please come to the dais. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Atrika. I'm from Apollo. I'm an intern.
I request Dr. Lakshmi to please hand over the Here. Center. For participating in this quiz.
So we
I thank you all
conclude
for participating in this quiz. Whatever shortcoming was there, please excuse. But there was instruction to make it interesting, and I mean, there was specific instruction to make it this way only, so that it is funny. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you all the speakers, moderators and chairpersons. Please collect your mementos outside at the counter.
So we come to the last session, that is session 4, which I request the moderators, Dr. Sai Ravi Shankar, Dr. Badrinarayan, Dr. Khalil, to occupy the respective chairs. And Dr. Chairperson, Dr. Nirmala, Dr. Prasad Behra, Dr. Praveen Yada, and Dr. Leena Priyambada. Please occupy your respective chairs. So just for announcement, this the pans in stall, you have the Prasad, and this will be given to all the delegates there. So whoever is going, please collect this from the pans in stall. The duffel bag is also there at the registration counter. The duffel bag is also there. So because the future is bright, actually our topic is future in healthcare. I would just like to tell you that after this session also, there's a musical program is there and nice dinner is there. So everybody stay back. We rarely meet in every year, at least once or twice. So all of you please stay back and then make this conference successful. Shall I invite the first speaker, Dr. Snigdha Patnaik? Our topic is technology in bridging the gap in quality medical learning. Is outside? By Snigdha, bahar hai Snigdha. She's supposed to come. So this session basically is tells how technology is bridging the gaps. So we'll hear about the innovative tools for quality medical learning and the future of vaccines. And I think the more important is which all of us who are looking for jobs or want to change jobs. So there is a discussion between the doctors and the administrators. So that will be an interesting talk because nobody tells that how to negotiate. So I'm just waiting for Dr. Snigdha to join as early as possible. Meanwhile,
so a very good evening to you all. So dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. So off the dais, I think they're the students, and I wish a very good evening to you all. So I'm Dr. Snigdha Patnaik, working as professor in community medicine for last 21 years. So I'm going to give a talk on technology, how it is going to bridge the gap in and how we are going to give quality medical education with the help of technology. So my topic is technology bridging the gap in quality medical education. So since 2019, CBME curriculum has come, so for UG as well as PG. So as per this curriculums, we have got competencies, and this competency are certifiable, and as per this competency, we have got skills. So skills, so for that, we student and teacher ratio has come down in medical education, and the student has to be proficient and the skills are certifiable, and then only the student goes to the next level, and it is outcome driven. So what are the challenges we face now as per the CBME curriculum? So as I have already mentioned, the teacher-student ratio has come down because we have got certifiable skills and the student has to be proficient. So for that, the challenges we meet is lack of uniform curriculum. So there are so many medical colleges. Each district has one medical colleges. So all the faculty, they are city-centric. So we know the reason. And then there is limited access to the experienced faculty in the remote places. and there is resource constraints because the skill labs and simulation labs, they're only available in the deemed university, those who have the fund, or the central institutions, not in the remote places and the district hospitals. So, and the teaching methods is really outdated in all these places because of lack of or the dearth of teaching, experienced teaching faculty. So how we can bridge this gap? So to some extent, by using e-learning platforms, already the students are using, there are platforms like Osmosis, Marrow, all those things available to the students, but they're again paid things. So students in a deemed university, they invest and they distribute the subscriptions to the student. So students have access to these platforms, whereas students from remote medical colleges don't have. So this is a real life situation we are facing now. So now let's see how technology we can help us to narrow this gap. So in anatomy lab, we can have virtual reality or augmented reality labs that
Human
can help.
Anatomy VR delivers the most advanced and engaging solution for studying anatomy. Designed for students, professionals, and institutions, this application combines realistic models with innovative virtual reality presentation. With the VR headset on, you'll explore the human body in stunning detail, uncovering its complexity like never before. Thanks to hand tracking support, you can leave controllers behind and effortlessly interact with structures using just your hands. Explore anatomy from a new perspective in ant mode.
So
Shrink
anatomy,
down to
we can-
travel through the body and discover details you might otherwise miss.
Understand the nuances of
The info
anatomy
panel
through
provides quick
augmented
access to
reality
detailed
that is
descriptions of each
available.
structure with multiple language options. With VR DICOM, medical imaging is taken to the next level. Upload your patient's CT or MRI scans from PACS servers and instantly turn them into interactive 3D models. Use slicing and coloring tools to study tissues
Early
in
clinical
amazing
exposure
detail.
in our curriculum.
Thanks
So
to VR,
in the early
stereoscopic
clinical
cadavers
exposure, we
come to
can
life
use
in
this
realistic 3D. Access over
augmented reality
1,500
in
highly detailed 3D
correlating
images
with
of
the
real human
cases.
cadavers, elevating your study of anatomy to a whole new level. Customize your virtual environment to suit your mood, creating the ideal setting for focused learning or exploration. And with multi-user mode, up to 100 participants can join the same session from anywhere in the world.
Many students can log
Dive
in
into 19
simultaneously.
microanatomy models and explore
From any
over
place of the
500
world.
muscle motion animations and heart rhythms in extraordinary detail. And female anatomical models are included for a complete learning experience.
So the
In
anatomical
mixed
models
reality mode,
are available.
seamlessly blend virtual anatomical models with your real-world environment, enabling interactive teaching, hands-on practice, or hospital training. This mode allows users to visualize anatomy while staying fully aware of their surroundings, making it ideal for enhancing medical education, improving surgical planning, or demonstrating procedures in a highly engaging and practical way. Human Anatomy VR combines advanced technology with intuitive design to revolutionize the study of anatomy. With over 13,000 detailed 3D models, integrated mixed reality for blending virtual and real environments, a range of powerful features that simplify complex structures, cutting-edge VR DICOM imaging, and multi-user collaboration, this app sets a new standard in medical education. Join us and transform how anatomy is taught and studied. Visit our website and start today.
So this video showed us how augmented reality can enhance medical education and can facilitate medical education. So instead of going to the real life cadaveric dissection, one can go through this augmented reality and see the anatomic structure and correlate with the clinical cases. So then virtuals and this it enhances the understanding of anatomy and procedures repeatedly. The student can go through it, and it is also used in surgical and diagnostic skill training right from the beginning in early clinical exposure. So then we can use telemedicine and remote training for the students training in the MBBS curriculum. So this telemedicine, we are using it in like IDSP program, integrated disease surveillance program, and then the GIS mapping. These are examples of technology being integrated, and medical students during their family adoption program, they can be taught how to use this technology. So then mobile health tablet-based surveys we are doing to track the mother and child. So that is mother and child tracking is being done. Then mHealth we are using to see the patient compliance to TB medications and also. And then portable diagnostic tools are being used. So in the to screen out the patient at the grassroots level, portable diagnostic tools, they're very handy in screening out. So student can use it. So where and there's it's very simple manual is available to them. Then smartphone based vision and hearing tests, the student can also use them. So here is another
Glasses,
video.
of course, are an indication of intelligence, style, status.
For refractive
Are you guys buying any of
errors
this?
at the
Okay, the
grassroots
truth
level.
is that
So this
glasses are
can be
mainly
done
an
at the
indication that
doorstep,
maybe your
and this is
vision
very
is a smidge
simple.
blurry.
By using
But with
the
a few
mobile
pieces of
phone, we
glass
can do
and
it.
frames that perfectly fit your face and personality, you can actually see what's going on. Well, now there's a way to see if your peeper's focus is in the zone by using your phone. Here's Adam Yamaguchi to explain.
The eyes are amazingly complex for such a small organ, even more robust than an expensive camera lens. Yet they both work using the principle of light refraction. But our eyes are fallible. Turns out that for many people, the lens and cornea in their eyes are not perfectly matched, which causes what is called a refractive error.
That means that the light doesn't focus quite on your retina. It either focuses a little bit before the retina or after the retina.
And that can make your vision blurry, which means you should get your eyes tested by a doctor. But what if you could test your eyes for refractive error on your own at home?
Vision Check is a refractometer that attaches to your smartphone. You look through this scope that has some lenses in it, and it gives you the numbers you need to order eyeglasses.
I headed to Newark, California to meet John Seri, PhD and co-founder of a company called IQ, to learn how using your smartphone can give you an eye test as accurate as one from an optometrist refractometer.
It's the dreaded machine.
Dr. Seri showed me a couple of old and expensive devices that have been used for decades to measure refractive error in the eye.
This device, it's about $15,000.
$15,000?
$15,000. The next generation is the technology that we've developed, a refraction device. It attaches to your smartphone, and you'll be able to take a test with that.
How did you end up with this?
We got the patent, and then we started playing around with lenses and phones. We kept refining it.
But the idea always was to piggyback on the technology of the high-resolution screen on your phone.
Absolutely. It's all based on that.
I used the Vision Check to give myself an eye test. What I'm seeing in the lens is one green line and one red line. I use touch controls on the eyepiece to move the two lines until I see one solid yellow line. The measure of movement calculates my refractive error. I did 9 tests for each eye, and it was time for my moment of truth.
You're reading about -6, -7, and your axis is about 140 degrees.
It's reported 1 billion people have never had their eyes examined. This test could help change that.
We actually help bring people to eye doctors with some of our technology. But in of itself, we recommend that people continue to go to an eye doctor.
So these are the examples how we can integrate the technology for our medical education where there is dearth of trained medical faculty. So NMC should take an, note this, and this is how we can integrate the technology. And AI and predictive analytics, they help the students for exam preparation as well as for clinical practice simulation. So in simulation lab, they're skilled to undertake very in the absence of the patients, the scenario is simulated and there is standardized patient, or there may be absence of patients. So in the machines, they're trained to take charge of the scenario, and in the real life, how they're going to do it. So it's in this simulation lab.
Engineers often have solutions, but we don't necessarily know what the problem is.
We're looking at ways that we can use augmented reality to enhance medical education and make physicians and medical residents much more proficient in a much shorter period of time.
Because they're trained.
Our simulators really provide that safe playground for physicians to go in and practice and make mistakes and learn from those mistakes without that having impact on patient health. Currently, we're working on central lines, we're working on laparoscopic surgery, and we're working on colonoscopies, but really the type of methods that we're using, the type of clinical evidence that we're gathering, the type of impact that we're seeing can be expanded across all of medical education.
Augmented reality technology offers a really unique system in order to create a very high fidelity environments where we can simulate the patient, we can simulate the operating room. Utilizing artificial intelligence, utilizing machine learning methods, we're able to provide users very accurate feedback about how they're performing.
For surgeons in the simulation
There's a lot of key
lab.
things that our simulators do that many others on the market don't. We have replaced the need for a trained physician to be standing over their shoulders, and we integrated that within our systems to provide that kind of guidance that a physician would actually provide to a new resident.
It simulates different patient profiles, allowing the residents to kind of expose themselves to different vessels, or like if they're flipped or they're a little bit shallower or a little bit thinner. Also, it allows the resident to receive performance feedback automated. So they just train the skills, and then based on their performance on the simulator, it will show up a screen indicating the resident if they
Help
did
the
it correctly,
students.
and
So
which areas of
simulation
improvement
labs
they
are
can do,
now
and
mandatory,
which
but it
things are
demands
okay.
heavy investment. So all the corporate hospitals should think about it and invest in medical education so that the new generation, they're trained, they're well trained, because as we know, the government hospitals, the district hospital, they don't have the simulation lab, not the skill labs for training. Only it's present in the DEEM lab or in central institution like JIPMER and AIMS. So, and AFMC. So it would be a nice idea if the corporate hospital adopt the district hospital and built up the simulation lab, so that the gap, the technology we can bring forth to bridge the gap. And all the students in the district hospital can also be trained
across the U.S. has seen a significant reduction in preventable human errors.
So that is the simulation lab, then the like simulation lab and skill labs. Now, as per the CBME curriculum or competency-based curriculum, they are the two most things in the 3 phases. 3 phases. There are now the MBBS is of 3 phases: phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 phase. And all the students have to complete the certifiable competency to go to the next phase. So in this 4.5 years curriculum, they need to complete all the competency. For this, we need skill lab and simulation lab, which requires heavy investment, and as well as e-learning platform that I mentioned earlier, like Marrow, Lecturia, Osmosis, all this e-learning pattern that is platform, they're also very expensive. So a lot of investment is required, infrastructure is required to be built up, so that only the outcome will be good. We can have the future doctors, those who are good with that. I would say AI is the only thing we can use this to bridge the gap in the peripheral hospitals and update our undergraduates. So that's all. But one thing is, no AI can substitute for human training. So for that, faculty need to be trained. So ongoing faculty training for medical teachers is going on in various places. All the faculty, it's mandatory to do one online courses now. So as per the NMC, all the faculty, all the medical college faculty, they were required to do one certifiable course. So that is what is going on in medical curriculum right now. So That's all I have to say. Thank you. Thank you for your patience listening.
Thank you, Dr. Singda. So, because of little short of time, Dr. Badri, can you please come fast and be very... Come on, Badri, you can run. So his topic is future of vaccines. Yeah. Dr. Badri Nayan Patnaik is pharmacologist, infectious disease researcher, and is from Medical College, MKCG Medical Berhampur. You want to introduce yourself a little more?
I can. Thank you very much, Dr. Satish. Good evening, everyone. I know, we are short of time, so I'll try to fix it in the next 10 minutes. So it's probably more interesting for the new students of medical school, less for us. But I'll talk on a subject which is more to do with, everyone came to know about COVID. The vaccine necessity was one of the most important things. This is about me. That's me. I'm from Bhubaneswar. Studied in MKCG Medical College, did my MBBS. I'm a veteran from the armed forces. Then I studied MD in pharmacology, followed by infectious disease and vaccinology from Institute Pasteur, followed by bacterial vaccine development and conjugation technology from Ruggiero Capellani School of Immunology in Sorrento, Italy. So that's me. So I'll talk quickly about the new vaccines. For many of my senior, juniors, colleagues, the fact remains that, when we have an injury, you talk about tetanus toxin, or otherwise, when there is a elderly person, you talk about pneumococcal vaccine and so on and so forth. The vaccine history is quite long. It started with Edward Jenner. In the quick picture, you can see Edward Jenner was looking at the cows. He understood that the milkmaids were protected against a kind of a pox which was similar to smallpox. So he thought about pox as a vaccine. So that was the variolation that happened for prevention of pox, and that became a vaccine success, followed by Louis Pasteur, who from spinal cord of rabbits which were dried, and that was used in the first patient, Joseph Mister. This is a 100% deadly disease for which he could not get a Nobel Prize because it was not constituted by that time. Type of vaccines, I don't want to go into details of this. So the challenges, as we see in developing a new vaccine, is from high cost. The safety requirements for vaccines are extremely high because these are given to healthy subjects. These are not patients. In a patient, you give something else happens, it is still acceptable. If you give a vaccine, you look at the COVID pandemic, people started complaining about, I started having earache after getting a vaccine. I stopped, meeting my friends. Till today, we get, emails from patients who say, my wife is behaving erratically. Somebody else writes that I'm losing my hair and I'm getting bad dreams. So that's the safety parameters for developing a vaccines are extremely high. So not only, the drug regulatory authority in the country, but when you look at EMA, MHRA, and FDA as good or more evolved regulatory practices, they look at vaccines very stringently from a design point of view, from a formulation point of view, from an administration point of view, and follow-up of the subject for X number of months or years to say that whether it is safe and efficacious before rolling out in the vaccination program. Cold chain maintenance is also one of the important criteria for vaccine development. However, there are vaccines which are liposomal and which are lyophilized and can be stored at room temperature. There are plenty of examples. So the key advantage of the novel development is you have got tremendous amount of funding today, which was not there many years back or prior to COVID. Funding opportunities are plenty from government and supranational organization. There are ways to produce vaccine at a much faster rate compared to what it was earlier, maybe a decade back. There are various artificial intelligence generated mechanics by which you can do machine learning or algorithms based evaluation of mathematical modeling to find out if a particular bug has got a chance of reversal to virulence, or in the next couple of years, it can come as a pathogenic factor vis-a-vis what it is today. The predictive value of those things are extremely high because of those kind of tools available. One of the important vaccines that made a lot of headlines during the COVID pandemic was the nucleic acid-based vaccine, especially the RNA vaccines. So many of you must have read, assimilated, complained, be happy about, but fortunately not many of the world were not so fortunate like India. India had a small fraction, maybe 30% of the population received a vaccine which was adenovirus vectored from one manufacturer, one inactivated vaccine from another Indian manufacturer. But the rest of the world still lives today in the uncertainty that the mRNA vaccine from, say, Pfizer, Moderna, BioNTech that they received in the pandemic time, what is going to happen? Because we were working in mRNA vaccines probably 10 years back in Cambridge. So there were questions from FDA like, post you give a vaccine to a person, in the next 5 years, where does it get deposited? What is the metabolic pathway by which a mRNA-based vaccine is kicked out of the body or metabolized? Third, I mean, if it gets attached to a place where it is not desired to, what is the outcome of it? So we did a lot of work in ribonucleic acid-based vaccines. And today's vaccine that you see generally, be it for Ebola, Handa, and maybe at times, for West Nile also, they are very curated well. And in West Nile vaccine, we preferably use it in horses, which are more carefully controlled and more prized than human beings today. In mRNA vaccines, the best advantage is the simplicity of production. The scale-up is quick, unlike live vaccine or other vaccines. The iterative selection is very quick. You select a nucleotide, you can assume for a sequence of amino acid, and the protein can be predicted. Antigen agnostic is the special feature of it, and the only demerit or downside of this vaccine is today it requires thermal stability of -70 to -80 degrees Celsius. Other approaches are, I'll skip mRNA, nanoparticle. The other important thing is adenovirus vectored or viral vectored vaccines. In viral vectored vaccines, we have got two most important ones. One is adenovirus vectored vaccine, and other one is a baculovirus expression system in which desired antigen is inserted so that development cost and the time to market is grossly reduced compared to what we have currently in conventional vaccines. That's advirus. The adviral vector vaccines, which we saw during COVID, is really a great candidate to be used for other pandemic potential infectious diseases. Especially, we are working currently with filoviruses like Ebola, and with a limited amount of success in macaque models. So the traditional versus the novel vaccines that we are thinking is preferably to increase the vaccine acceptance in the population, and preferably injection and number of doses that you take. So the vaccination today that we are thinking about is tailor-made personalized vaccines, where people can take a strip of 3 capsules. You instruct them that you take these vaccines in interval of 7 days, vaccination is done. So there has been a lot of progress that has been made in this field today for typhoid and cholera vaccine in the US, especially for the travelers. The other vaccine that we have is upcoming is a universal flu vaccine or a broadly protective flu vaccine. The research is at a phase 2 stage in the United States and Europe, where you have like a salbutamol inhaler kind of thing, which is directly given to the subjects. You can take 2 puffs every 2 weeks before the onset of the season. So things are making a lot of headways. The third thing that I have worked personally for HPV in the past is on microneedle patches. So we have biodegradable patches, which are needles which are made out of antigens. When the needles are given like a sticker or a tattoo on your hand, you are asked to remove it in 72 hours. So the desired amount of antigen delivery happens to the dendritic cells in the skin, and the uptake of those dendritic cells is quite high, giving rise to a much lesser payload at a fraction of payload that you give in injection, you can give in this microneedle patches. This was initially quite difficult because dissolution of the needle was an issue, but right now with silkworm protein is a new protein that people have worked in China. There are a lot of publications from China where silkworm protein has been used as a microneedle for delivery of antigens. Most of the people know about this edible vaccines that has been working for a long conclusion. So the novel technologies are the best answer for the epidemic status of the future. There has been a big discussion in Gavi as well as in WHO about the disease X, and the CEPI has got a large fund or a large grant for anyone who's interested to develop disease X vaccine. A lot of money is there. So pandemic potential control vaccine is something that we are currently working on, a tuberculosis vaccine with a different potential. So to conclude that clinical trials, adaptive clinical trials have come up when the regulators are also interested in shortening the study instead of a phase 1, 2, 3. There has been adaptive trials of phase 1/2 versus 3. So my message to everyone who's present here is a pretty interesting topic, not because that when you present it for 15, 20 minutes, it may not sound great when you have upcoming musical programs and a grand dinner, but the fact remains, if you are interested, please feel comfortable to some of the youngsters can write to me or reach out to me. It's a very, very interesting and a very alluring field in terms of not just money, in terms of avenues to work with the best of the people in the world. In my short career of 25 years, probably, I have worked in most continents with the best of the peoples across the globe. So it's about the intention, make a choice, do get vaccinated. Vaccine hesitancy is bad for the society. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Why do you have questions?
So, Badri, of all the medications, I think vaccine invites maximum amount of political intervention. There are pro and anti-vaxxer people. Now, in the present political scenario in US, the people who are in charge of health, many of them are anti-vaxxers. And considering the fact that US has been on the forefront of many of the vaccine development and research, do you think we are looking at a scenario where vaccine research will take a backseat for the coming 4 years, and there'll be a impact on that, especially in the backdrop of already existing vaccine hesitancy in the US? Do you think we are hitting a bit of a roadblock in terms of the march of vaccines ahead of us?
No, bullseye. This is really a good point. It's extremely important. The funding has to be available for large-scale clinical trials, which are time-consuming and expensive. And post-January 19th, if I'm correct, right? Post-President Trump's taking the White House, a lot of fundings from USAID, Gavi and UNICEF, and forget about WHO. They almost do not fund WHO today. So clinical development 100% takes a backseat. And you look at today, in the western United States, if you look towards the Californian side, there is a huge outbreak of measles today, and they are giving only vitamin A. A country like United States, which is the temple of research on infectious disease, look at CDC, look at Johns Hopkins. The millions, not millions, billions of dollars invested in various candidates at various stages of development. But still, if you do not give funding, it's not possible to sustain a clinical development program. Impossible. So it will be affected. And good thing about, if I talk about my country, India, huge amount of investment comes in from the Indian government, both by RAC, ICMR, and DBT today for lots of projects. Last week, we had a very good meeting with the ICMR and DBT for about a 200 crores grant for tuberculosis program. So Indian government has, scaled up the ladder in terms of funding. For sure, from a global development perspective, and for many neglected tropical diseases, funding will die up. Yes, ma'am.
I think Badri question was about fungal vaccine.
Yes, yes. So if you're a microbiologist or interested in the field of microbiology, there's a sugar called a PNAG, N-acetylglycosamine, poly-N-acetylglycosamine. So this is from University of Alabama, that we are currently working on a PNAG candidate, which you can say is like a Jandu bomb kind of a thing. Headache for any cause you apply, it gets relieved. This PNAG is made in such a way synthetically that it has got protection against bacteria, certain viruses, and fungus, because all these three microbes share the common PNAG. So it was there in animal models when the data was published in Lancet probably 18 years back. So, but at a very low price, we have got it, and we are working right now, and it has a potential for fungal vaccines too. Nice question. Thank you.
I think I had to cut short.
One second. Any progress in vaccination in non-communicable disease? Any progress in the research in the worldwide?
See, so maybe I'm not the best person to answer about non-communicable disease, but HPV still remains a communicable disease from partner to the next partner, or depending on your behavior pattern.
Okay, nice.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Badri. It was very measured talk from you. Fantastic. Can I request Dr. Uma? Dr. Uma Karish is Senior Consultant Radiologist and HOD of Head of the Department of Radiodiagnosis at Gleneagles, Lakdi Kapul. So her topic is Future of Imaging.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, TODACON, giving me this opportunity to speak here. As it is, since morning, we are listening future of everything, all modalities, and artificial intelligence. And I have very few slides to show. On the top of that, I was asked to complete it as soon as possible because we are getting late and the music people are waiting here to entertain us. So my agenda is like this. So the most important is the medical imaging plays a very important role in the medical field. Like without imaging, the backbone of any hospital or anything is the Department of Radiology and Department of Pathology. Without these two departments, whatever you do, the backbone is not strong. So we really play a very important role in the medical field. And the diagnostic thing is evolving in a very faster way with the advent of the artificial intelligence. Initially, everyone really got very scared that artificial intelligence may replace the radiologist and hospitals may not need radiologists. But at any point of time, the humans cannot be replaced by machines. Whatever the research is being done behind is very, very important, and at some point of time, it needs a human overlook on that. Even if a report is being generated, it has to be signed by a radiologist. So it should be looked into by a human being. What was the past? We were depending on the anatomy and the anatomical part of it. Now it is the functional and the hybrid like PET and all. In the future, it is mainly the molecular imaging. Rather than the imaging like CT, MRI, X-rays, or ultrasound, it depends on the molecular imaging. Like people are trying to diagnose at the cellular level. The disease is when at the level of the cell. Like before the cell takes it morphological changes, then it forms some disease, it manifests as some, then we are diagnosing nowadays. But in future, it will be before the disease comes into the manifestation level, it is in the cellular level. So what I look at is around after 20 to 30 years after that, rather than depending on the modalities, we'd see the cells and diagnose. Like now, the health checkups have come, like we are checking up the genetic checkup. Like at what level of the gene, what are the genes and what are the possibilities of diseases we are going to get, rather than what disease I have. So these are the current imaging modalities with the limitations. The X-ray, as it is only 2D, ultrasound, it has very, very subjective. The person who is doing it is, the total diagnosis depends on that, with the limitation of the penetration. CT has an ionizing radiation. We have to very carefully evaluate, and MRI is very expensive and availability. The advances in ultrasound is not much, but nowadays there are so many things like POCUS. It is point of care ultrasound. Like all critical care people are well trained with ultrasounds. Some patient in the critical care unit goes into some sort of breathlessness or some hypotension or something. The critical care doctors are very well trained to see what is the reason. Does he have a pleural effusion? Does he have a pneumothorax? Is he bleeding inside? That many, without waiting for the radiologist to come. That is what is the advancement. Then the handheld. As already I have, it is like that, people have left their stethoscopes. Clinicians are not using their hands or stethoscope. Anyone comes to ER with pain of abdomen, go get an ultrasound done and come. So no usage of stethoscopes. So now the handheld machines are very important. Like as a clinician, if you are going to see one patient at home, now people are going with a small ultrasound machine in their hand and going instead of with a steth. Then and coming to the CT, it is a spectral CT. The most important thing in CT scan is the low radiation. The radiation was the disturbing factor. Now it is the low radiation, the spectral CT. Like in nowadays, what we are doing, when a patient comes, we do a plain CT, then we go do a contrast CT. Now directly in spectral CT, it is a very fast CT. Now you do a direct contrast CT and then detect contrast. Like DSA, they subtract the contrast part. No need to acquire twice. So as it is, the radiation has come down. In magnetic thing, it is always the high. As you go, increase the power of the magnet, the clarity is improved. But nowadays, we have a low power magnet also, 0.55 Tesla high voltage magnet, which helps in metallic implants are there. It suppresses the metal and gives a very good quality image. These are the advanced imaging in MRI. This is like 11T and 20T MRI images. Like an electrician sees all the wires, how is it, where it is going. With high Tesla MRI, the neurons and neural tracts and everything can be seen. So it is very, very important in neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's and all to detect in a very, very early stage so that it can be prevented. This is a very low Tesla MR, like 0.55 T MR with a high voltage. As I told, the metal detector, the metal implant is there. Earlier, we were not seeing the tissues around it. With this type of MR, we can see the tissues around it. As I have already told, the CTs, the spectral CT is a very high, fast CT, where you acquire only once the image and subtract the contrast part. And photon counting CT is another type where you count number of the photon depending on the penetration through the tissue. And any type of modality, it is the AI integration which is very, very important. This is ALARA technique which we should follow in our radiology. That is as low as possible, reasonably achievable radiation. Like image quality without compromising on the image quality, the minimum amount of radiation we should be giving. The latest CT machines are such built that depending on the patient muscle bulk, body weight, bone strength, as soon as put the patient on the table, it decides how much MA, how much KV we need of its own. These are the advanced techniques in ultrasound. As I have already told, it is POCUS, which is point of care ultrasound in critical care. In microvascular ultrasounds, you just inject micro bubbles of air into the vessel without giving any contrast or any imaging CT or MR. You can image the patency of the vessel flow in the blood vessels. The miniature or handheld portable machines, 3D or 4D imaging, and AI integration in ultrasound. What basically any hospital, any place they need is, it is fast delivery, like fast procedure done. The quality should not be compromised. So this can be acquired with the AI integration in our department. Last, the most developing thing is the molecular imaging, which I have already told. The disease will be diagnosed at the cellular level. This is the current molecular imaging techniques: PET, SPECT, MRI, optical imaging, PET MRI, and PET CTs. These are the future trends in molecular imaging. What is the role of AI in radiology? It automated image analysis. The R&D which is done behind the screen is too much. It is being fed with millions and millions of images before coming out with a report. So what then automated reporting? If you feed one, it looks at the brain and it will tell there is an infarct or there is a bleed, there is EDH, SDH. Before that, there is lot of the R&D has gone behind. AI assisted diagnosis, quality assurance, deep learning models can mine imaging data for a hidden pattern. Moreover, the AI powered radiomics and the multi-omic integration is the opening door to the true precision medicine. The fusion of the molecular imaging and AI promises the shift of healthcare from reactive to the predictive, from population-based to the individualized care. The most challenging consideration when you integrate AI into the radiology is the data quality and standardization, limited annotated database, regulatory and ethical concerns, interpretability of the AI model, integration with the clinical workflow, privacy and security, and generalizability across the population. The challenges remains, but the trajectory is very clear. AI will amplify the clinical value of imaging, making it smarter, faster, and more personalized, but it will never replace a radiologist. In conclusion, AI is transforming the imaging from a purely visualized tool to a data-rich predictive powerhouse. While it won't replace radiologists, by embracing innovation, we can enhance diagnostic precisions, streamline workflows, and ultimately deliver better, faster, and more personalized patient care. In this ever-evolving world, there is no stopping of advancement of technology. AI-powered image analysis enhances the diagnostic precision in modern radiology. Thank you. The most important is AI is trying to push the radiologist out of the chair, but it can't be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Now we come to the last session actually. I'm trying to club both the speakers together. So I'll tell a joke in the morning which has happened. Me and Nagesh and we were coming in the lift. So somebody asked, how are you doing? He said, Bonchichu, Chali Jauchi. But actually he's a senior cardiac CTVS surgeon, very, very successful with minimally invasive cardiac surgeon at Apollo Hospitals. And the person to negotiate with him or who will negotiate with him is Dr. V.S. Ramchandra, who is a senior concerned cardiologist and also owner of Sri Sri Holistic Hospital. So now you can see a kind of jugalbandi between them. Probably he will come here and Dr. Ramchandra can also join in the podium, and then you can see how they'll negotiate each other. So I told, do I need to negotiate? He said, no, we'll handle it together, don't worry.
But there shouldn't be a background compromise, right?
Yeah, the whole topic is compromise. So my topic is navigating hospital. Yeah, but I want to see from. No, you sit there. So my topic is navigating hospital job offers, expert tips for a successful negotiation. I am an expert because I have changed quite a few number of hospitals, and I have negotiated. Here also, Satish has negotiated that we'll club two things together. So before I begin, we have to remember, the doctors, everyone, we are not in the profession of health anymore. We are in the business of health. So whatever we studied, Doctors by Eric Siegel, which many people have been influenced, doesn't hold good today. Earlier, you are supposed to be a specialist. You are a cardiac surgeon, I have to be good at it and all, blah, blah, everything. But there are a lot of cardiac surgeons around, so why should someone be interested in taking you? So the zamana of being a khiladi is gone. Now you have to be all-rounders, khiladiyon ka khiladi. So what more do you bring on to the table, apart from your skill? The skill is a subset which you are expected to know. You are a surgeon, you are supposed to know surgery. But naak enti or what more? That's how things have changed in today's world. But before you enter into any negotiation, always remember, as a doctor, we always undervalue ourselves. I am just a doctor, I know my surgery, I am in social service and all. Maybe everyone may not be in for social service. At least I am not there in medicine for social service. I want to earn money. Everyone wants to earn money. I want to build, I want to buy a house, buy a vehicle, everything. So whenever you are entering a negotiation, always remember, hum kisi se kam nahi. Because the other guy is also coming to negotiate along with you. So you can interrupt wherever the hospital wants to get in. So I've just spent some things. What are the bargaining styles? The first one is a competitive style, where both the parties are in it, where jo jita wahi sikandar, because winning and losing is the main thing. I don't care whether what you want is you get or not. I just want to employ you, or I just want to get into that hospital, I am ready to do it. So this team is focused on winning. So they put very high value on the outcome, that we have closed a successful deal, that I have signed this doctor, or the hospital is proud that I have signed this doctor. But the relationship is very low, because you are not invested in it. So it's basically a short-term result. The second one is a collaborative one, hum tum. It's a win-win for all. It's mutually beneficial, but it takes some time. You can't jump. It's a how outcome and a high relationship. This usually involves the big players, where nobody is in a hurry. Compromising. These are the medium range players. It's a vivah, marriage. You give some, I give some. You lose some, I lose some. Let's come to an understanding. This is also effective. The fourth is avoiding. I want to take someone, you want to get into a hospital, but you are not under high pressure. You just want a little more. The hospital also wants just a little more, and both of you are happy. Thoda hai, thode ki zarurat hai. So here the outcome is low, they don't expect much from you. You don't expect much from them. The accommodating style. It's a yarana. where you meet over cups and liters of coffee. He enjoys your company, you enjoy his company. You know he won't be able to afford you, but you still want to meet him. So here the relationship is very important, but in the end, there is no outcome. So run away from this place. So these are the bargaining styles which we spoke about. Now what are the tools? When you are going into a meeting, what are the tools which the doctor has to bargain with? Zone of possible agreement. The hospital already knows, or you already know, that the hospital which is approaching you already knows that you are getting some amount of money, or you are having these perks involved. So you already know that the starting boundary is this. And if that guy has approached you, he already knows that you are getting this. So you know you have already established something. So now how do you have a bigger hand? Sometimes hospitals approach you, they don't know what you are getting, then it's an open zone. The world at my feet. You can ask whatever you want. So remember, in these situations, always begin high. The second scenario or the second tool is the BATNA, the best alternative to a negotiated agreement. You are already in a comfortable relationship with someone. Some other guy has already come and given you a better offer. You are tempted to go there. So you know this thing is already there with you. Ek fool do mali. So two people are vying for your attention. You know you are comfortable in one place. The other one also wants your services. So you can negotiate with him. If he agrees to your services, fine, you get a new partner. If not, the other partner is already knowing that you are negotiating with the other guy, and he may also give you a counter offer. So you have got nothing to lose. So this is the best scenario. And as doctors, we should all aim to be here. We have done that when we were in medical college, where we are vying for one girl's attention. Here, become the girl. Now, steps for a successful negotiation. Now, the tools are there. The bargaining styles are fixed. Now, where do you fit in? First, do your research before you enter or go in talks with any hospital. Hum saath saath hai. We should, is it a collaborative approach? Is he good enough for me, or am I good enough for her? Or is it a competitive one? It's a har-jeet. Either I win or you win. I lose, you lose. So before entering into such relationships, speak with your colleagues who have already worked in these hospitals. Is it good enough for me? Am I good enough for them? Do I have any leverage with them? The second one is a goal. I just want to win. Is it important? So do you want to become a Sikandar? Or you will settle for a minimum acceptable outcome. Like when you sit on a negotiating table, you lay down your conditions. I want this point number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If it is acceptable, fine. Or else I walk out. That was the Sikandar one. The other one is, I am happy if you can give me a minimum of this. In the end, मैं भी इंसान हूँ. Sometimes you have a very good opening where the hospital vies for you. You are a big doctor. Everyone wants to give you a piece of their franchisee or ye. So you are the star there. So there you put in what you want. Always begin high, because in the end you have to come for a concessions which the hospital also expects. Because always be ready with a counter offer. Make an offer that I can't refuse. A famous saying by the Godfather. Make concessions early on, but as discussions progress to the finalizing stage, don't give an inch, because you have already squeezed yourself. You have to have some juice left when you join that place. Reaching an agreement, it's a samjhauta. So as a matter of goodwill, once you reach an agreement or a samjhauta, be great enough, like I want to work for only 5 days a week. The hospital wants me to work for 6 days a week. Now I say I won't agree. But still a hospital insists because it's their prerogative. Then we reach an agreement where once we reach an agreement, I'll say, okay, fine. I can do of the 4 Saturdays, maybe I can do 2 Saturdays. The hospital is happy, you are happy. That's one way. The other way, you are due for a hike. You may be getting 50,000 extra. You know the hospital may be giving you. Then you negotiate with them. Boss, I want a 5-day week. You just give me a 25,000 hike. The hospital is happy, you are happy. So in the end, it's a samjhauta. You have reached a compromise where everyone is happy. But as with any plan, as you enter into any relationship, except for marriage, of course, you can't escape, always have an escape plan. As with an auditorium, the moment you enter, you always look at the exit. When you enter an aircraft, the air hostess tells, even if you are sleeping, she will wake you up and tell, this is the exit, as if you have to jump tomorrow. So always have an exit plan. Because in the end, remember, na biwi na bachcha, na baap bada na bhaiya, the whole thing is that sabse bada rupaiya. Thank you.
So I think it's not that simple as Dr. Harish said. See, you are a star doctor. You can ask for something and the hospital will be willing to listen. I think we should talk about the younger generation here, where the hospitals are being flooded with doctors, literally. Because there's so many, at least it will happen in the next few years. So I think more important than this is, more important than bargaining about a, I don't have any slides anyway. I guess you can also come.
Hello. Hello.
I think more important than negotiating is, most people are ultimately, at least clinicians, are on a fee-for-service pattern, which means you get a percentage of what you make. So ultimately, it boils down to how successful you are in that hospital, what is the clientele that you have, what is the expertise that you can accumulate and keep accumulating in that hospital, and what the hospital wants from you also. For example, many times, even if everything fits in well, you know, your main problem there is not the hospital management, it's your own colleagues. So I'll give you some examples. When I came back from my fellowships in US, I did 3 fellowships there. Most probably I was the most, trained cardiologist at that time. When I went to Apollo, I was told very clearly, if you want to do electrophysiology, you cannot do angiograms also. So this was brought by their doctors, not by the management. So, but then I should be smart enough of how to negotiate, how to keep your seniors happy. Maybe I could have joined their group. I could have said, okay, take this, whatever he gives, I'll give you a percentage. All that sort of thing happens. Like you said, money is the most important, but even when you are talking about money, you should be smart of how to negotiate money. Because it's not just asking for a salary. We are no longer salaried employees. We are part of the enterprise. So that is very important. Then the second thing I want to differ from is, ultimately, if you look back at your career, 20, 30 years, it's never money that matters. It is what good work you have done, how you have been appreciated, how you have grown, and ultimately what standing in the society you have, and what people think of you, and what you think of what you have done for the society. So all this matters. So for that also you have to look at a particular hospital. For example, I have moved more hospitals than him. I think I must have moved every year. I used to move a hospital for almost 10 years. So there were reasons, I wanted some concessions for my patients which they won't give. Ultimately, the only hospital that I was happy was when Narayana started their hospital here. It was a very clinician-oriented hospital. For example, hypertrophic cardiomyopathy septal ablation, it hardly costs 5,000 rupees. Most hospitals used to charge 1.5 to 2 lakhs. When I asked them, they said, you do whatever you want. So we did in my 1.5 years there, I think we did around 60 septal ablations for hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. But most hospitals are not like that. What I mean to say is, you got to choose the place you work depending on what you want also. And then you should not be thwarted by so many things. For example, when I came back from US, I wanted to work in Puttaparthi only. But just because the guy said, you know, we don't have a school for your kids, I moved out. You should be steadfast in whatever you stand for. If you have something to stand for that. Then there are hospitals which are new. You know, they want you to develop the department. They will not get you clientele immediately. So when you join a hospital like that, even if the guy is going to offer a lot of money, don't join such places. You can bargain for some partnership in it, which means you say, see, I'm going to establish this department. Later on, you take 3 other people, but you got to give me 10% of the revenue or 3% of the revenue, whatever. For this, we need to sometimes talk to a chartered accountant also. It's not that easy. So all these things have to be factored in when we take a job. It's not just negotiating for some money or something else. So it's very sort of complex, but if we use our own brains, I think it's not that tough, because it's always a win-win situation that the hospital is also looking at. You know, the hospital also wants you to grow. At the same time, the hospital wants to grow itself also. Any other questions? Yeah.
Both Rakesh and you give very compelling, you know, I like Nakesh's way of negotiation, you know. I have done a lot of negotiations, good ones actually. But the way you put it in a structured way, I really loved it. Now, as much as we say that money is not the only thing, it is the only, possibly the only, as imperfect as it is the only objective way of measuring a relationship. So we run away from this, but it is important. But your point, I will put it this way. I mean, I am in the middle of my career. There are people who passed out with me who work at half or less than half the salary. And there are my students, some of them are earning close to double of mine. All three are happy. That is because the money means different thing to different people, which is what you pointed out. The fellow who is in a high academic center is compensating for the loss of money by publishing 30, 35 index journal papers. The person who is above me has got a lot more money, but has got a shitty quality of life. So we are balanced out. So that way, you know, more important than the quantum of the money is what money means to you. That is the more important thing. And then you will possibly never feel bad about losing out on a financial aspect. Otherwise, if you don't understand what money means for you, whatever you earn, you will always feel that you have been shortchanged. That is one thing. Second thing is that never ever, I have worked out of places where I have been highly paid, but never ever work in a place which doesn't respect your medical knowledge. Show your middle finger and walk out. That is far more important.
See, the other thing about money is doctors are always thinking about what they earn directly from the hospital or from the patient. They never concentrate on doing real estate or some other business or how to invest properly their money. One easy thing, I think it will change in this country also already, we are doing it, KIMS is very actively doing it, is where they give a stake to the doctor. See, in US, right from the beginning, you work in groups. And after a year, you are a partner in that group. So it's not a hospital, but you are a group of doctors working in a hospital. So you get an added share. Now, the problem is most hospitals make around 5 to 7% of their revenue as profit. It's not a huge profit. No hospital, except very few. I think Yashoda will have 17%, 20%, but otherwise, most hospitals are around 5 to 7%. They can never even build a hospital with the money they earn. It is all the investment that comes through private equity, and when you go IPO, you make a lot of money. So if doctors are part of that, if they can negotiate that, not only are they earning money while they're working, but they're earning money for the goodwill that they have built. See, you work in a hospital, suppose he's worked in care for so many years, he's developed minimally invasive thing there. But that when care goes for IPO or whatever, he should be able to get some money out of it because he has invested a significant part of his life towards developing that hospital's image. So that thing is very important. So I think wherever you can get some investment scope, people should look into it in a very favorable manner.
So something like sweat equity?
No,
not sweat
I'll
equity
still
also.
see again the point. A lot of time now we have become seniors. Fine, I have some bargaining ground. I'll tell you scenarios where hospitals pay you. You are just putting only what we think, work and all those things. Fine, they are good. They pay you. The moment, but you are not bringing anything new to the table. The moment they find a guy who is adding something apart from the surgery, they will take him. And you'll be shown the door. And I'm speaking from personal experience. So then I spoke with some guys. It was not that we were doing a bad job. We were doing good enough. But there was some other guy who was bringing something else onto the table when he is coming. So then I asked a couple of doctors, is it me only or these people were there for around 15, 20 years in that particular hospital. They said, boss, you have to bring something else to the table. So that's the reason why I said only being a khiladi doesn't matter. You have to be an all-rounder. Just being a bowler in T20, just IPL. Everyone says, we have a batting lineup up till 9. Why are you saying this? Because the bowler can also bat. You want those people. Only batters or only bowlers don't bring anything new to the table. So that's the plus thing which the new generation or anyone has to bring to the table. Or else you won't have anything extra to prove. And that's the time when we realized that, and the senior physicians told us, you have to make yourself indispensable to the hospital. You are being dependent on the hospital. Practice in such a way that you are indispensable. The hospital depends on you, not you depending on the hospital. So that's the thing which we have to start changing or thinking.
So the problem is when you talk about being indispensable to the hospital, the usual route that most doctors take is don't allow a junior who has more expertise than you to join the place. No, many places it's like that. So,
but that's with again one thing which at least I don't agree with. If you have to grow, you have to have a team. That's an old concept of my kingdom. You can only grow alone. You can grow only that much. But if you allow juniors to work under you, they will be bringing business to you. You are still heading the department. You are still growing. And it gives you more leeway or leverage where you can spend your holidays out, you can roam around, and still work is going. The hospital doesn't mind because you're still bringing business.
Yeah, I understand bringing it.
It's again a business.
Yeah, building a team is very different. The hospital will break your team in no time. Yeah. So teams are very difficult. I think for most clinicians, it is the clientele that they have. Ultimately, our patients are our whatever vote bank or whatever you might call. If you have a solid clientele, then no hospital can play with you. But for many surgeons and non-clinical doctors, I think it's even more difficult. Here you got to look at so many other things. I think more than the money, and money is very important, is like he said, you want 2 days off, you want to do something else. All those things should also be on the table when you negotiate.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hello. I think it's almost dinner time, and I'm standing in front of you and thanking all of you who have come on this Sunday and spent your entire afternoon and evening with us. And if there was any shortcomings in the program, me